Hey, 1, 2, 2.
And now it's time for the shipping forecast and reports from coastal stations. Here is the general synopsis at 0700 GMT. Cow in sea area Shannon moving slowly eastwards and filling. Sorry, that should be low in sea area Shannon. And now the area reports. Viking, north at Sierra, south at Sierra, east at Sierra, west at Sierra, southwest at Sierra, and north-northeast at Sierra. Wind southwest, rain at times, good. 40s, 50s, 60s, Tyne, Dogger, German Bite, French Kiss and Swiss Roll, westerly becoming cyclonic, good. Humber, Thames, Bedford, Leyland Daff, Dover Sole, Hake, Halibut and Monkfish, regular outbreaks of wind, rain at times, good. White, Portland, Plymouth, Ginger Rogers and Finisterre, light flatulence, some rain, very good. Lundy, Fundy, Sunday and Monday, wind southwest becoming cyclonic, bloody marvellous. Rockall, sod-all wind, heavy showers, absolutely incredible. Malin, Hebrides, Bailey, Fair Isle, Cardigan, Pullover and southeast Iceland, wind southeast, rain at times, slightly disappointing. And now the reports for coastal stations. Tiree, wind northwest, 7 miles, 1004, rising slowly. Butt of Lewis, north, 5 miles.
Yes, good morning everybody. There are no planned fire alarms today, so if you hear a siren within the building, that is a real fire evacuation. We would evacuate down the main steps that you've entered up, out onto the square in front of the town hall, and then go down Norfolk Street to meet in Tudor Square outside the theatres. If there's a problem exiting at the front of the building, we would follow council staff along the corridor and out of the door that directly goes onto Surrey Street and go to Tudor Square that way. I'm not sure if we'll be sitting at 1 p.m, but at 1 p.m. there will be the everyday 1 p.m. siren. If you are likely to have problems evacuating, if you're able to alert a member of council staff if that becomes an eventuality, and we will assist you. Thank you.
Hello there, I'm Simon Vincent. I'm the Strategic Planning Service Manager at the Sheffield City Council.
Okay, well, that sounds much louder than before. That's a positive. Right, okay, so we'll keep our fingers crossed that it all works. Okay, so we'd reached the stage of doing introductions. So if I could ask the council to start again, please. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Simon Vincent. I'm the Strategic Planning Service Manager at the council.
Morning, my name is Miss Sarah Reid, King's Counsel. I'm the barrister representing the council.
Morning. Laura Stevens, Local Plan Team Lead at the council.
Michael Johnson, Head of Planning at the council.
So just working out the technology as well, thank you. Good morning, Richard Wood here on behalf of the Devonshire Property Group.
Good morning, my name is Philip Charfel-Zelenko. I'm DLP Planning together with my colleagues. Thanks.
Good morning, I'm Kirsten Ward from DLP Planning and I'm representing Inspired Villages, who are a developer of integrated extra care retirement communities.
Good morning, Matthew Gregg, DLP Planning on behalf of Limes Developments Limited.
Sorry, I missed your surname.
Matthew Gregg, G-R-E-G-G.
Good morning, Olivia Price from Boyer, representing Barratt David Wilson Homes.
Good morning, Andrew Johnson from Fisher German, representing Miller Homes.
Morning, Ma'am. Andrew Rose from Sporforth, representing Ruler Developments.
Good morning, Amy James from Tetlow King Planning, representing Hallam Land.
Good morning, I'm Sadie Charlton. I'm representing myself today, but also as part of the S13 campaign group Save S13 Greenbelt, the Sapphire McCarthy campaign.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Nicola Rowe, Sam from the S13 campaign group as well.
Good morning, my name's Rowan Clapp. I'm for Save 13 Greenbelt, the Sapphire McCarthy campaign.
Good morning, Stephen Stroud, James Bailey Planning, also on behalf of the Save S13 campaign.
Good morning. Pierre Laubscher, Director from Pelican Solutions, Construction Consultant, acting independently.
Sorry about that. Morning, Councillor Mike Levery, Member for West Ecclesfield Ward and representing the councillors in the West and East Ecclesfield Ward in the north of the city.
Good morning, I'm Susan Davidson. I'm the Chair of Ecclesfield Parish Council, but later in the week I will also be representing the Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust.
Oh, sorry, I missed your surname.
Davidson.
Andrew Towlerton, I'm Clerk to Ecclesfield Parish Council, representing Ecclesfield Parish Council. I'm also a Chartered Town Planner.
Good morning, I'm Jo Tunstall, representing the campaign group for Chapeltown, Ecclesfield and Grenoside.
Hi, I'm Mark Ash. I'm representing Chapeltown, Ecclesfield and Grenoside campaign group.
Morning, my name's Paul Allison. I'm here representing myself, but also on behalf of the Chapeltown, Ecclesfield and
Grenoside Community Action Group. I'm also a chartered surveyor.
Jonathan Hobson, representing the S12 Greenbelt Action Group.
Can you repeat your surname?
Yeah, Hobson, Hobson.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the agenda before us today then, so today and tomorrow, the agenda is focused on general strategy matters and the Council's approach to site assessment and selection of the proposed additional sites in the consultation paper that was published in May this year. So in terms of the legal and procedural matters, on the agenda under items 2 and 3, I've picked out 2 there, but there may be other legal and procedural matters which you wish to comment under item 4. Then we've also got a section, items 5 to 9, which cover the Council's revised growth requirements and spatial strategy, and that's as set out in the consultation paper. Then we also move on to items talking about education needs and burial space ground provision. And under this we'll be talking about 2 of the specific sites, sites NES 37 and SES 30, where new schools provision and burial space provision are proposed by the Council. And then we'll be finishing up with sections where we're talking about viability matters under items 15 to 17, and then air quality under items 18 to 20. So you can see from the agenda that we've got before us today that quite a lot of it is focused on general matters, and we won't be talking about specific sites apart from when we're talking about education and burial space provision. But there will be the specific site sessions later this week, and then in 2 weeks' time as well, there's quite a few sessions talking about specific sites themselves. So, yes, I mean, we're generally fine with photos being taken. It's just if they can't interrupt the proceedings and taken at a sort of sensitive time. Okay, is there anyone around the table who objects to having their photo taken? No? Okay. So that's fine, but it just has to be at a point where, and not sort of right in our face. Yeah. Okay. And where will you be sitting? Are you at the back?
I'll be 10 minutes and I'll be gone.
Okay, right.
Plenty to do.
All right, thank you. Okay, so then, moving on to the actual agenda before us then. Legal and procedural matters. And firstly, the Habitats Regulation Assessment. This is the Council's updated version, which includes taking account of a wider recreational zone of influence, and that's following discussion on the issue last year. And then it also takes account of the proposed additional allocation sites the Council's put forward in the consultation document. And the Council's document concludes that, subject to mitigation measures, the Sheffield Plan will have no adverse effect on the integrity of the European sites. This is covered as well in a statement of common ground with the Peak District National Park Authority, where both parties agree on this position. And there's a series of proposed main modifications to a number of the policies in the plan. And that's policies T1, NC15, GS5 and DC1. So does anyone around the table have any comments on the updated habitats work? No? Okay. So just to say to the Council that those changes to the text we will come to deal with in detail when we get to the stage 3 sessions, where we'll cover those policy matters. Okay, moving on then to item 3. And this concerns, obviously, consultation that was carried out on the proposed additional sites in May this year. Quite a few concerns have been raised about whether adequate consultation and engagement took place on the additional sites. Now, the Council has a statement of community involvement, which sets out how the Council will consult and engage on local plan production. And as inspectors, it is part of our remit to look at whether consultation has taken place in line with those guidelines within that Council document. So does anyone have any comments around the table on the issue of consultation? Mrs. Charlton first.
Am I on? Hi there. I won't go into anything repetitive, which I'm sure a lot of people have already highlighted within all the objections that you received. I guess I was just wondering really from the council's perspective if they'd thought this was a successful consultation period. When going through the SCI, it's quite glaringly obvious to me that there's a lot that they haven't done. A big concern of mine is around the number of residents that I've been speaking to who formally requested alternative formats due to their disabilities to be able to access all of these documents. Not only were they not presented, but their requests weren't even responded to by the council, including myself. And also the other point that I wanted to make was that the SCI promises that consultation responses will be recorded and taken into account, everybody's objections. But my objection, which was submitted in time, and I've been a key part of my local campaign and have spent many weeks writing my objection, was actually not even uploaded to the database. The council hadn't uploaded it. On the day that I found this out, I absolutely panicked, thinking that I couldn't be here today because my objection wouldn't be there. And I emailed the council saying, you haven't put my objection up. Can you put this up quickly? I'm really worried about this. And to this day, they didn't reply to that email either. So I had to contact Ian, and luckily he forwarded it on to yourselves, and I know that's now been read. But really what I wanted to highlight of that in my eyes, this would be a failure of what the law calls conscientious consideration. And it means that the council cannot demonstrate that all residents' views were properly captured. So if mine was missed, I ask the inspectors how confident you can be that others weren't missed. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. If I could just ask the council to respond to those. I think there's two main points there, weren't there? Firstly, you were concerned about whether people who had disabilities had been given special sort of needs, their special needs met, and then secondly, whether all of the representations have been registered now. Thank you.
Yes, we have responded to a number of requests for alternative format documents. I'm not aware of any that we haven't responded to. As far as we're aware, we have provided some larger print versions and hard copies of material where requested. I apologise that Ms Charlton's representation wasn't uploaded at the beginning of the process, but it has been uploaded now, and we're confident that all objections have been passed to yourselves as part of the process.
Mrs Charlton, did you want to say anything else? You've still got your nameplate up.
Yeah, obviously this might be for a further kind of follow-up and maybe not as relevant to what we're discussing today, but I have spoken with the community, and I have 7 residents, and I have seen those requests myself where they've made these requests for alternative formats and they haven't even had a response. So the council may say that they have, but my evidence suggests that they haven't. So does that mean that the council just chooses who to provide these formats to? So I find that quite confusing, to be honest. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. I've noted your points. Okay, we'll move around the table then to, sorry, Mr Towton, is that right? Yeah.
I mean, our comments very much echo previously. In terms of where we feel it fails, I mean, it was clearly rushed and done to the bare minimums, but particularly around the issue around ensuring equality, the documents weren't made in different. I mean, they were very complex by their own right. They stretched thousands of pages, lots of maps. We had similar concerns about people asking for alternative formats, were unable to access them. Bear in mind the context of a population which has got a high proportion of disabled people and other ethnic minorities otherwise. So I'd very much like to echo the earlier points. The other points I'd just like to make, which is slightly thing, I am concerned about the number of documents we received very late, and they were not offered in other formats. We had a series of the ones last night, very large documents. I think it's fair and disadvantaged sending documents so late, and also they were not offered in other formats. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your points. I've noted those. Mrs Tunstall.
Certainly from a community perspective, we do not believe that the consultation was in line with CD20. It was very much the bare minimum. There was no learning taken from the LOCOC report. That was fairly damning with regards to the street trees, and we've looked through the LOCOC report, and basically all the mistakes that were made during street trees have been repeated and certainly felt by our community. With regards to communication to our community, we've found that there's actually only been 17 letters and 503 emails sent to the whole of Sheffield, which is a community of 560,000. So that's less than 0.1% of the community have been reached out to with regards to this. There was a heavy reliance on planning drop-ins, which in themselves we've raised formal complaint about, which is at stage 2 complaint. We've also raised a stage 2 complaint around the consultations themselves because they were seriously lacking and shortfalls in those. From an FOI's perspective, our community's raised a significant number of FOIs. And again, there's been a mishandling and very much a feeling that there's been an unwillingness to provide information to allow us to participate effectively in this consultation. Over 2/3 of those FOIs that we have submitted to the council have either been late, refused or lost. And then from a documentation perspective, very much a current issue. So as Andrew mentioned, the documentation, certainly from a resident's perspective, it's felt overwhelming, overly technical. And from a timing perspective, if you look at the documentation timings that we've received, 25 new documents or updated documents have been received since the exam has closed. 13 of those have been received in the past week alone. 10 of those came in after 7 p.m. on Friday night, so just over the weekend. And of those documents, 2 of them were actually documents that were issued in July and June, so there's no excuse for those only going on to the exam website over the weekend. One of the documents actually came in yesterday morning, so completely unacceptable.
Thank you very much for your comments. Before I get the council to respond, we'll take one more comment from around the table. Sorry, Mr. Hobson.
Thank you, yes. Again, like the rest of the action groups, I'll echo sort of the concerns that they've raised. In general, the timing given for the fact that this is Greenbelt release and not just any sort of generic planning consultation, I feel that there's major changes that we're talking about that have a larger impact than what, say, a 6-week procedure could take. I think there's been evidence of other local councils that have extended this consultation period, so it can happen. I'm a little bit unclear as to why the council did not ask for more time when early on I think it was quite clear that there was frustration with the sort of the rushed nature of the consultation. I'd also just state that again, similarly, that with a lot of the CD20 principles and methods of delivery, I think the consultation itself didn't necessarily adhere to all, if not really most of them. A lot of concerns locally within S12 around the digital exclusiveness of the consultation, but even within that, there were a lot of comments around the Have Your Say portal being not fit for purpose, either links not working or the actual interface being very confusing. And I think that's reflected in exam 134 from the council, showing that only 21% of representations were submitted through the portal and the rest were mail or email. I think that shows the level of how hard that portal was to use and maybe limited people's access to giving what they felt may have been a suitable representation. From an S12 perspective, more specifically, I would say that we were sort of under a little bit more pressure than maybe other areas, in that, yes, there were drop-in sessions, however, they were not specific to S12. We were almost expected to attend other sessions with S13, which is not fair on S13 to have that session also include S12 concerns, but also it's not fair to S12 residents because we are obviously amongst other concerned residents. I do have, as part of our submittance of representation, a redacted email that states that the planners from the council did not want to either create or attend a local S12 consultation, which is frankly unacceptable. Last comment I'll make, we did allude to a Freedom of Information Act in our representation given to the council. I have since had that information back, and I'm happy to provide that to the inspectors to be on the record. And that does state that no adverts were placed for the local plan consultation throughout Sheffield. No leaflets were produced for direct delivery to any residents in the affected areas. How is that acceptable? I would ask the council that question. There were 500 leaflets created for the sessions. It's unclear if that is per session or total. And for context, as a local group in S12, we printed and delivered 2,500 leaflets of our own accord. Surely the council can match that and do better. So overall, I just think the process was poor, to be honest. And I think there either needs to be a reconsultation and better delivered, or there needs to be strict consideration undertaken around it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Ash, and then I'll bring the council in. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Just to not readdress what's already been said, but obviously there was the timescale that seems that the council was blaming on the inspectorate, saying that it was limited because yourselves were pushing the council to get this pushed through. Obviously, looking at the evidence itself, that doesn't seem to be the case. It just looks like the council just really wanted to get this over and done with as quick as possible, which is obviously the minimum legally, I believe. Obviously, to the extent of the development, what they're proposing, the 8-week delivery time on what we've got, and so the space and all the exams that are actually on the documentation for normal working class people such as ourselves wasn't enough time for us to actually look through them, understand them. I mean, we've got to understand here that most of the people sat on this side of the table, we're not professionals, we're just local community residents that are trying to make sense of some of these extensive documents. And so the timescales were totally inadequate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could now turn to the council, there's obviously quite a few different comments made there. You might wish to respond to all of some of them. I think there were obviously comments about the amount of documents, the timing, the lateness of some of those documents as well, the breadth of the consultation events, and lack of adverts and leaflets. So you might want to touch on some of that. Thank you.
Yes, we have actually got, well, I've got quite a full statement we want to make about the consultation, recognising that there have been a large number of representations which refer to the consultation process. We do think the consultation was carried out in accordance with the Council's statement of community involvement, although it is worth noting here that the recent consultation carried out during the examination is not actually a statutory part of the process. However, notwithstanding that point, what we did in terms of consultation was entirely consistent with the SCI and with what we did at the Regulation 19 draft plan stage. It's worth saying the original engagement on the local plan started in 2020 and was followed by consultation on the submission draft plan in 2023. And in line with the requirements for plan development, we've sought to ensure that residents had early involvement at each iterating point over the last 5 years. The need to consult on the proposed additional site allocations at this stage in the process is of course a response to your letter of February this year, which asked the Council to identify additional housing and employment land. And the 8-month pause in the examination process was agreed with yourselves for identification of additional sites and to undertake the consultation. We would also note, obviously, that there was the letter from the Housing Minister, Matthew Pennycook, to the Inspectorate last year asking for examinations to be delayed no more than 6 months. In fact, you have allowed 8 months for this pause in the consultation. So the timing is a response to a large extent in terms of the responding to the Minister's letter. The pause is outside the normal approach for local plan development, but as I've already mentioned, we sought to ensure that consultation was similar in scope and nature to previous phases of the plan. We were keen to use the same principles and, for example, held drop-in events, as mentioned, to inform and engage residents, ensuring consistency and good practice with previous stages. I think for benefits of for people around the table today, it's also noting that the guidance on the pause is detailed in paragraph 9.3 of the procedure guidance for how the Planning Inspectorate undertakes local plan inspections. It's also worth noting that the public consultation approach in the SCI actually goes above and beyond what is necessary to comply with sections 19 and 35 of the 2012 planning regulations. So the SCI itself sets out the Council's approach for all planning consultation, including the local plan, but also planning applications. In paragraph 2.1, it includes a menu of optional approaches which we can deploy to engage and involve residents in planning policy development. The methods are not mandatory, and as the SCI states, the methods will always be proportionate to the extent of the audience we must reach and the relative importance of the document on which we are consulting. In addition, it says we will consider using a range of alternative options which are listed in tables 1 and 2 of the SCI to make consultation as inclusive as possible. So in terms of the actual consultation itself, it was a 6-week consultation that was held between the 29th of May and the 11th of July this year. In terms of contacting registered contacts, which is the first point within the SCI, 520 emails and postal letters were sent to those who had previously advised that they wished to be kept informed about the local plan. We also contacted a range of partners and statutory consultees. The additional sites consultation document, exam 124, and all the supporting documents were made available online on the Have Your Say consultation portal. There were almost 60,000 page views on the consultation web pages and over 11,600 unique visits to the local plan consultation page. Hard copies of all the consultation documents were available at the Sheffield City Council's principal office, which is Howden House, and a hard copy of the proposed additional sites consultation document was placed at all public libraries. Page 3 of the consultation document makes clear that residents could contact the council, and indeed a number did, if they required different formats or alternative assistance, and the planning team have received and responded to a number of these requests, including a large print format and printed versions of supportive material. We also use local print media to publicise consultation activity. The council issued 2 press releases, and there were 11 posts on Facebook and 6 posts on LinkedIn during the consultation period. Several articles have run in the local press. Emails also went out to people who had registered to receive Gov Delivery emails about the council. Over 5,000 people had registered for consultation and surveys, and over 50,000 people who had registered for general news updates. When the consultation was announced on the 29th of May, there were over 55,000 views on Facebook. As has been mentioned, we held community drop-in events and meetings in the locations affected and used a range of engagement and community methods to maximise awareness and involvement in the events. But the number of events we could run was limited by resources and the time available. 7 staff drop-in sessions were held with exhibition materials where officers were available to answer questions and explain to residents how they can comment. The distribution of the number of drop-in events was agreed by the council prior to the consultation, and in the event 1 was held in Chapeltown, 1 in Grenoside, 1 in Bents Green, 1 in Handsworth, 1 in Woodhouse, 1 in Warncliffside and 1 in the city centre. The Woodhouse event also included a presentation and question and answer session as part of the local area committee meeting. Generally, those events were held over 4-hour periods in the late afternoon and early evening to ensure that people had a lot of flexibility to attend. I suppose moving on perhaps to one of the questions about whether the consultation was inclusive, we'd make a number of points in relation to that. The in-person drop-in events were held in venues considered to be physically accessible for communities. All material at the drop-in events was also available online, allowing people to review the display material in a different environment if that best met their needs. The formats of drop-in sessions were intended to maximise the number and range of people who could participate. This included enabling events to run over longer time periods aimed at improving access for people with different work and personal commitments, seeking to create a more supportive environment for those who didn't want to speak in front of large crowds, and giving flexibility for people to ask individual questions or have conversations with officers that could be tailored to their areas of interest or concern. In our view, that the events were successfully promoted, for example, utilising the local area committee mailing lists, and they were all very well attended with high levels of public interest. The events were designed in line with the overall consultation strategy that was approved by the Strategy and Resources Policy Committee and full council. The strategy refers the equality impact assessment that was prepared for the local plan additional site allocations. It specifically references the need to ensure that the plan consultation approach and activities ensure fair access for impacted groups and do not disadvantage anyone. It's also important to recognise that the public consultation that's happened since 2020 on the development of the local plan has included targeted engagement of groups representing people with protected characteristics, such as the Cities Equality Partnership, which was involved in the 2023 plan preparation consultation at the Regulation 19 stage. As part of the recent engagement work, we've directly contacted representative groups and attended in-person sessions with those groups that have indicated they wanted to contribute. This included, for example, Age UK, the Youth Forum and the Access Liaison Group. Finally, it's perhaps also worth mentioning that the SEI contains guidance on consultation for specific planning applications, which does include a commitment to either notify people adjoining specific applications by site display or serving notice on them by letter or email. Just to avoid any confusion, this section does not apply to the local plan, so there's no commitment to send individual letters as part of the local plan consultation. There is a strong alignment to the methods we used in the overall approach to the local plan consultation. Contacting all households is not a commitment made on the menu of options. This would be logistically and financially unviable for the council. But the views and ambitions of residents on the local plan since 2020 have informed and helped the production of the submitted plan and the proposed additional site allocations. And as a result of the public consultation, we received 3,665 representations, comprising 758 responses through the council's consultation portal, 2,461 responses by email and 446 letters. In our view, this clearly highlights the high level of awareness about what was being proposed and strong engagement from stakeholders in the consultation process. And just for comparison, this compares with 413 representations were made at the Regulation 19 stage. Yeah, so just finally, in response to the queries about the FOI, number of FOI submissions that have been made, as of 22nd of September, we had 44 FOIs, 42 have been responded to, and there are 2 pending. They're relatively recent ones. And only a very small amount have we refused to provide the information, and that's for valid reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, just 2 follow-up questions where I didn't quite catch what you'd said. Can you just clarify for me the drop-in events that were taking place? I've got Chapeltown, Ecclesfield, Woodhouse and City Centre. Was there another one I've missed?
Yeah, so I'll just run through them again. So, yeah, 1 in Chapeltown, 1 in Grenoside, 1 in Bents Green, 1 in Handsworth, 1 in Woodhouse. Sorry. 1 in Warncliffe Side and 1 in the city centre. The city centre one was held during the day, and obviously that's the most accessible location for people to get to who can't get to one in their local area.
And you also mentioned that you sent 5,000 emails to general people on the council sort of general register for survey work, is that correct? You mentioned also a figure of 50,000 directly after that, and I didn't quite catch what that was referring to.
So those are people who have registered for general news updates. You can either register for specific issues or for general updates. So there are 50,000 people who have registered and asked for to be kept updated on general news.
So just to confirm, those 50,000 people were contacted about the local plan?
That's correct.
Was there something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I mean, it was a notification about it was a general news item about the local plan. So all those 50,000 people who've registered for general news updates would have received that news item in their mail.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Ash, would you like to come back in? And then Mrs. Tunstall.
Yes, thank you for your extensive figures, and obviously I'd like to just come back. Obviously, did I get the figures right? I think you said you sent 520 emails out to local residences. Was that right?
Yeah, so those are emails to people who previously registered to be kept informed about progress with the local plan.
Right, thank you. Well, just going back on that, just to reiterate, 520 emails, 11 Facebook posts. Do you think that's representative of the population of Sheffield? Because the Green Belt, loss of Green Belt, is for everybody in Sheffield, which has a population of 5.5 million. 550,000, sorry. So do you think that's representational figures to reach out to the population of Sheffield? Also, can you explain to me why Woodhouse had a presentation and question session when none of the other drop-in sessions did? Which seems quite unfair to some of the other drop-in sessions, especially in S35, where most of the people that visited the drop-in session were elderly and needed more interactive session. And I would suggest your figures, compared to what you've said from Regulation 19, you had 413 compared to your 3,675. I would suggest that you got 3,075 objections and interactions due to the community groups that are sat around this table. So I'm pretty sure that obviously if it wasn't for us, then figures would be a lot less. So I'd just like to come back and just like to say, obviously I wouldn't take them figures, what you're promoting, down to Sheffield City Council's publicisation and obviously their efforts to get the community involved. I would suggest it's more down to the community groups that have taken it on themselves to make the people aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the council wish to quickly come back on that? You obviously have mentioned the lower figure is the people who are directly on the local plan database, isn't it? But you've got obviously other methods that you were talking about before with the 50,000 people.
Yes, I mean it's publicised widely, you know, through local media, but that's in printed newspapers, but also through various social media channels as well. So I mean, the purpose of this consultation is to get the message out there, and actually, I think it's actually been really effective. In and yes, there has been word of mouth, but that is the way that often these consultations work. The important thing is that the communities are alerted, and that they are able to, as many people as possible, with the resources available, are able to respond. So I think we've done what we could do with the resources available to us. It's worth saying that when we consulted on the draft plan at the Regulation 19 stage, we didn't hold drop-in sessions in every single postcode area. We aimed to have a distribution of drop-in sessions across the city, targeting different areas that were most affected. So we haven't given a commitment anywhere to have a drop-in session in every single postcode area. So we recognise that there were a number of sites in the southeast. There were also a cluster of sites in the north. So we particularly targeted those areas of the city.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Tunstall.
Yeah, I'd just like to say there's absolutely no point having drop-in sessions if people don't know about what the drop-in session is about. Based on what Jonathan was saying earlier, from a community point of view, those drop-in sessions only had the people there because of what the community groups did. Within S35 alone, we delivered 10,000 leaflets. We spent hundreds and hundreds of hours doing meetings and drop-ins ourselves to make the community aware of these drop-in sessions that the council were actually doing. It very much feels that you're justifying the bare minimum on something that has a massive impact on many of the community, and the fact that you don't think that you need to send direct letters to people whose homes and businesses are included in this plan is absolutely mind-blowing. So from a community engagement point of view, yes, you feel that you've done the bare minimum, but I think from a proportionate point of view, certainly from S35's perspective, we have 9 of the 14 Greenbelt parcels. If you think one drop-in session and a few posts on Facebook is adequate to tell the people of our community what is coming, then I'm sorry, but your statement of community involvement is way off beam.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I can see 3 more comments around the table. Go to Mr. Hobson first and then take your next.
Yeah, thank you. Again, sort of echoing, but trying not to sort of repeat what's already been covered, but, you know, it's... The figures are the figures, but that is not a representation of the lived experience of the community, okay? As a community group in S12, we have done a lot of the outreach. You say word of mouth is how these things get around, fine. But to publicise the plan is not our job. We are private citizens. It is the council's obligation to bring this to the attention to the greater population of the city. 3,000 submissions of representations is nothing. It's nothing compared to the population of Sheffield. It's not a fair distribution of opinion. We have a lot of elderly residents in S12, I'm sure it's the same in S30 and S35. Yes, it's geographically close to go to S13, but have you ever tried to get a bus from S12 to S13? It's nigh on impossible. So there's a real gap between how you think this has gone and how it has gone, okay? We are still finding people in S12 that live within 100 metres of the proposed site that know nothing about this. And the majority of people have only found out through posters that our community group has put up. So, you know, I think within the FOI as well, you will find that there is a number of redirects to the Have Your Say portal that have come from S35's webpage, S13's webpage. The actual sort of click count of the Facebook posts is less than 1%. It's minimal. So I think the minimum that you've done, you may feel is suitable, but it's not. I would draw a comparison to North East Derbyshire District Council, who have also been carrying out a local plan amendment in a similar sort of time period. As a S12 group, we've also objected to that. That's something that we'll get into, I'm sure, later on. But that portal experience and that local plan experience was night and day compared to Sheffield. There was over 80 questions on everything from how far do you want to go to a pharmacy by car, by public transport, whatever. There was 2 questions on the Have Your Say portal that really expected you to have legal and planning knowledge, which I don't. I'm sure a lot of people around this table don't. But the level that North East Derbyshire have gone to sort of is a better example of how I think this plan should have been done. I don't necessarily agree with what Derbyshire's doing, but that's beside the point. Over 80 questions, that's a real depth of trying to get to the point of what the community wants. Publicity-wise, I'm still waiting on a Freedom of Information Act from Derbyshire Council, but they had over 900 Facebook posts. That's the number I've been given. And a lot of those, I don't have exact numbers unfortunately, but a lot of those were related to the local plan. So I would ask to sort of the inspectors to take a look at North East Derbyshire and sort of compare to how Sheffield has handled this, because yeah, the minimum is the minimum. I'd also just add that the leader of the council has publicly acknowledged that the consultation was inadequate, and that's the leader of the council that's stating that, and that he would do better next time. But obviously, we are where we are. There isn't necessarily a next time unless the inspectorate views that to be suitable. So it's not only a community-driven thing, but the council themselves are stating that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clapp, I think you were next, and then Mrs. Charlton.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'm not going to repeat the comments made by members of the public about the consultation process. You've heard from real local people about the true extent of consultation. For the council to assert that this was a successful process, as I understand Mr. Vincent did, is surprising given what we've heard this morning. And I know that Mr. Betts, MP, deals with this point, and no doubt you'll hear from him in due course. The point that I want to flag is that I don't understand Mr. Vincent to have provided justification for the late provision of documents, including some that we received on Friday after 7 p.m. And that includes a document on housing land supply, which I think we received on Thursday, but it's dated the 19th. And that document reveals the local authority will still not have a 5-year housing land supply on adoption. That's a document we received very late in the day. And I just flag that's a document of some significant importance, given what you say at paragraph 31 of your note. I want to give Mr. Vincent the opportunity to come back on the late provision of those documents.
Thank you. Does the council want to just explain about the late documents and to explain its position? Thank you.
Well, Ma'am, as you'll be aware, and as Mr. Clapp will be aware, as Mr. Clapp's a barrister, that in terms of examination timetables, which are a moving process, it is frequently the case that documents are produced during the course of examination, and the council has taken steps to provide that information as quickly as it's able to do so, in line with the timetables that have been set out by the inspectors at all stages. What has always been the case also is that there has been sufficient time within the timetable to ensure that interested parties have the opportunity to respond to that, and during the first hearings, for example, where parties raised issues with having insufficient time to look at matters that had come in, Ma'am, you and your colleagues afforded those interested parties additional time if they requested it to come back and look at those. So there's nothing unusual about what's been produced or the timescales that have been produced, and it's very much in the nature of this kind of procedure. We do understand where residents are perhaps not familiar with that process. That's something the council takes on board. But from this side of the room, officers have been working exceptionally hard to produce a very significant amount of information in accordance with the examination timetable as quickly as they are able to do so.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Charlton, you're next.
Oh, hiya. Yeah, I won't repeat what some of the other campaign groups have said, but we're in agreement with them. Just a couple of points that I wanted to come back with on the council's statement around their engagement. I'm going to just put it out there, I'm a resident, I'm an occupational therapist. I don't understand any of this stuff. I only knew what a local plan was when I read the Star on the 24th of April. And in this time frame, as community groups, we've had to understand ourselves what a local plan is, and then support our local residents to also be educated on what that is. And what that looks like is the amount of posters, campaign materials, drop-in events. I've personally held drop-in events at my community. I've personally made my own PDF with the help of ChatGPT on what a local plan is and the process to engage. So when the council says that the number of views and objections are proof that the consultation met its purpose and was successful, with respect, that's not what the law requires. A consultation must be meaningful, accessible, and at a formative stage. 1,000, 3,000 objections doesn't show success of a consultation period. It shows that people are unhappy and they're doing everything they can to come forward, likely with the help of our groups, You know, we had to provide actual contents for people to copy and paste and write their part in, which I'm sure the inspectors have seen, the amount of maybe copy and paste objections. These people aren't informed by the evidence base that you've put out there. People with disabilities and access needs haven't been held in mind during this period, which leads me on to about the consultation drop-in events, which were very inaccessible for a lot of individuals, including myself as a disabled person. When I got to that drop-in, and as the council states they would be willing to consider, is a reasonable adjustment within those moments. And I asked for a reasonable adjustment in that moment, and that was considered. I will admit it was considered by the council at that point, but it wasn't put in place. And since then, other residents have come forward to me, including a deaf resident who was able to get into the building but wasn't able to physically participate because how chaotic and noisy those events were. They couldn't have a conversation. And the format that we asked was whether, just like this is good for me because it's one at a time, we can hear each other and pick up on points. But these consultation events were very stressful and actually harmed me just to be there, just to get the questions answered. And I also just wanted to point out as well, just as a final point, that the council do keep saying that they didn't have time, and it shows with the evidence base that is being rushed at the last minute. If the council had gone back and listened to Yeah, no, I think we are, yeah. There we go, thank you. Sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought there, but it was around the adequate time that the council referenced there. And while I agree, obviously, within your SCI, it says 6 weeks is statutory minimum, the context really matters here, and that's what everyone here around the table is saying. These were new, and you know, these are new proposals that are put forward, and there's no evidence to say that back in 2020 any of our communities were actually engaged in this local plan process. So when this was announced, over 70 residents in S13 requested an extension through a letter that I wrote to the council, and they all sent individually, requesting an extension, even just by a week. Like, we just wanted an extra week or two. Obviously, we also said, could we go back to Regulation 18? But as the council's own SEI mentions, in what they could propose, it's there on the table, the additional consultation options are considered in relation to the scale, type and location of the proposed changes of the consultation. So I think that's really significant. If the council have there on their table that they are willing to extend the consultation period, doesn't this unique situation where we're at, even just a token 1 week would have shown that the council was listening and attempting to be formative in terms of the public engagement. And obviously since then we've had a lot of rush through documents, which again highlights the council themselves didn't really have the adequate time. And on top of that, one final note, when the councillor talks about the letter from, who is it, Minister Pennycook, did you mention? Yeah, okay. So our MP wrote to Paul Morrison himself to ask about if we could extend the consultation process. And he'd said, during the pause, it is not for the council to decide precisely how to identify additional land. The inspectors have not restricted the council in those respects. If in practical terms, the length of the pause is inhibiting the council and limiting the site search such that the outcome is unsatisfactory, then I suggest the council should contact the inspectors. You will appreciate that it's not for me to direct the inspectors given the independent nature of their role. So really, in terms of having everybody's voice heard, why didn't the council ask for just a little bit longer so that we could get up to speed on this? Or is it just because you just couldn't, you didn't want to? Because that's how it feels a little bit for us.
Okay, thank you very much for your points. I think the council's probably answered the questions already as far as it can. I think Mr. Towton, you were next.
Which the points I was going to raise. I do generally think the council, I heard the evidence, it was quite lengthy evidence. I'm questioning if we have that each statement each time, but we'll deal with that separately. But in terms of quality, I still don't think there was a quality access as regards to community involvement. There was a lot of detail, but very little about the quality, bar the odd reference to a quality impact assessment, and we made sure the buildings, although there were lots of stats about other things. And the other point, which was this gentleman, the response didn't cover the issue about the late documents coming forward. I generally think there's some significant documents in those. I would take dispute that we're a residents group, we're a democratically elected parish council, we are a statutory consultee. My experience of other consultations I've dealt with have been very different about the relationship in terms of access to information. We are not a residents group, thank you. Which is what the council referred to.
Thank you. Mrs. Hunstall. Also, it is Mr. Ash, so I'm not sure which of you. Sorry.
Just to come back on a couple of figures, obviously, that were mentioned earlier, are the 50,000 emails that they mentioned sending out, just to throw another stat back, 20% were promo emails, so not everybody opens them. So all the promotional emails that you actually sent out, on average, from looking at people on the click rates, probably 2 to 5% actually opened them. So just to throw back, so you didn't reach out to a lot of the population through your emails. On average, maybe 2 to 5% actually opened them on the click rate, so the actual click figures would actually be better than actually what you sent out. So I'd just like to put that in again, just to reiterate on the late documents. Obviously, the land that you're proposing, I know is council land and some is private land, but obviously, as a council, you're here, you've put it in Greenbelt to look after it, and you've just not reached out to the local communities who use this land. You just haven't at all. So, thank you.
Thank you. So, sorry, can I just ask the council just to respond to that specific point then? So, Mr. Ash is saying that he thinks that only 2 to 5% of people opened those 50,000 emails. Do you have that evidence?
Thank you. Yes. Obviously, we can't control what emails people choose to open that they receive. We don't have any data on how many people opened their emails, so I wouldn't be able to confirm that, to be honest. Just as a matter of clarification also, could I just add that your attention's been drawn to the recent consultation period in North East Derbyshire, which did have significant engagement and also a lot of questions, but just to make you aware that that's a Regulation 18 issues and options consultation for that district, so obviously quite a different piece of work at a different stage in the plan. Obviously I can't comment on the content of their SCI, but in terms of our own, the work we carried out was in accordance with our SCI and also in line with the statutory legal requirements of local plan consultations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ash, where did you get your data from then, about your click data?
Sorry, it's from somebody who runs sort of like website company and does promo emails, so they know on general the average of, if you're sending out promo emails, most people, only 20% actually open them and less than 2 to 5 read the whole content.
Okay, so that's a general figure you're talking
that's
about.
General
you haven't
by
got
way
any
of promo.
specific figures about the 50,000 people who were sent the information? Okay.
Yeah, they say, yeah.
Okay, I think Mr. Levery, you were next. We'll bring you in. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's important to recognise that some of the major issues were the very short timescale of just 3 weeks from the council meeting till the start of the consultation. The councillors in the north recognised that this was very tight and it was important we had to raise public awareness of what was happening. So with 3 weeks to put some leaflets out in the areas that are immediately affected, book 3 venues to have public meetings and prepare information that they could look at to take away from the meeting. So in other words, from all the documents that had come out at that time, to go through them all and pull out the relevant stuff that's relevant to the north of the city so people can access it and get it before the consultation period started. Now, I really do think, I mean, we did the job and of course on the back of that, the action group started off and we can then step back as councillors. But what was important from our point of view is raising awareness, because they couldn't go into a consultation of this scale without knowing what they were walking into. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, and Mrs. Oates, we've obviously had quite a long discussion on this issue, so final comment then for Mrs. Oates. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the chance. Is that on? Yes, I just wanted to query the council. Obviously, there's a 6 weeks minimum consultation period on why they didn't liaise with the youth cabinet before the 1st of July to inform them of the changes to the plan that include the green belt, allowing them only 10 days effectively to put in objections and liaise with the rest of the youth across the city.
So, sorry, can you just confirm then, so the council, the youth council, this is the Sheffield City Council youth group? Youth council.
Yeah, so I contacted the youth cabinet and they were consulted with on the 1st of July around the changes to the plan, which included the green belts.
Could the council respond, please?
We probably need to go back and just check our diary appointments, but I think that might be the date that we met the youth council. So we wrote to different stakeholders through the consultation process to seek to engage them. That wasn't an email with a 6-week statutory deadline to put a formal consultation response in. It was us reaching out to see whether they wanted a bespoke session with us to understand what we were doing. We'll check our diaries and come back, but I suspect that might be the date. Yeah, we contacted the youth council in June by the look of it, but I think that might be the date that we actually sat with them and introduced the plan and answered questions. Sorry, we contacted them in May. We're just checking emails, but Yeah, I think that July date was actually when officers attended a session with the Youth Council and did a Q&A with them.
Okay, right. I think we've had quite a long conversation on this issue. Mrs. Hunstall, final comment.
Just on the back of what you were saying with regards to measuring the click rates, if you don't measure that your message is landing, how can you say that the consultation met the need and you're actually complying with your statement of community engagement?
Okay, thank you very much everyone for your comments on this issue. Just looking at the time, it's probably time to take a short comfort break, so it's 11:35. If we take a 20-minute break and we'll come back at 11:50. Thank you.
Choo-choo. One, two, two. Chip, chip. Chip.
Check, check. One, two.
Okay, welcome back everyone. We've reached item 4 on the agenda, which is any comments on other legal and procedural matters. Mr. Clapp.
Thank you. I'd like to make a point which ties in with some of the points already made this morning about timing and failure to engage others in respect of the proposed allocations. We say it's a theme that repeatedly emerges in the Council's approach, that the rationalisation that's said to endorse the level of greenbelt release that's proposed, seems to have followed the decision to release the greenbelt. And one way in which we say that's evident is in the Council's letter of the 17th of April 2025, it's exam doc 122. It's the letter to neighbouring local authorities, in which the Council referred to their ongoing duty to cooperate, and they solicit responses from some nearby authorities, asking them to confirm their position regarding housing land supply and employment land supply. And I just want to make a few very short points on that document. Were the duty to cooperate to be an ongoing duty, which is apparently how the Council have approached it. Now, the first broad point we want to make is that the phrasing, well, it concerns the phrasing and tone of the letter. Letter says, "We understand the position to remain that your authority is not able to meet any of Sheffield's unmet housing need. Please confirm whether this is still the case." And what we say about that is that's not, on any analysis, a strategic and detailed dialogue or an attempt to meaningfully re-examine cross-border housing capacity, nor is it, we say, a full examination of all other reasonable options, as is required to justify proposed greenbelt release in accordance with paragraph 141. Just picking up some.
Can I ask you to pause and we're just going to have to
music.
shut the window, I think, because there's music playing outside. David.
Okay.
It's quite loud from here anyway.
Not what I would have chosen as a
You probably can't
background.
hear it, but it's pretty loud. So I'm really sorry. Can I just ask you to just repeat the last few sentences because the music was just distracting me.
Of course.
Can I ask the council what's going on outside? Is this to do with you or not? Thank you. Right, we'll soldier on for now and hopefully it will die down. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Clapp, please proceed.
I don't know where the music interrupted me. I was on the tone of the letter.
Literally, it's the last two sentences.
Okay.
Take the last two.
So the tone of the letter, we say, is not a strategic and detailed dialogue, or is it? It's not a meaningful attempt to re-examine cross-border housing capacity, or to use the language of paragraph 141 of the framework, is it a full examination of all other reasonable options? That's to do with the tone and nature of the letter. Now, the second point is that the Council's decision to engage with those other planning authorities took place after the Council's officers had shortlisted and prepared the newly proposed sites for allocation. And what we say about that is that the authority is required to demonstrate, as we say, it's examined fully all other options, which is an exercise that paragraph 141 says is to be informed by discussion with neighbouring authorities. And the point is that there was plainly a direction of travel at the time that the authorities had been consulted. There was already a draft list of proposed allocations. So it's difficult to see, we say, how consultation can have informed the examination of other reasonable options, given that the options were well underway at the time other authorities were consulted.
Thank you very much.
There's just one more point, if I may. The new bundle of duty to cooperate correspondence, if I can call it that, was uploaded to the examination website on the 1st of July. And that was 8 working days before the consultation closed. So in the circumstances, what the S13 group say about that is, it's very difficult to see how members of the public could have had the opportunity to contribute to the process in an effective way. And it gives the impression that the consultation process is rushed and not interested in receiving fulsome comments from members of the public.
Thank you very much. Does the council want to respond to some of those points that Mr. Clapp has just made?
Well, I'll hand over to, sorry, am I on? Yeah. I'll hand over to officers in a moment, but just a couple of points. The first point is that, of course, The additional information in respect of duty to cooperate has to be read together with the information that was presented through the first stages of the examination hearings, where the council said that it complied with its duty to cooperate at the relevant point. This letter that's been referred to is about the council's ongoing engagement with neighbouring authorities, which was a point that the inspectors had picked up in the letters to the council in terms of investigating additional options to meet the needs that had been identified. And of course, the council can't be criticised legitimately, we would say, for continuing those discussions with neighbouring authorities in that context. In terms of the point that was made about, well, this information was published after a short list of sites had been produced, etc. Clearly, the council is carrying out a number of pieces of work in tandem in respect of the evidence that it needs to put together and the decisions that it needed to make. And again, that is a product of the system and the nature of the examination process that the council finds itself in. And clearly, Ma'am, it's for you and your colleagues to weigh up all of that evidence. The information is in front of you. It's not about rushing matters, but it's about making sure that all of the necessary matters are fully considered. You don't need to do that consequentially for that to be an adequate process. They can be done consecutively. And when this letter is read in its entirety, the overarching question that was asked of neighbouring authorities was asking them to confirm their position in relation to the two strategic matters. It summarises the inspector's preliminary conclusions in the letter, and it asks the neighbouring authorities to confirm whether they maintain the position that they had previously set out in the correspondence that we've looked at through previous examination hearings.
Thank you. Did you have anything else to add? Anything else on that? No? Do you want to do this bit? You do that bit, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to clarify that whilst the letter came out sort of later in the process, we had obviously had dialogue with the other local authorities in conversations through the heads of planning meetings about the situation the other local authorities are in, and all those neighbouring authorities have got much higher housing need figures than they had previously. So we were aware from those discussions that they are facing significant challenges themselves in meeting their own housing need figures. So we had those conversations before the letter was sent. The letter was sent for them to just confirm their position, really.
And sorry, Mum, just one further point in terms of the timing. Obviously, it's one thing working on various options at a particular point, but you'll see from that letter that in terms of next steps, the council says we anticipate that public consultation on the proposed additional site allocations to the plan will commence in late May and run for 6 weeks. You'll receive an email alerting you to the start of the consultation. So the point is, it's that ongoing engagement with other authorities throughout the process.
Thank you very much. Mr. Livery.
Thank you, Chair. Over the weekend, we received a number of statements of common ground produced and signed by the council and developers on all bar one of the sites in the north of the city. Including within 3 of those sites were timetables for planning approval process commencing in early 26. And I'd like to know, first of all, why has this been done in just the sites in the north? Where does this stand in procedural terms in what we're doing here? Because it appears to be a commitment to move forward with the developers at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Does the council just want to quickly explain the process to Mr. Livery?
Yeah, the statements of common ground that were issued last week do relate to the sites in the north of the city, but we are working and will be publishing similar statements of common ground with the other site promoters in the other parts of the city as well. The inspectors asked us to make sure that the statements of any published information was made available as early as possible in the process, and obviously we've got a large amount of work to get through, but we do intend to publish statements of common ground for those other sites within the next few days.
Just to say that in terms of the proposed timetables within those documents, we will be coming to that issue when we have the site-specific sessions. So we'll be coming to that in due course. Thank you. Is it Mr. Ash or Mrs. Hunstall?
Just coming back to, obviously, cross-border agreements with neighbouring councils. In the logistics report that is actually in the documentation, it does state that if you had consulted earlier, potentially between Doncaster and Bassetlaw, there was enough employment land there to cover Sheffield's whole employment needs. And I do understand that obviously the letters were very late, but obviously in this documentation, I'm guessing that due to the nature and structure of what you're asking, I would have thought this would have been an ongoing thing years ago, not a few months ago. So I'm just want to speculate that obviously in the logistics report that it does state that there's enough employment land with neighbouring councils to cover Sheffield's needs, if you'd have cooperated with them.
Sorry, can you just refer to me to the report then and the date of that?
It's the Sheffield Logistics Study. It's dated 2022 December from ICENI. SENA.
And the paragraph you're referring to says that Bassetlaw is, no, I don't ask you to, you don't have to have the paragraph number, that's fine, but just the content of it. So it's saying that Bassetlaw has room, and there was another authority you mentioned.
Yes, it mentions that if they'd have looked and cooperated with the Bassetlaw, then there's enough space with their projections of what they'd have to actually cover Sheffield's needs. Yeah.
Can I get the council's response to that, please?
Yes, I mean, the question of the supply of land for logistics and general employment was considered extensively last year, and I think obviously you reached your preliminary conclusions last year, concluding that there was sufficient supply within Sheffield for logistics, but the shortfall was in terms of general employment land, and we would concur with that view.
Can I?
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Ash?
Yeah, if you're saying that it's just general employment, then obviously the employment land, when I'm looking at some of the documents, if I'm corrected, you've actually allowed for some logistics sites. So you've obviously just said that you don't need logistics sites now then?
Sorry, would the council just like to confirm the nature of the employment allocations you put forward for Mr. Ash?
Yeah, the employment allocations would potentially allow logistics or B8 use class within those allocations, but we think that's appropriate in terms of allowing flexibility at this stage in terms of the use of those sites. You know, the actual uses would obviously be determined further down the line when a planning application comes in, and obviously that's something we would monitor in terms of overall delivery across all sites, both the proposed additional greenbelt sites and the employment sites that are within the existing urban area.
Thank you. Mr. Ash?
So if I just get that correct, we don't exactly know what we need then?
Don't think that's what they said, but please confirm.
Yeah, the logistics study, I think that Mr. Ash is referencing, that is the part of the logistics study that looks at the supply of large-scale logistics as originally proposed in the plan. At that point, it looked at the wider catchment, including Doncaster, Rotherham and broader neighbours, to see what, from our perspective as Sheffield putting the plan forward, was actually already provided in the wider market area to help us explain why we felt that the large-scale logistics allocations that were put forward in the original plan were appropriate. As Mr. Vincent says, that was considered through earlier stages of the examination. I think the broad view that we reached looking at the broader employment supply was that we had a suitable supply of large-scale logistics when taking into account new supply that was identified and that broader sort of wider property market. And obviously they were preliminary findings, and actually the shortfall from a Sheffield perspective at this point in time is general employment, and what we've sought to bring forward are additional allocations for that general employment shortfall.
Thank you. Can we move on then to, I think Mr. Hobson, you were next. Thank you.
Thank you. Sort of going back to the collaboration with other councils and other areas, I think certainly the documentation I've read, and I think what you've alluded to, is more around sort of other areas' capacity to take some of this housing, or at least help out with that. I'd just like to sort of ask the council, has there been, and to what detail has there been, consideration around other councils' local plans, and specifically Greenbelt allocation? The reason I ask that is, again, going back to North East Derbyshire, like I say, they have a series of sites, and quite a lot of those are concentrated in the north east and northwest of Derbyshire, so the southeast of Sheffield. And looking at that from above, and you take into consideration the southeast sites, the Derbyshire sites, also take into consideration the site that Boyer Planning are putting forward as part of their representation. It's very much the definition of urban sprawl, right? It's a less than 10 square kilometre area with nearly 2 square kilometres of greenbelt deletion. And obviously the framework defines that it should be positively prepared and being informed by agreements with other authorities. Has there been any agreement about, and I know you can't necessarily stop them, but we are putting forward X site, what sites are you putting forward, and trying to sort of, you know, think about the larger interests of urban sprawl across boundaries.
Thank you for your comment. Does the council want to just very briefly respond? I don't have any questions on this, so if you can just make it very brief.
Morning. Yes, I think I just want to reiterate what I mentioned before, that obviously as part of the duty to cooperate as a wider area, we do speak to colleagues in other areas, obviously, and we're also statutory consultees when they do their own consultation. They've recently done a Regulation 18 consultation on issues and options, but there's no decision that I'm aware of yet as to what sites they are going to be putting forward into their Regulation 19 local plan, and therefore what the impact of that on Sheffield will be. But obviously, when the time is appropriate, we will hold those conversations, because they will also need those to support the work on their local plan, the same as we would on our local plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just check with the council what was happening with the music and whether it's going to stop?
We can't move him. We've asked facilities management within this building just to see whether our city centre ambassadors feel that he's in an appropriate pitch, but he is not willing to move, and he says he'll be there for 3 hours. He was willing to move for a fee, but we didn't have enough money between us to pay him.
Should we put in some requests? I mean...
What did you say? You're going to give him a fee to move? Is that?
Yeah, he wanted £30.
So, I mean, I'm finding it extremely difficult to concentrate. So, and these people along that side must be finding it even harder. I think it's going to be an issue. If it's going to go on for 3 hours, I really can't focus on what people are saying.
Let me take that away again. I'll sort it out.
I think what we'll do is we'll continue, you know, until lunchtime. But then I think if you're able to like try and sort it, because it's really difficult. I don't know as well in terms of like the online viewers whether it's interfering with their hearing as well. I don't know how that's sounding online because it's quite loud from here. Anyway, right, we'll soldier on for now as we did with the sound issue before. Mrs. Hunstall, you're next.
Just to pick up on what Jonathan was saying, we have exactly the same problem in S35 with regards to the building plans of Barnsley and Rotherham. We have a very narrow gap at the edge of S35. We've got Barnsley encroaching towards us, and they've done significant development already with regards to employment land, and there are also now plans in place to do significant housing development. If we do the same backwards, then effectively we are merging Barnsley and Sheffield. So that's a similar problem. There was a couple of things that I also wanted to pick up by way of the legal and procedural aspects. So from a plan perspective, we do not believe that this plan has been positively prepared, justified, effective and consistent with NPPF paragraph 35. As a community group, we do agree that there needs to be a local plan to support sustainable growth. We have no argument with that. However, from this plan's perspective, certainly with the additional sites, we do not believe that this is the right plan. And certainly from a buy-in perspective, I think, there is no buy-in to this plan. So from a resident's point of view, I obviously speak. However, from a council's perspective, with the vote on the plan, the Lib Dems voted against this plan, Reform voted against this plan, the Independents have voted against this plan, and Labour themselves have said that spatially this is not the right plan. So I think from a positive preparation perspective, I think, that as an outcome is telling you that this plan has not been positively prepared. Also with regards to exceptional circumstances proven, and the Brownfield First policy in accordance with the paragraph 141 of the NPPF, this is based on call for sites back into 2019, and obviously very much developer and landowner led with regards to available sites coming forward. However, we do not believe that there has been an exhaustion of the brownfield sites, and have produced, our community group have produced a document where brownfield sites that haven't even been considered by the council have been included in that, and that's exam 141 that we've submitted, ma'am. And then finally, from a site availability point of view, where I'd like to pick up a procedural issue, there has been land included in that plan that has not been deemed as available. When this was made known on the 24th of April, this whole plan, the landowner associated with site NE36 made it known that he was not willing to sell his land and therefore wanted it to be removed. That was not removed, and the council went forward with a vote on the 14th of May in the knowledge that this land was not available, and that land has remained within the plan right through the consultation up until Friday, where it was finally removed from the plan, which obviously has caused significant stress to the farmer in question, who's 76 years old, and has said all along he has never ever agreed to this, to his land and his home being involved in the plan. So certainly from a procedural issue, I wanted to raise that too.
Thank you. Just to say that some of the issues you've raised will be covered at site-specific sessions. So the issue of the gap and the land that's not available that you say. And then also you mentioned about the list of other brownfield sites. So we will come to that at tomorrow's session, which is again on strategic matters. Thank you. Mrs. Davison.
Hi. Yes, I just wanted to pick up on what was said earlier about the extra documents that were submitted and it being quite late in the day. Basically, to give an example, it's setting people at a disadvantage, because what we have prepared for the hearings is going to differ slightly considering the information that's being put forward in the statement of common ground. Just to give an example, the Norfolk Estate, the agreement with the Norfolk Estate, which was sent out at Friday at 8:30, that was commenting on things that were in the master plan that were submitted before the consultation started. I'm not clear on why it's taken the council so long to make a comment on the habitat quality and the selective removal of the buffers that is now in this document, and it sets for example, the Sheffield and Wildlife Trust, who are not here today, apart from myself, to be able to come back on that at the relevant time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, right, I think that concludes item 4. We'll move on to item 5. So this section of the agenda concerns the revised growth requirements and the spatial development strategy as set out in the Council's consultation paper. Dealing first then with the housing figure. So the submitted plan had a housing requirement of just over 34,000 houses up to the year 2039. And as I said before, in our post-hearings letter, the inspectors indicated that our initial views, we felt the figure was too low and failed to deliver the amount of housing actually needed in Sheffield over that period of time. So therefore, we recommended that the government's baseline minimum figure for Sheffield should be an appropriate figure that should be used, and therefore the consultation paper then, after going through the duty to cooperate process, has proposed a figure of about 38,000 homes over the plan period. So that's the context. So does anyone have comments? Obviously, we've set out our position in our post-hearings letter, but does anyone have any comments they wish to make at this point in time? Mrs. James, you were first.
Thank you, ma'am. I suppose firstly we support the fact that the suggestion's been made that the housing figure increases. We don't think it's gone far enough. The plan initially was prepared, it was a capacity-based plan prepared on the basis that there was lots of constraints and limited space available for development. We now know that through the additional sites, through the Greenbelt release, that it's not capacity constrained any longer, and we don't feel that the housing requirement's been uplifted sufficiently to reflect that, and also the plan period as well. We know that that was shortened to 13 years and not the recommended 15 to assist with housing supply, but I think it's already been mentioned earlier today. Even with that, I know housing land supply is a separate day, but even with that, upon adoption, there's not going to be a 5-year housing land supply. So appreciate, again, it's a transitional plan. It's been done under the transitional arrangements. However, sort of taking the word transitional, it sort of should be moving towards that local housing need, and at some point Sheffield is going to need to address that. Just having a quick look, for example, at sort of appreciate local housing need spits out a figure through the standard method, but just so you know, for example, affordable housing need, there's a huge need for affordable housing across Sheffield, and I think looking at the local housing need assessment in 2024, since 2022, affordable housing, there's only been an additional 1% of the need met. So there's a huge need for affordable housing, and you'd argue that a low housing figure just isn't going to help meet those affordable housing needs and high numbers on the housing register. So we just don't think it's ambitious enough to tackle a lot of the housing issues. And as I say, it was done on the basis of a constrained plan, and we don't now believe that's the case any longer. That's all for now, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Mrs. Ward, you might have been next, then I'll go around the table that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. So we agree with the comments that have just been raised in terms of the overall housing requirement, which we don't believe goes far enough in meeting the identified needs within Sheffield. In particular, paragraph 69A of the NPPF requires planning policies to identify a supply of specific deliverable sites for 5 years following the intended adoption date with an appropriate buffer. The Council's updated position on their housing land supply identifies a supply equivalent to 4.41 years, including a 5% buffer, which represents a shortfall on adoption of 16,000 dwellings. The council's approach to applying the 5% buffer we don't believe is consistent with national policy. They've applied a 5% buffer based on an estimated update of the housing delivery test result, which has not yet been published. Paragraph 80 of the NPPF states that until new housing delivery test results are published, the previously published rates should be used. So the council's reliance on an unpublished figure we don't believe is supported by national policy. The application of a 5% buffer we believe is premature, and instead a 20% buffer should be used. This would result in an even lower land supply of just 3.86 years upon adoption. And in your own post-hearing letter, you'll be aware at paragraph 31, you highlighted that the absence of the 5-year supply was a fundamental issue that would need to be resolved in order for the plan to be considered justified and consistent with national policy. The council is unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply with the application of either a 5% or a 20% buffer, and therefore we don't feel that the plan can be considered sound at this point. Additional sites which are deliverable within 5 years should be allocated to address this shortfall now and meet the housing requirement in the short term. Also, just finally, the overall housing requirement falls below that set out in the previous standard method, as it excludes the 35% urban uplift, and below the current standard method requirement, which would require an equivalent of over 41,000 dwellings over the plan period. And this demonstrates that housing needs are increasing, and by failing to meet the needs in the first 5 years of the plan period now means that there will already be a shortfall when the plan is reviewed in 5 years' time, and this doesn't reflect a positively prepared plan. So therefore, this further reiterates our point that further sites should be allocated now to ensure that the identified needs, including a buffer for the first 5 years of the plan period, have been met in full. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, the gentleman to your right, I always fail with your name, so I'm not going to try and repeat it.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Philip Chaffel-Selenko. I should have said earlier, I'm representing a consortium of different landowners today. I just wanted to, in terms of the housing requirement, I just wanted to follow up briefly what my colleague Kirsten Ward was saying. So we think that there is, and the figures show that there is a shortfall in supply in the short term. Looking at 2026-27, only 1,578 houses will be completed according to the council's figures. 2028-29, only 1,497 dwellings. So these figures are quite low compared to the proposed housing requirement. Overall, what that means is that there is a shortfall in the first 5 years of 1,664 dwellings. Applying the 5% buffer or applying the 20% buffer, it's almost 3,700 dwellings. So these figures are quite high, and especially concerning because it's the first 5 years of the plan period. Second, looking back the last 3 years, so 2020-23, those figures which are available, it shows that on average around 1,500 dwellings per year were completed in Sheffield. So again, this figure is quite low. It's 68% of the housing requirement. And then looking onwards, the upward trajectory based on the revised housing standard method, these figures says that there is an increase from 2,390 to 2,428 dwellings, and that it was only between December 2024 and May 2025. So there's a clear indication that this situation is worsening. And then my last point on that is in terms of flexibility. Now the council has proposed an additional 3,948 dwellings, which is more than the requirement. It's around 11.5%. But the question is that buffer enough? And I think we will see in the next few days, especially if we're talking about larger and strategic sites and their delivery. So overall, we would say, because there is a shortfall in supply in short term, a reason under delivery in terms of the last few years, and also an upward trajectory in the housing need, that the plan cannot be considered to have been positively prepared. And we would say that the figure of 2,236 dwellings per year should rather be exceeded, and suitable buffers should be added. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to say as well that in terms of the 5-year supply method and the buffer, we'll be coming back to that at the session on the 21st of November. But thank you for your points. Mr. Wood, you're next.
Thank you. Our position is we support the use of the baseline minimum figure, and we also recognise that a pragmatic approach is being taken to the plan period, and that all needs to be taken together, and we recognise that it's important to have a plan-led approach to accommodating growth. Our one comment on this is that requirement should not be any lower than the figure that you that has been set out in your post-hearing letter, and that the council is planning for. The two reasons for that have already been mentioned, so I won't go into them in depth. One is that 13-year plan period, and the second is that it is a transitional period, and we will be moving at some point to the standard housing method, which at this point would deliver a higher number. So those two figures give the context for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gregg next.
Thank you. Yes, so on behalf of Limes Developments, Limes are promoting CH05 and NES 39. And I think we're right to be a little bit concerned that, we may have a plan which, if it gets adopted, should it be found sound, then it may not be able to deliver a 5-year housing land supply at the point of adoption. And then my mind goes to 12, 18 months' time from now, when applications start to come forward on sites which are allocated in the plan, and priority should be given to those sites. We don't want to be in a situation where officers are distracted, resources taken away, members are distracted, the public are confused. If the council can't deliver a 5-year housing land supply, and there are speculative applications on grey belt sites across the city at the same time as having to deliver the plan. We want a plan-led system. Limes want to see the plan adopted. So I suppose we encourage inspectors to find a way through, to ensure that there is a robust plan in place. We encourage you to find a way through on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Price, you've got your nameplate up.
Yeah, thank you. I won't reiterate too much what colleagues at Tetlow King and DLP have been saying previously, but we agree in terms of we think the figure could be more ambitious. We understand the rationale why this is the case, but we feel it's not gone far enough. And again, this will be discussed at later sessions, so I don't want to go into too much detail now, but in terms of the flexibility that's been provided, we don't feel it only meets less than 1 year's supply worth of housing, and should 1 or 2 sites not come forward as expected, it risks an even further shortfall in the delivery. So I just want that to be noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Ash.
Thank you. Just to try and get a couple of things right, I'm presuming the plan's being based on national statistics and various other ways, which is, I'm guessing, is the norm regarding other cities and throughout the country. Sheffield is not the norm. Sheffield has a population growth of 0.7, whereas the UK average is roughly 3.7, Yorkshire number 6.6. So based on the Office of National Statistics, Sheffield is not the norm. the birth rate is a lot lower than what it is in other parts of the country, hence why Sheffield City Council are not building any more primary schools. They're actually going to be shutting them, projectedly, over the next couple of years. So, which sort of questions whether we need as much housing. So potentially, I'm just want to throw out, are the figures correct for Sheffield? I'd just like to question that. The growth assumptions appear optimistic as well. These are all assumptions. Obviously, again, birth rate dropping. Why? Has this been taken into consideration? And also, again, brown belt sites. I know the developers there across the tables are wanting to push for more housing and inflate the housing and employment land. But obviously, I'm proposing the need's not there, and there's potentially lots of brown belt sites that are available, and just because they may be a little bit more expensive to build on than fresh green belt virgin land, it doesn't fetch exceptional circumstances into the project, which makes the plan unsound. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's basically a government sort of methodology, your first point about how the approach. So it does look at each individual authority's birth rate, death rate, etc., and does take that sort of thing into account. On your second point about the brownfield sites, we will be coming back tomorrow on that issue though. Okay, so we move on then to the second bullet point under item 5, and I'll hand over to my colleague David Troy, who will be dealing with that.
Okay, moving on to the revised employment figure. The submitted plan, the Sheffield submitted plan showed an employment requirement of 217 hectares up to 2039, basically a requirement of 12.9 hectares per annum, broken down between general employment and large-scale logistics. In the Inspector's post-hearings letter, in our preliminary findings, obviously, we found the general employment requirements in terms of the evidence provided was justified, but we felt that the large-scale logistics requirement was not and needed to be amended to reflect the information that had been provided in terms of land supply. So basically, the evidence provided was that there was basically 41 hectares of large-scale logistics available, and we basically indicate our primary findings that should be provided. But also, touching on the early point about the wider region, is that we felt that to take on board the issues of large-scale logistics being cross-boundary, that there'd be a need for an early review as well of the local plan to look at large-scale logistics. Taking those into account, the original figure of employment figure of 217 in the revised figure, we've recommended a slightly higher figure of 237.2 hectares, basically in terms of broken down between employment and large-scale logistics. So I just wanted to get any comments really from anybody in terms of whether they've got any comments on the higher employment land requirements. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, obviously, I think I'd just like to say that we support the figure of 237.2 hectares of employment land in terms of the requirement to be inserted into policy SP1. Obviously, we think that reflects your paragraph 48 in terms of your post-hearings hearings response from earlier this year. I think in coming to that figure, obviously, we just need to reflect and appreciate where we've actually come from, which was obviously a plan that was submitted with insufficient employment land, an element of employment that obviously didn't provide for the economic growth aspirations of that identified for the South Yorkshire region and the Yorkshire and Humber as a whole, or reflected the government's approach in terms of economic growth or the National Planning Policy Framework. I think it's entirely appropriate and fair, and obviously the Council have sought to provide a balanced approach to providing the employment that's now identified in terms of the additional sites. One area obviously we highlighted, which is obviously around the Council's consideration in terms of the windfall. Obviously we'll come back to that when we come to the employment supply session, which I think is programmed in November. Obviously our position is that given the discussions that we had last year and the sites that we assessed and analysed, obviously we don't feel that windfall in terms of employment is actually new provision. It's generally sites that are existing employment sites that are being reworked for employment. So, but obviously, nevertheless, we can come back to that. I don't think that's something that we need to discuss today. So, in short, I think the Council are moving forward in a positive fashion in terms of identifying employment sites. One area, obviously, we'd just like to highlight, obviously, I think your paragraph 48 suggests that there needs to be an early plan review, obviously relating into the wider large-scale logistics that I think, obviously, can come forward in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Michelinsky, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly add in terms of housing need and forecast of job growth, and referring to the library document HS06, Housing, Economic Growth and Demographic Modelling Report from ICENI, July 2021. And in there, the baseline and policy on scenarios already aligned with a housing requirement of 2217 to 2323 dwellings per annum. But this is already before any further employment land is added into the modeling. However, now with the new figure, apparently, and the proposed new figure, including a further 67.35 hectares of new employment land, that of course will generate a further economic activity, which in turn will lead to population growth and additional housing need. So we just wanted to raise that because we think that is an issue. If employment land will be increased, then of course there will also be an increased housing need. Thank you.
Okay, if you want to just come back on the last point, I think in terms of Mr. Rose's point, yes, the windfall discussion will take place at the employment land supply session that we've got in November. But yeah, we'll pick up on that particular point. So just the implications maybe of the actual sort of population forecast slightly knocking a knock-on effect in terms of the housing. Have you got any comments to make on that at this stage?
Thank you. Yes, just to wrap up on a handful of the points that have been made. Obviously, we agree with the revised growth requirements that were set out in your letter on the 6th of February. In relation to Mr. Svangrol's point about the impact of additional jobs growth on population, obviously we would need to double check that in the ICENI modelling, which was HS06 and 07. But that was a really broad range that was set out there in terms of housing needs. In fact, the housing requirement before us today sits within the range of 1,994 to 2323, which considers a wide range of different economic level, different economic growth rates, which, as I understand it, would more than capably take on board the additional employment coming out of the additional sites that we have here. But to have a firm answer on that, we would have to take that away, because that's just sort of in relation to a speculative comment. I think just another point to clarify is obviously there was a previous mention made of the fact that the housing need figures coming out of the standard method obviously change every year, and we need to consider where that sits in relation to the figure that we're considering. But just to confirm that the figure that we're considering that we've taken from your letter of the 6th of February does indicate that we would be at more than 80% of the housing need figure, putting us in the position where we wouldn't need to undertake an early review of the local plan on the basis of paragraphs 234 to 237 of the December 2024 framework. So that's a point of clarification there. I think one other thing that a handful of people at the table have raised around the 5-year housing land point, we've already talked that we will have a session on housing land supply currently scheduled for the 21st of November, and at that point, as you've already noted, we will have the opportunity to explore in full the trajectory, the 5-year housing land supply position, and the appropriate buffer to be applied. We've previously discussed the possibility of applying a step trajectory when we had hearings last year, and we think that that would be appropriate, and we would welcome your advice on what you might require from us in advance of that session to aid discussion at that point.
Mr. Ash, is it? Yeah, thank you.
Aye, thank you. I'd just like to question a couple of points. I don't believe that the employment land allocation has taken into account future processes and needs, mainly, obviously, automation, a lot of employment logistics and new and various other, should I say, trades and things are now pushing towards automation. We're just looking at the report here saying, obviously, at the moment, people are looking, especially Amazon, are looking at reducing their labour force by up to 60% over the next 10 years and pushing towards automation completely throughout some of their logistic warehouses. And obviously, how things are bought now online. So potentially, there's no need getting less and less reliant on bricks and mortar to actually go in and doing it. I don't believe this has been taken into consideration. So again, the projections, but obviously the things that are looking now on the counterbalance is that this hasn't been taken into consideration. Also, I've got to really question the location of the employment sites. You're looking at putting employment sites in S35, which has got one of the lowest unemployment rates in Sheffield. So if we don't need jobs in S35, where you're going to get the labour from, which only means that you're going to have to bus them in, which obviously goes against PPF regulations and obviously goes against sustainability, which obviously questions that again. And also, I believe Sheila Holden, one of the Inspectorate's transport advisors, has actually mentioned that the transport hierarchy, obviously this has not been taken into consideration whatsoever. So I'm proposing that the sites that you've actually chosen are in the wrong areas. They need to be more spatially distributed. And actually, if you're going to build employment land, build it in areas where there's a need for employment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to come on to distribution of employment under item 8, where we just talk about the spatial distribution a bit more, but that's fine. The council got any comments about automation in terms of whether that was sort of built in, obviously the progress in terms of the way logistics are going? I thought I'd sort of, if you just got a comment you want to make on that particular point from Mr. Ash at this stage. Wondering, I've noticed somebody else has got the name tag up. Sorry, I didn't pick up on in the corner. So if you just want to make your comments as well. Sorry, I didn't pick up there.
Fine.
Thank you.
apologies, and if I've missed my opportunity, tell me to be quiet, but I just wanted to respond to something that the planning officer just raised there. It does relate to the housing requirement, I'm afraid, but it was just because it was brought up. I wondered if I could briefly respond. Thank you. It was just on the stepped trajectory, and I appreciate that is for the housing supply date, but just because it was brought up, I just wanted to note that we don't support a stepped trajectory, and again, we can discuss that more on the housing supply day, just that I think that was suggested when there was a lot of strategic sites that were going to take quite a long time to come forward, sort of complex sites to deliver, so the stepped trajectory might help with that, whereas now if we're including a lot more of the smaller greenbelt sites, that necessarily isn't the case, that those longer leading times might be needed. So it was just to put a note down in response to what was raised about the step trajectory. Thank you.
I think we'll pick up that point in the housing land supply session, but just coming back onto the automation and obviously in terms of logistics, just that point if the council are just going to respond on that, and then we can move on from this point.
I think we will take that away and check with Lichfield in terms of our employment land review. I think we're comfortable the baseline data in the strategic logistics study takes automation into account. I think the other point to make is as things do become more automated, it doesn't mean you'll need smaller buildings and smaller sites. In fact, it's potentially the opposite in terms of the consequences of things becoming more automated. So maybe a conversation around sort of the need for the yield from an employment point of view, but the space that the buildings will take will remain the same, if not greater.
Okay, then moving on to item number 6. So this concerns the Council's revised spatial development strategy. So this is not about the distribution of growth, because we will cover that under item 7. This is a very sort of technical question, so to speak, about the spatial strategy. The Council, obviously, by proposing more growth, has moved away from a brownfield urban area-based strategy, and is now seeking the higher growth figure with focused growth in the urban area still, but with also a release of a mix of strategic and smaller sustainable sites, which is option 6 in their integrated impact assessment work. So does anyone have any comments on that very specific new strategy? Now, if you've got any comments on the distribution of the housing land supply, if that can wait until item 7. No doubt that you know, I'm looking at the community groups around the table, I know that you've got particular concerns about this point. Does anyone have any comments on the spatial strategy point? Mr. Clapp.
Yes, what we want to highlight is that in the first instance, a number of emission sites were discounted because the prevailing strategy was that the greenbelt land would not be developed. But what's clear is that under the new strategy, those emission sites appear not to have been revisited. And had the emission sites been reconsidered, or indeed a new call for sites exercise being conducted, then it appears to us that many of the distribution issues that we'll come on to in a moment could have been avoided. So what essentially this boils down to is there's a totally new, and I think it's fair to characterise it as a dramatically different strategy is now being pursued. And it's a point that we'll pick up further in item 9, I think, if we may. But what really needs to happen is there needs to be a revisit to the emission sites and probably a new call for sites exercise with a view to informing that radically new strategy.
Thank you very much. I've noted your points. I think, Mr. Livery, you were next.
Thank you, ma'am. You said in your letter of February, paragraph 14, that you requested at stage 1 hearings that the plan should be expanded to include smaller site options on greenfield land and greenbelt on the grounds this is a reasonable alternative. And certainly option 6 indicates that it is a mix of strategic locations and small sites. However, the plan that's proposed has got all the sites in strategic locations, whether fully developed or partially developed, but there and available to extend in the future. Can we explain why the small site options haven't been pursued? Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, in terms of the impact assessment, the table 8.1, it impact assessment, the table 8.1, it identifies a supply of greenbelt release, strategic and smaller as well. I actually just, before I ask the council just to respond to that, I do have a question actually. If you could look at table 8.1, I don't know if you've got it open in front of you. And you've got the strategic scale greenbelt release sites. Shall I just pause? It's fine. It's table 8.1 on page 68 of the impact assessment, the new document, exam 125B.
Excuse me, while we're just finding the right page, could you repeat the question?
So I haven't asked the question yet. I was waiting for you to get to the page.
Okay, we have table 8.1 on the screen.
Okay, so if you look at the row that says other greenbelt release strategic, it's got a figure of 1,720 under option 6. Yep, option 6 column. And then the dispersed, which I assume means the small scale, 1,719, so similar figure, so equal distribution effectively. So the figure for the strategic, can you just confirm for me which sites that involves? I'm guessing it might be SES 29 and 30, but I couldn't make the figures add up.
Thank you. That's a really helpful question, actually, and I think we will address this somewhere else in the agenda. I can't quite remember when. Just to be clear, table 8.1, in terms of those greenbelt release scenarios, whether strategic or dispersed, that is consideration of the general impact of those approaches. It's not allied to a specific site or sites. I can't find the reference right now in the document where it clarifies that, but particularly there's a pertinent point that with the dispersed sites, obviously the output of the impact assessment considering those range of dispersed sites in the plan would vary depending on which sites they were. So this table is to indicate what level of growth from each of those factors would play into those different scenarios, such that it can then consider what, broadly speaking, the outcomes would be in terms of the IIA of those different approaches. So it's not a particular strategic site, it's the impact of that figure coming from strategic sites. Does that help?
Okay, it's just that they're very, very specific figures in here, so it doesn't appear to be a broad strategy. It appears to be, it's come from some specific sites, hasn't it? If you're able just to check, obviously I don't need the answer today, but if you can just check and let me know which sites that actually relates to.
I think I can answer that question now. The answer to the question is the two lines that relate to greenbelt release, strategic or dispersed, total 3,539 homes, which is the shortfall of homes that we were seeking to identify through this extra part of the plan.
Perhaps if I could just ask for a note then when you just explain where those figures are from. I can see that it's like an equal split in effectively. I had read the table as being the actual supply based on your consultation paper. It's not. That's a general sort of approach.
That's right, yeah. So that the figure where they are 1720 and 1719 respectively, they just total 3,539 altogether. So that's to indicate throughout the appraisal what the likely sustainability benefits or disbenefits would be of an approach that took a balanced approach to to dispersed and strategic sites. That's what that option 6 represents.
Okay, so just to confirm then, if you're able to prepare a note that just explains that table, but then also provides the breakdown of the actual allocation sites, which you consider are strategic and which you consider are small, dispersed sites. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if I can just clarify, Mum, I think we've addressed this probably in a question tomorrow, actually. So we'll be able to provide that to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Right, I can see a few other nameplates up. I didn't see which order it went up in, so Mr. Wood.
Sorry, I'll start again. So in terms of degree of revision of the spatial development strategy, I think I'll address that mainly under the next question. But in terms of just focusing on this proposed spatial development strategy, 3 main points I'd like to make. First one, and I won't go at length on this one, that the council have considered reasonable alternatives in terms of what the NPPF requires the council to do in arriving at this strategy, in terms of looking at the opportunities within the urban area, the densities and neighbouring authorities. We've covered that already, but I think it's important to recognise that. I think secondly then to draw on the integrated impact assessment as referenced in the question, and just really to sort of look at there's options 4, 5 and 6, which I think are sort of need consideration around this. One of those is around looking at sort of the more strategic releases on its own. The second, just having smaller sites, and then the one that provides the basis of this approach is option 6. I think what we get from the integrated impact assessment is that there are pros and cons, particularly of sort of options 4 and 5, and I think what you get is with option 6 is sort of a blend of those, and it gives you the sort of, in effect, the best approach to move forward on. And I think it's important that that also allows, through the site selection approach, which we'll be looking at more tomorrow, that it gives you more opportunity to actually select sites that have sustainable characteristics. So you've got to sort of look at the two together, but I think it's so important to highlight that. And I think it's also important, just to contextualise this, to also look that there were options 7 and 8, which also included the 35% uplift. So again, we've got to sort of look at all the options that were being put forward and where option 6 lands on those, and in terms of the sort of harm associated with that. So that's the second area. The third really is around really what the planning system is about, which is about the achievement of sustainable development. I think if we look at the, to not draw too heavily on the NPPF, but paragraph 8 talks about a range of homes, and paragraph 60 talks about a variety of land to come forward where it is needed. And I think in terms of that key question about where is it needed, I would draw attention to the Strategic Housing Market Assessment document, HS05. Now, SHMARs, as they're called, sort of are often looked at in terms of providing information about the type of housing, which it does, and clearly that's not sort of relevant at the moment. But what the Housing Market Assessment also does, and I'd just draw your attention to table 5.16 in that document, it also gives an indication about the geography of need and where people are looking for homes across the city. And the assessment highlights that there are 13 housing market areas, and actually that people are looking for homes and to be able to move to, in effect, all of those housing market areas. So we need to sort of put that into the balance in terms of the meeting housing needs. And then just to sort of stand back in terms of the sort of the sites that then come forward and the location of those, there's a really quite a range of sort of sustainability outcomes that this revised strategy helps to achieve. One, given that there's an important focus on the city centre, but what this revised strategy enables is a wider sort of range of house types and sizes to come forward across Sheffield to meet the different needs of different groups in the community. So there is the demand there for family housing, detached, semi-detached housing, and people not necessarily wanting to live in a more central location, granted that the balance is still focused on that. So it gives this opportunity to meet local needs in different communities across the city, which is important and goes back to the NPPF. What that also does, it allows for a greater spread of affordable housing across different parts of the city, which again is important to meeting needs in different parts of the city. In combination with the site selection approach, it allows different sites that are still within walking distance of public transport, corridors, services and facilities to be brought forward. And in that, it has an economic benefit as well, that it supports businesses in those localities in terms of customers. So really what the sort of point we're trying to make is that there are a range of different sustainability benefits that actually this revised strategy will help to increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we'll go in that order around the table. Just a reminder that we're not talking about the distribution of housing at the moment. We're just still very much on the spatial strategy. Mr. Seneco.
Thank you, ma'am. Just want to say we broadly agree with the revised spatial development strategy, option 6, in terms of the benefits it brings, including positive effects relating to housing, health and well-being, transport and biodiversity. We also think that a mix of strategic and smaller sites within the Greenbelt is a favorable approach regarding housing delivery, albeit we just spoke about table 8.1 in the IIA, and this split of strategic and dispersed sites is slightly misleading because that's not reflecting what the council actually is proposing with the new Greenbelt sites. We would say that a stronger emphasis on smaller sites and an overall higher level of housing delivery in the Greenbelt is needed. And if I just may explain that a bit in more detail, if we look at the sites, the proposed additional sites the council is proposing, only 2 of those sites are below 100 dwellings, and a third is just above 100 dwellings. So these are only 3 sites out of the 10, plus the one which is a mixed-use site. All other additional proposed sites are substantially larger, ranging between 150 and up to 870 dwellings. However, in general terms, larger strategic sites tend to have a longer lead-in time and extended build-out periods. And there is a risk that if we would be dependent on large strategic sites, that they will not come forward in time. But smaller sites could help with the delivery of much-needed housing in the short term. And I think that is leading back what I was saying at the beginning, that there is a shortfall in supply in the short term, and that leads me and brings me to smaller additional sites, which we, DLP, have submitted, a total of 7 additional sites, 5 of which clients I'm representing today. Just one of those 2 examples is Crimiker Lane, for example, reference 1.2074. That's located in Lodgemore Fullwood. It's a small site with 30 dwellings. Is available now, can be easily delivered within the next 5 years. A second example is Cinderhill, reference
Sorry,
1.1.
can I stop you there? Because you're talking about emission sites, aren't you?
Yes, I do.
So I'd prefer if you don't talk about the emission sites, because we're here to talk about the actual strategy and the actual allocation of sites the council's put forward. I have obviously read your representations, so I'm aware.
Okay. I just wanted to make that point, that there are additional sites and smaller sites available. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Ward.
Thank you. We're broadly supportive of the council's revised spatial development strategy and the fact that it's going to allow sort of a mix of strategic and smaller sites to come forward, particularly those in the Greenbelt. We do question the assessment of sustainability of some of the sites in terms of the approach that the council has taken to identifying them as part of the strategy, and whether particularly previously developed parcels within the Greenbelt have been overlooked, where those could form part of that strategy and sort of represent sustainable forms of development. I'd also just like to highlight, in terms of the revised development strategy, whether it has sufficiently taken account
of meeting all housing needs, including the specialist needs of different groups, particularly older people. I'm aware the council's own evidence in the local housing needs assessment identifies that the older population is expected to grow significantly by over 23,000 people over the plan period. And we believe that through this revised spatial development strategy, it may not have sufficiently taken those needs into account, particularly through the allocation of sites within the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions on that because we have actually covered older persons housing already at previous sessions. Sorry, Mrs. Price, is that your nameplate?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that we, again, broadly support option 6. I think we've kind of made it quite clear in our past hearing statements and representations that we didn't consider the council could rely fully on previously developed land and just city centre development, as this didn't provide the right type of housing or family homes or delivered the required capacity needed. So we feel this provides a more balanced approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I turn to Mrs. James, can I just quickly ask the council, just to double check with you, your definition of strategic in this sense, because I had assumed it was 1,000 dwellings because that was the figure that had been used before in your integrated impact assessment work.
That's right, yes, the IIA sets out that that's 1,000 dwellings, and section 7 of that report looks at the locations that were covered through it, some of which are single sites, but often they are a cluster of sites that form that quantum as a bundle. But we'll return in question 7 tomorrow, I think, to how sites were selected, and at that point we can set out quite clearly which of the sites that we're considering here fall within either the dispersed or the strategic category for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. James.
Thank you. It's just a short point really to pick up on something that was said right at the start. We also wanted to make the point that a lot of the emission sites weren't revisited properly, and we also are of the view that a full Greenbelt review needs to be undertaken and a fresh call for sites. As the gentleman was about to say, I know you don't want to hear about emission sites, but I'm sure you've read about them in our representations, so I won't add anything further to those. But yeah, we just think that a full-scale review needs to be undertaken and a proper call for sites done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And turning to the other side of the table, Mr. Towton.
Yeah, I don't want to give the site specifics, so something about emission, how sites have been addressed sustainable development, and also I'm very welcome you looking at the balance between strategic and smaller sites. I know you've seen it, information is that shared, because we do feel that there's been a focus on larger sites. Nothing in particular with the growth strategy, its application, although we do seem to have a number of revised growth strategies as we go along. I'm just asking if anything about the mix could be shared, because you did ask for that information.
Yes, the council has confirmed that tomorrow they'll be discussing that in greater detail, so that's good. Mr. Ash.
Yeah, just a quick one. So I think I don't want to reiterate the points that's all been spoken about. Is that better? Yeah, all right. So yeah, just a quick one. Obviously, the spatial development strategy seems the areas that have been taken again is larger sites, especially in our area, and I feel the infrastructure has not been taken into account. It's not on a tram line, it's not, the train station's not very capable, there's no parking at the train station, so I think the number of housing that you're planning in the area is totally in the wrong location, especially when Sheffield zone housing requirement reports previously state there's more housing need in the southwest, and it just seems that obviously it just looks like you've just picked big sites, and instead of picking on some of the smaller sites that's already been spoken about, which would be able to absorb the housing numbers a lot more easily than obviously what our areas would. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments under item 6. Looking at the time, it's 1:10. I think rather than start item 7, I think it's better to take a break now, because I know there's quite a lot of concerns about under item 7. So looking at the council, we're obviously a little bit behind timing, so are you okay with 30 minutes lunch? Yeah, everyone okay? Okay, so if we can take 30 minutes, and that means coming back at 22, is that correct? Yeah. Is that right? Yeah, sorry. 22, thank you. As there's quite a few people missing, we'll just wait a few minutes, everyone. Okay, I think everyone's here, so we'll resume then with item 7, and that is the distribution of housing land supply across the city. So we have table 1 in the consultation paper that sets out the distribution of supply. In terms of the overall supply, in the third column, it shows that obviously most would be in the city centre, but there would be quite a lot within the east and southeast portions of the city. And then in terms of the additional Greenbelt release sites, in the second column, it shows that these are generally focused in the southeast and northeast of the city. So that's Handsworth and Grenoside, Ecclesfield areas generally. Now, obviously, I'm aware that there's quite a few concerns around the table about the distribution of growth. So if you have any comments, then please place your nameplate on its side and I'll bring you in. You might, as part of your comments, you might wish to touch on the second bullet point as well, which is about the socio-economic inequalities, which I think was a point raised by a few of the groups around the table. Okay, so I'm just going to take it in the order from my left onwards, because I think you're all sort of around the same time. So Mrs. Hunstall first, please. Oh, sorry, I'll go back on that. No, because otherwise, if I start there, I'll forget you. So Mr. Hobson, you're first.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know there's probably going to be a lot of detail from the S35 group, so I don't want to sort of steal their thunder on this topic, but yes, I mean, the first thing I'll state is that, again, Leader of the Council, Tom Hunt, has stated that he feels that it's an unfair distribution. I think it doesn't get any clearer than that. It's quite clear to see from the sites that were submitted and not included that, you know, there's a weight of those that were in the west of the city. With the southeast, there's obviously a lot of burden on the southeast in general, obviously specifically around Handsworth and S12, with obviously already existing developments being there as well, including things like Waverley. But what I would state as well is that in terms of social economic differences and things like that between the west and the southeast, it is documented in several council documents as well as House of Commons documents about things like health inequalities between, say, S12 and Hallam constituencies. Incidences of things like COPD and asthma increased in the southeast, but also, you know, more general things like quality of education, you know, likeliness to higher education. There's a whole heap of social economic constraints that, you know, the southeast specifically is impacted a lot by compared to the west. again, I don't want to steal too much from S35, but obviously exam 141 does highlight a number of other brownfield and greenfield sites that, you know, some may be in the west as well. But the distribution in general, really, it's been commented not only from a community perspective, but all the way up to the council, that it is fundamentally not equal. I'll probably come back to some more points, but that's the first sort of statement I'd like to make.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hunstall.
Okay, so the table that you reference, basically the council is implying that the spatial distribution is better than it is by calling the areas North East, North West and Chapeltown and High Green separately. These are actually all S35 postcodes, so they all sit within one postcode. That postcode of S35 has 9 of the 14 Greenbelt parcels that have been proposed, all of which are within a 15 to 20 minute drive of each other. So I think from a spatial point of view, I think that gives you a clue that actually they aren't as spatially distributed as you're probably led to believe looking at that table. Some of the sites are actually very poorly located in relation to shops, open spaces and public transport. Significant development, as I've already said, because of our location also coming in from Barnsley and Rotherham. So spatially, you know, we are very much getting enclosed by not only housing but also a lot of industry as well. We're becoming a glorified industrial unit. So from a land perspective, a Greenbelt allocation land perspective, 90% of the Greenbelt land that's been proposed to be taken up for development actually sits in just two postcodes in Sheffield, and that's ourselves and S13, which, you know, I think again is a good figure to show that spatially distribution-wise we are not. And then just picking up on the point finally around socio-economic distribution, we have actually done quite a lot of work around this with regards to the alignment of sites and the socio-economic distribution of that. So I just wanted to give a rundown of the areas. So for an S35, we have almost 50% of the Greenbelt allocation within our postcode. We have an indices of multiple deprivation score of 5.79. For Handsworth, S13, they have got over 40% of the Greenbelt allocation within their postcode. They have an IMD score of 3.54, so the lower the figure, the worse the deprivation effectively. For S12, who are represented here today, they've got around about 5% of the Greenbelt allocation, and they have an IMD score of 4.6. By converse, S10 in the west of Sheffield have less than 4% of the Greenbelt allocation in their postcode. They have an IMD score of 8.82. As I said, higher is better. S17 have just over 1% of Greenbelt allocated, and they have again an IMD score of 8.26. And for S11 that has no Greenbelt allocation, they've got an IMD score of 8.9. So I think it very clearly shows there's a correlation between where Greenbelt sites have been allocated and those being more working class communities with higher levels of deprivation. So I think, you know, just basically to sum up, and this is on the back also, so Sean Bean has obviously jumped on the media and said that, you know, working class communities are being targeted. Hopefully that shows that, you know, we have done the work to prove that that is the case, that's not just narrative. So I think overall, you know, the conclusion that we want to draw as well is that some of the sites in S35, they are deemed as S35. However, there are postcodes that border those sites. So there's an S5, which borders one of the sites, NES37. They have an IMD score of 2.6. And S6 also borders one of the sites in NES38, and they have an IMD score which is one of the lowest of 1. So again, you know, deprived communities are going to be feeling the most impact from this Greenbelt allocation. So I think overall what we just wanted to state was that, you know, from a local plan perspective, it feels like it's bad planning, it feels like it's very unfair, but it also feels that it entrenches socio-economic inequality. And also from a using these sites between these postcodes, you're effectively then merging postcodes as well, and entrenching the, you know, the inequality even further. So I just wanted to pick up on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Davison.
Hi. Yes, following on from what Joe has quite rightly said, the S35, you're looking at two separate things, but in reality, it's all in one parish. For the S35, most of that falls within the Ecclesfield parish border. We have just 6% of the population of Sheffield within our parish, but we are getting 51% of the Greenbelt release. That's over 100 hectares of land. So the question is it disproportionate? And the answer is yes, it's grossly disproportionate. It doesn't just affect us, the same goes for S13, they are heavily hit as well. It's out of scale, it will overwhelm our local services and our infrastructure, it will do harm to our landscape, our wildlife, and the well-being of our communities. It's essentially shows to it to be an unsound plan. Yeah, basically.
Thank you. I've obviously read your representation, so I'm aware of your concerns. Thank you. Mr. Clapp, next.
Thank you very much. The point's been put extremely persuasively by those who've spoken already. I'm not going to repeat that. I just want to show you some numbers for your notes. And for your note, these are all set out at page 16 of the James Bailey submission document, which you'll have at reference 1.1902. You'll see on that page that the southeast sub-area was allocated 3,064 homes on the submission plan, which itself was over double any other sub-area other than central. And the new allocations comprise 1,638 dwellings, which is significantly more than any other sub-area is expected to accept. And indeed, the additional dwellings, the 1,638 that are proposed, comprise more than the total of the allocations in 6 of the 9 other sub-areas. So that gives you a sense of the disproportionality of what's proposed. And what we say, in short, is that the southeast was taking the lion's share of the allocations already, and is taking the majority of the additional dwellings as well. And it results in a combined total of 4,702 dwellings in the southeast, which is very significantly more than any other sub-area, excluding central. And that, we say, simply can't represent good planning, and it raises, as you'll have seen in our written representations, troubling questions about the overburdening of infrastructure, risk to character and identity of neighbourhoods, alongside the Greenbelt points which have already been made. And just one final point on this, we highlight the forthcoming Waverley settlement in Rotherham, which adjoins the city boundary and is functionally and physically integrated with the communities of Handsworth and Woodhouse. When taken together with Waverley, a little bit more maths, Waverley's 3,890 dwellings, the cumulative level of housing delivery in the southeast exceeds 6,300. And again, we say that's plainly an over-concentration of delivery in that particular part of the city. And that major growth alone and the cumulative growth does not appear to have been properly considered. So even aside from the pure numerical over-concentration, the failure to consider that relationship with Waverley is clearly a symptom of the unstrategic nature of the proposed allocations.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Charlton.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I guess mine follows nicely on from what Rowan's just said there about the spread, but what I'd really like to focus on right now is the equality side of things, specifically the public sector equality duty. Just as a little introduction, I'm a disabled occupational therapist and a resident of S13, so I think I bring quite a lot of insight to equality. And with my professional background, where I work with a lot of children, and my job is to create educational healthcare plans to assess the needs of children within schools to see what their specific needs are and what provision is needed in the school so that they can access education as equally as their peers. And the reason why I mention that is because I assumed that the equality impact assessment that the council has produced would be something, a document to the same legal standard as what I produce every day at work. And just looking at that document in itself highlights a few concerns for me. The impact assessment is largely copied from the 2022 version. In fact, about 85% of the text is unchanged to these new allocations. It is generic, it's based on assumptions, and it doesn't reflect S13 as South East Sheffield. It is not informed the education evidence base, which relies on citywide averages and ignores the foreseeable impact on children with special educational needs. It is not informed the health evidence base, which uses national GP ratios and takes no account of higher local levels of chronic illness and disability. The evidence base looks in detail at constraints on land, such as flooding, ecology and heritage, all this stuff that I don't really understand, but it provides no equivalent analysis of constraints on people. The assessment was updated on the 23rd of April. However, the updated infrastructure report was well underway by then. The consultants writing these reports for the updated infrastructure were already meeting and having discussions with public services before this updated assessment. So I'm confused to how the EIA has influenced the development of this plan at all. Another little point, which might look like nitpicking, but I feel professionally needs mentioning, which perhaps emphasises how little due regard was taken when creating this equality impact assessment. The council's assessment considers the group carers in reference to paid staff travelling to customers, which is not what the Equality Act is concerned with. Individuals who are employed as carers aren't recognised as a disadvantaged group. The EIA completely overlooks unpaid family carers, in which they're numerous in S13 and S35 and these areas that are highly allocated. So their needs are invisible here. In S13, life expectancy is already up to 14 years lower than in the west of Sheffield, and the green belt is shown to increase life expectancy. Yet 44% of all new green belt allocations are concentrated here. Just because land appears physically capable of accommodating this scale of development does not mean it should. The test is not capacity alone, but whether the distribution is justified and proportionate when measured against communities' needs. The council may point to mitigation, school expansions or extra GP consultation room, but mitigation is based on national averages, and that's not equality. Many facilities in this area can't physically be expanded to meet these numbers, and even if they could, the cumulative impact of nearly half of Sheffield's Greenbelt release falling on one of its most disadvantaged communities will still fall disproportionately on disabled residents, carers and children with SEN. Mitigation on its own is not enough, and that's why I believe the distribution itself must be rethought if the plan is to be sound and justified. And just to finish, I am nearly done, but this is just my time to shine because it's all I really know. Yes, housing targets may be met on paper, but when you further load demand onto areas already struggling, we will all pay for this in the long term. Schools under pressure, children not accessing education, health services harder to access, resulting in late diagnoses, mental health decline, and rise in public health costs and infrastructure costs in general. And we know that research such as the Spirit Level shows that more equal societies are healthier, safer, and better for everyone.
Concentrating growth in communities already highlighted as having high levels of deprivation without proportionate mitigation actively widens this gap. The final point being, the courts in Bracken made clear that recycled text in retrospective assessments do not amount to due regard. Equality requires timely, formative consideration. So my question is this: on the evidence before you and what the council have provided, how can the inspectors be confident that due regard has genuinely been given and that the specific needs of communities like mine are reflected beyond housing numbers, and that our needs are fed into this plan like the glue of the plan to make it legally compliant, proportionate and sound?
Thank you very much for your comments. I think it's probably a good point to turn to the council now, just to answer the question under the second bullet point, but also because it's linked effectively to, I think, your point, Mr. Charlton, about equality impact assessment. So if the council could just explain its position in terms of, did you take account of the socio-economic inequalities that we've talked about already? And then also as part of that, did you also look at in terms of how the chosen selected distribution of growth then impacted on in terms of equalities as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I think it's just useful to start here by noting that the two tests of soundness are around whether the plan is A, positively prepared, providing a strategy which, as a minimum, seeks to meet the area's objectively assessed needs, and in doing so is consistent with achieving sustainable development, and also B, justified an appropriate strategy, taking into account the reasonable alternatives and based on proportionate evidence. It also must be effective and consistent with national policy, and the distribution of housing land supply across the city is a reflection of these tests. The emphasis in the framework is very much around promoting and enabling sustainable patterns of development and enabling sustainable development. And in the council's view, the plan, including the proposed additional site allocations, taken as one, provides an appropriate strategy, soundness test B, based on the evidence. I do have some evidence that I would like to sort of just present that just wrap up a few points that people have made, but if you just bear with me a moment. With regard to the overall distribution of housing supply, there was a table which I think people have referred to, table 1 in the additional sites consultation document, which illustrated the distribution of homes by Sheffield Plan sub-area. Obviously, our sub-areas have been subject of discussion at previous hearings, and that's how we consider land across the city. It doesn't necessarily relate to postcode areas, which vary massively in size. But I appreciate that the point that's being made about impact on postcode areas can look different to the distribution across sub-areas. We have now produced an updated table based on the revised trajectory which you'd requested, and the trajectory being exam 140, which does show the distribution of the gross housing by local plan sub-area. So the proposed allocated sites on the windfalls provide a capacity for 39,300 homes. And over the plan period, we estimate that 3,913 would be provided on the additional site allocations.
Sorry, can I just ask you to pause there? Can you give me the document reference then you're talking about? You said you've done a new distribution table.
Is that the one? Yeah, is that not in 140? Yeah, examination document 140 is the new trajectory, the revised trajectory. Oh, I see, sorry. We could make a distribution of supply available. It would simply be an update to table 1 in the additional sites consultation document.
Are you talking about the one on page 1?
Excuse me. Sorry, no, the exam 140 is the trajectory, and we could provide a breakdown by sub-area that totals everything. Obviously, the trajectory shows all of the sites, but if you wanted a summary, we could provide that.
Okay, just if you can just take me to the table that you're referring to. So I've got a printout of the housing trajectory in front of me. I can get it up on the screen if you want, but It's just where you said you've done a new table.
Sorry, to clarify, when we provided the trajectory, we offered a summary, but it hasn't. You didn't request it, so we haven't actually provided it. A summary by sub-area breakdown. Yes, that's right.
And why? How is it different? Because I assume this was based on.
It's not substantively different, no. In terms of the total distribution across the whole plan period, clearly the central area still has by far the largest proportion of the supply, and obviously therefore reflects the overriding urban brownfield first focus of the strategy. I think what we're trying to indicate was that with the exception of Chapeltown and High Green, all areas provide over 1,000 new homes. There'd be 637 in total in the Chapeltown High Green area in this scenario. The South East and East, as others have already referred to, would then each provide around 10% of the total supply. But it is worth noting that these areas are both in some areas of the city that are best served by the tram network and also close to the city's main employment areas. They are also closer to employment areas than other parts of South Yorkshire, than areas on the western side of the city, which adjoins the Peak District National Park. So that we could provide a percentage breakdown. It only summarises the sites which are in the trajectory which you have received, is what I was trying to say. So I think in terms of whether it's justified, going back to that soundness test B, well, yes, the sites have been considered based on a robust site selection process and other parts of the evidence base, such as the Housing Economic Land Availability Assessment and the Housing Land Supply Position Update, as well as work on the housing trajectory and the IIA. And no doubt we'll come back to some of that tomorrow when we consider site selection. So the distribution of supply is therefore evidence-led, as it should be, and it does reflect the need to enable and promote sustainable development in accordance with the framework. So that may mean that there isn't a perfectly even distribution of sites in all areas of the city, but the approach is both appropriate and sustainable. So the Council considers that the overall distribution of housing land remains consistent with our spatial strategy as set out in Policy SP2, which states that the majority of future growth will be on previously developed sites within the existing urban area. And the addition of the 3,913 additional homes on the 11 sites is a modification, but just represents under 10% of the total housing supply set out in the plan. We don't consider that the addition of those 11 sites providing housing represents a divergence from the spatial strategy, which does therefore remain an urban-focused strategy. So to take your second point, which I think was what you were trying to draw me to, I just wanted to clarify the nature of the change, I suppose, which whilst remarkable in terms of the experience of communities, we are looking at it in the totality of the plan and the spatial distribution of accommodation across the city. Moving on to socio-economic inequality then, that in itself per se isn't a protected characteristic under the public sector equality duty, though of course there are interrelated impacts. However, we have had due regard to protected characteristics, age, disability, gender, reassignment, pregnancy, maternity, can't list them all, race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, throughout the preparation of the plan and consideration of the plan's impacts as well. For example, through the EIA, which others have referred to, which is produced at key stages of plan making, including the assessment which was published alongside the Strategy and Resources report and the full Council report on the 14th of May. I think just taking one step back briefly to a point made earlier, I think it allies to, timing-wise, the fact that obviously in preparing for the consultation exercise carried out, clearly we do have to progress work in tandem in order to meet the deadlines that are necessary to move to a consultation stage. I think it's fair to say that socio-economic inequality is an issue that the Council does take very seriously, and it's something that was considered through site selection process and also the integrated impact assessment. For example, the IIA used suitability assessments undertaken through the site selection process, and the site appraisals considered the potential to provide development that would be beneficial to disadvantaged communities from the point of view of those communities benefiting from new development, for example. So building new homes in or close to areas with higher numbers of lower income households not only provides the opportunity to deliver new affordable homes, but also more generally the potential to provide new homes in areas where there are relatively few other allocations, for example Chapeltown, and that was considered to be a beneficial perspective.
Secondly, providing employment sites close to all areas, but also to disadvantaged communities, due to the potential that can have in providing new jobs, and also streams for those accessing new jobs from education can be a consideration. So disadvantaged communities were identified using the indices of deprivation, with positive scores recorded for sites within or close to the 20% most deprived areas in England, as a marker of where there might be benefits to those communities from new development. We've also taken into account the ability to boost infrastructure, schools, burial, doctors, public transport, etc., and the benefits that can bring. So coordinated strategic growth can help deliver strategic and key infrastructure. Take, for example, the potential to support the reopening of the Barrow Hill rail line, which was a factor in considering sites in the Handsworth area. We are aware, clearly from the consultation responses, especially from people living in S13 and S35, that the potential loss of Greenbelt disproportionately affects an area with a high number of disadvantaged households, especially those on lower incomes. Other communities are also concerned about what they see as a disproportionate loss of green space in their part of the city. And so in the Strategy and Resources report at paragraph 7.6, we note that the development of greenfield sites can have a detrimental effect on mental health of people living near those sites, but also that those proposals would not necessarily lead to any loss of recreational open space, and that new public open space needs to be created as part of new developments. And there's also a requirement to deliver at least 10% biodiversity net gain on sites. There are, however, different ways of looking at the availability of green space, because not all green space and open land in the city is designated as green belt. If you look at the areas of green belt and urban green space zones in each of the areas, whether that's by postcode or sub-area, it gives a much better impression of the amount of green space and open land that is available, both before and after the implementation of the Sheffield Plan as a whole. And although S13 would see a 41% reduction in the amount of land designated as green belt, it would only lose about 16.9% of the total green space in the postcode area. It still have 14.99.
Sorry, can I ask you to pause? So are you referring to a document there, or are you just quoting figures?
No, that's just analysis.
Can you repeat it all then?
Would you like to give it all? So S13, so we've done this analysis by postcode area, which I say we wouldn't ordinarily have done because we tend to use the sub-areas. Would see a 41% reduction in the amount of land designated as green belt, but would lose only 16.9% of the total green space if you combine green belt and urban green space zones in that postcode area. So it would still have 14.99 hectares per 1,000 people based on the current population, which is the 8th highest level of green space out of the 18 postcode areas in the city.
That's a lot to write down. You're going to have to be much slower, I'm afraid. Still have 14.99 hectares is where I've got to.
14.99 hectares per 1,000 people based on current population, which is the 8th highest level of green space out of the 18 postcode areas in the city. Obviously that doesn't take account of any new open space that would be created on development sites or change in population, but it's a useful indicator of impacts.
I'm so sorry to cut across you. Is that available in a document somewhere that we can interrogate?
I think we provided it.
Has the council got a printed note on it?
We can make that available. Yeah.
Just to say that I was going to ask for a note anyway on you say that the table distribution has changed slightly. I'm assuming because of the completions commitments figures, that's the reason why. You say it's a slight change, so perhaps if it can just be added to within that document itself.
Add the green space analysis to that document. Okay, yes. Yeah. I haven't got an awful lot more to say. Where were we? So yes, it's just worth noting that the proposed site allocations in S13 mainly result in the loss of land that's in agricultural use rather than recreational open space, although we do recognise that many people use the public footpaths and informal paths that cross those sites. We have done the same analysis for S13, which we can pop into the same note as well. Sorry, S35. S35 has the second...
Sorry to make you pause. Can you turn your microphone off? Thank you. It's just reverberating a bit. Thank you.
Yeah. So So S35 has the second highest level of green space per 1,000 of population in the city. Based on current population, there would be still 64.64 hectares of green space and urban green space zone per 1,000 of population after implementation of this plan. We'll put this in writing so I didn't to scribble too fast. But again, this doesn't take account even of new open space that would be created on development sites, although we recognise that obviously the population would also increase. So just to come to the end of my point, the sustainability appraisal of the site allocation options included analysis of open space provision within the catchment area of sites, using the same methodology that has been used in the rest of the plan. And more generally, we would acknowledge that the balance between benefit and harm in terms of socio-economic factors have had to be made, and our conclusions on the proposed additional sites reflect those balances.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll resume where we got to around the table. So everyone's had a comment so far. I think we got to, sorry, Mrs. James.
Thank you. It was just to reiterate an earlier point that we don't believe the distribution is justified because it isn't based on a robust, up-to-date Greenbelt review. And if you're going to confirm that distribution is justified, that piece of evidence needs to be carried out and undertaken. Also, just touching on the socio-economic, the areas of higher sort of demand and higher values, there is less Greenbelt release in those areas, even though I know you don't want to hear about emission sites, but even though some of those emission sites do score very low in the Greenbelt purposes assessment, and these sites could actually perhaps contribute to affordable housing more easily, and as I've already alluded to, there is a significant need for more affordable dwellings as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you. It's just a short comment. Just to say, I agree with Ms. Stevens' point that development does not necessarily equal greater deprivation or lead to an increase in deprivation. Indeed, new housing, growth and employment, it ought to be beneficial to local communities, people living there, if done in the right way. And we're going to come on to site specifics at later sessions. And if we're talking about concentrations across the city, then I think it's worth highlighting that Sheffield has a considerable need for new housing, and if you were to equalise the concentrations, then it wouldn't, in our view, lead to the deallocation of sites in certain areas of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Ward.
Thank you. So the proposed additional site allocations, as others have highlighted, are distributed unevenly across the sub-areas. In particular, the southwest of the district only has 9% of the additional allocated sites within it, and only 4% of the overall supply is located in the southwest. We feel that this distribution is not justified as it fails to meet specific housing needs within this area in particular. The southwest area is underserved at the moment in terms of specialist housing for older people, having just 59 housing with care units per 1,000 residents aged over 75 compared to over 300 in parts of the city centre and the eastern areas of Sheffield. And crucially, there's no affordable extra care provision in the southwest, despite it having one of the largest populations of older residents. And we feel that in order to ensure that these needs are met, the local plan should allocate sites specifically to meet these needs within this area, which brings me on to the point about socio-economic inequalities. As other people have mentioned, age is a protected characteristic defined in the public sector equality duty, which requires authorities to have due regard to the need to advance equality of opportunity between people who share these characteristics. And we feel that the approach that the council's taken to selecting allocations doesn't sufficiently take account of or look to address the specific housing needs, particularly of older people, with the focus instead being on providing family housing. So therefore we feel that the council has failed to provide equal opportunity for older people to access housing to meet their specific needs, and therefore for this reason the council's failed to meet the requirements under the equality duty and also paragraph 63 of the MPPF, which requires the needs of specific groups to be met as well. I know that the council has mentioned that they did consider the impact of delivering housing for disadvantaged communities and other groups through the integrated impact assessment, but we would question the weight that was given to those criteria and whether that weight should have been greater in order to ensure that those needs of those groups were adequately met through the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We consider that the spatial distribution of housing growth now proposed does not represent necessarily a sustainable pattern of development. For example, 41% of the proposed additional site allocations fall within the southeast sub-area. If we're looking at table 1 of exam 1 to 124, the southeast overall still takes a share of 11% and the east of 10%. So these are still high figures when compared with proposed allocations as were before the Greenbelt sites allocations. The council admits in paragraph 3.6.7 of exam 124 that the recommended sites are concentrated in the north and southeast of Sheffield, and we therefore recognize there is not an even distribution of sites in all areas of the city. This reflects a combination of the sites that have been promoted to the council, but also other factors. So clearly the council admits themselves that there is not an even distribution. And I just want to briefly reference here to the omission sites. There are other sites, but we believe the council hasn't taken them fully into account and looked at all the sites there are. In the next paragraph, 3.6.8, the council says it would be desirable in the first review of the Sheffield plan to look at the potential to bring sites forward in other areas. Now, whilst we appreciate that, we think that why should we and Sheffield's wait until this plan is adopted and that another round of plan preparation has been undertaken? Why not allocate further additional sites now so that there is a wider benefit to the community? And the last point I want to make is in terms of the draft policy SP2, which states that the sub-areas will deliver a pattern of sustainable development within the existing settlement hierarchy. This does not seem to be achievable if these sub-areas don't get their fair share. So as I mentioned earlier, 41% of all the homes proposed in the Greenbelt will go to the southeast. But what about the northwest? There only 2 allocations are proposed. And as I mentioned earlier, there are other omission sites which can come forward, which are available now and could be allocated as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to note, everyone, that we're quite against the timings here. So if I could ask everyone to keep their comments really quite as short as possible. Obviously, I want to hear your views, but I have read your representations, and there's been a lot of comments around the table already about the distribution, so I completely understand your point of view, where you're coming from, looking at the community groups particularly. I do, have read what you've said already. So if we can just try and keep comments short. If someone said something already you agree with, just say that you agree with it. I'll note that down. Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. My comments relate to the first bullet point, and particularly on the question that's asked about the consistency of this distribution with the spatial strategy, and that'll be the first point I'll be making. And then secondly, to just focus on the little bit that's in brackets around all sources of supply that's in the question. So first of all, in terms of consistency with the spatial strategy, we need to look to policy SP2, the spatial strategy, and the reference there that it's the majority of future growth. And I guess I've underlined on my notes the word majority, and within the existing urban areas. So I guess if we've been sort of pedantic and technical, 51% would be a majority as a starting point. If we go to Table 1 and first of all just take the numbers as set out in that table in the different columns, and we look at column 2, the capacity in the existing urban area, and then the total at the bottom of column 4, doing the maths on that, 86% of that housing land supply is from within the existing urban area. That's clearly a very, perhaps if I use the word solid, majority. In terms of what the spatial strategy is trying to do for the city centre as well, when we look at that, 57% of that supply is solely within the central area. So that's that sort of point about the consistency of this approach. We seem to end up looking at footnotes and notes a lot in planning these days, and note 11 is actually very important in terms of Table 1, because when we look at note 11, it also makes references to the homes that have been completed from 22 to 24, and also particularly important, the windfall allowance. And when we factor that in, that sort of broadly speaking is how we then start looking at that overall sort of requirement of 38,000. And I think particularly when we look at the nature of windfalls, which are defined in exam 3A, the housing and economic land availability assessment, without going into detail on that, but conversion, subdivision, vacant floor, infill on unused land, clearly those opportunities as well, they are within the urban area. So I think that's how we do actually get to the 10% that the council were referring to. When you set that out, you can actually do that from Table 10. So really my sort of overall comments really relate to the sort of principle and the consistency of distribution rather than perhaps the nature of that. But picking up on the sort of concerns that there are around the distribution, I guess the one point that I would make in terms of a site in the southwest, that it is important that we do keep those sites in the sub-areas where there is less supply being proposed, so that we do have a form of distribution around the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hobson.
Thank you. Yeah, just to come back to a couple of points that myself and others have raised a number of health-based socio-economic disadvantages of the southeast, and I mean the council feels that it's done its due diligence with protected characteristics, etc. But I'd ask the inspectors to obviously within our statement we clearly define a lot of important health considerations that may be attributed to age as well, which obviously is a protected characteristic. But it is important. I'd also just draw attention to one of the statements from the council talking around the numbers of greenbelt deletion will still leave an element of green space, but I'll draw attention to the Sheffield Open Space Assessment specifically for the southeast from 2022, which states that there is already an undersupply of green space in southeast Sheffield of a shortfall of 34.55 hectares. So we're already dealing with a shortfall, and obviously the request is to remove more of that, which seems to be unfair. The last thing I'll mention as well is the gentleman from DLP was sort of championing the fact that these developments will benefit deprived areas. I think that's a comment to be made, but a lot of the infrastructure plans and a lot of the comments from the council are based around maybes and things that are not set in stone. It's okay to assume that this may happen, but it may not. I feel it's important that there is a strict plan in place to secure that infrastructure, because the deprived areas are impacted the most, and it's an important point.
Thank you very much. Mr. Allison.
Hello. I'd like to raise a question in relation to affordable housing equality, if I may. It's established in the NPPF that allocating greenbelt sites for housing must provide significant affordable housing numbers. Alongside this, the NPPF also states that there needs to be a sufficient amount and variety of land brought forward where it is needed, with the overall aim to meet an area's identified housing need including an appropriate mix of housing types for the local community. I've undertaken a freedom of information request with Sheffield City Council on the current levels of affordable housing numbers provided across the city, split down by area, which has revealed that the northeast of Sheffield provides the largest number of affordable houses by nearly 5,000 affordable properties compared to any other area of Sheffield, providing 22% of all affordable homes across the city. This significant number of affordable units is also supported by the Sheffield Council's own Strategic Housing Market Assessment document that states, and I quote, "Some areas may be exhibiting a crude surplus of affordable housing, where the ongoing policy challenge may be around tenure and product diversification to better meet needs. Areas include Manor, Arbourthorne, Gleelas and North East Sheffield." So I raised this point with the inspectors and asked the question, why would Sheffield City Council want additional affordable housing in the North East by allocating sites within Grenoside and Ecclesfield, where the evidence clearly shows there is already a surplus in this area, and Sheffield City Council should have focused on allocating a more balanced and sustainable greenbelt sites that have a lower supply of affordable housing in order to resolve these housing inequalities across the city.
Thank you very much. I've read your representations on that, so I've noted that. Okay, Mrs. Hunstall.
I've just got some points to raise in objection to what the council were actually stating. So the council leader himself has openly acknowledged that the spatial distribution is not right, and he was pushing for more sites in the west, and that given more time that the plan would actually look very different. So I think from our community's perspective, we're not willing to be collateral damage due to time pressures. Second point is we weren't ever expecting a perfectly even distribution. We're not living in that perfect world. However, what we were looking for is a fair distribution, and I think the statements that we've made today show that none of us actually believe that to be fair. The third point I'd like to make is that you mentioned about locating houses in deprived areas could actually benefit these communities, provided those infrastructure and service associated comes along with that, and I don't think that we can see that with the plan. Adding 2 additional consulting rooms in our area to deal with an additional sort of like 40% uplift in some of the population is just not going to quite cut it. Where do you get the doctors from? There's a shortage. Point 4 is you mentioned about locating houses near employment. If you don't put employment sites in the west of the city, then you are going to continuously be perpetuating this issue of not putting houses in the west of the city because you're not putting employment sites there. And all we're going to do in the northeast is you put more employment there, so therefore you're saying you need to put more houses there. It kind of seems like a bit of a spiral. Final point that I'd got is if you state that you took into account the socio-economic factors when you were planning sites, then effectively you've knowingly discriminated against working class communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Towson.
We've got evidence, and there's a lot heard about distribution not supporting. Particularly, we don't feel it supports sustainable developments, particularly in our sort of towards the north of ours. Everything seems to be based on proximity to the motorway corridor. We're not supporting transport, promoting sustainable transport options. I know car journey is part of the mix, but it's not the whole mix. And whichever NPPF, and if you particularly look at the statements of common ground, which I'm flip reading, the focus of all of them is basically on access to the motorway and how can we improve access to the motorway from the sites around that corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Davison.
Yes, I just wanted to go back to the points that you were making about equity, and I noticed that there was no indication that it's being considered about access to nature. You mentioned about green spaces, and unfortunately green spaces don't always equate to natural spaces, and in which case some of the sites that have been moved are key areas on the maps that we will probably look at tomorrow when it comes to the local nature recovery strategy and the nature equity maps that have been included previously.
Yes, I think we'll come back to that. Thank you for your point. Mrs. Oates.
Hiya, thank you for letting me speak. I'll keep it very brief. I just wanted to understand with the social economic factors and looking at education and employment, Obviously, the South East hasn't got any post-16 provision at all, compared to other areas of the city, such as the West, where it's got 7 sixth forms, plus we've got colleges elsewhere. Is there a reason the post-16 provision wasn't included in the plan?
Does the council want to just quickly answer that?
Yeah, it's not in local authority control post-16 education. So our consideration was primary and secondary, but that was outside of our scope in terms of what the local authority can control.
Thank you very much. Mr. Charlton, and then we'll move on after that.
Yeah, I'll keep it super brief, thank you. I was just a little bit confused about what the council came back with in terms of their equality impact assessment. And the way that I've interpreted that really is around, again, this update, because we're under Regulation 18 and not needing to have to revisit perhaps in that amount of depth. Which to me kind of dawns on me as just a bystander, member of the public, is that that feels like a really convenient position, which if it's accepted, what stops any local authority from holding back its most controversial decisions until it's too late in the process, knowing that they only need to provide this light touch update? Surely the whole point of this early formative engagement with communities and to evidence the equality impact assessment is to ensure genuine formative engagement and proportionate evidence from day one. So without that safeguard, the duty to involve communities and to truly assess equality impacts being undermined entirely. So it was more just a bit, just like my view on that as someone who's not a planner really, of how that feels.
I mean, it's a very complicated process, planning, especially local plans work. And, you know, if we determine that the plan is capable of being found sound with potential changes, all those potential changes would need to be subject to consultation and sustainability appraisal done at that stage, and habitats regulation again. And there's a whole load of consultation that happens effectively after these hearing sessions, even if the plan is potentially sound. Did the council want to just say anything? So I'm guessing, Mr. Charlton, what you're looking for is you're saying that the equalities impact assessment should be updated because you've added more sites, effectively.
The equality impact assessment the process is an evolving, iterative process through plan making, and I think we've touched on already the fact that if you read the Regulation 18 equality impact assessment and this one, there are similarities because the document evolves as it moves through the process. So there's nothing unusual about that. The equalities are also considered through the integrated impact assessment as well. What we will do as part of moving through and reflecting on this conversation is look at what the bespoke equality impact assessment does that we've produced and see actually whether any comments that we've heard around the table today warrants us reviewing that document and updating it as you would do through normal practice. And I think the equality impact assessment that we've produced shows a review date for us to be able to reflect backwards on the public consultation, but it will allow us to reflect on this conversation as well to make sure it's as full a document as it can be.
Sorry, Ma'am, and just to come in terms of the PSED duty, it's obviously a duty to have regard rather than to achieve a particular outcome, and it's a continuous duty. And so the points that have just been made in terms of revisiting and this being an iterative process are, of course, exactly the right approach. And the key point is that the decision maker, so through part of the process, the council, and then obviously the inspectors, and then ultimately right the way through the entire local plan examination process, has conscientiously considered the relevant aspects of the duty. Then it's a matter of weight for the decision maker to take into account various issues that arise, and that's the approach that the council's undertaken.
Right, thank you very much. I think that completes item 7 then. So we'll move on to item 8, and I'll pass over to my colleague, Mr. Troy.
Okay, in the consultation document, it's similar to the distribution on housing. There's one on employment under Table 2 in exam document 124. And it's really, again, there were a range of comments basically commenting on the overall distribution, concerns about that, and then obviously in particular about the distribution of the proposed greenbelt sites, obviously the majority being in Chapeltown, High Green, North East and the South East. I just want any comments really on the table as portrayed, and any comments on the distribution of employment supply as well, please. Do you want to start, because I'm looking in that direction?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just keep it brief, sir. I think obviously just reminding everyone of obviously where we've been at, where we're moving forward to. Clearly, as we went through in quite some detail, sir, last year, obviously there are specific locational requirements as dictated by the NPPF through, I'm reading the current one, so I appreciate we're on the older version, but obviously para 87 in the current one, which clearly denotes that, you know, provision needs to be made for in local plans for specific uses, whether that's data-driven or spatial storage and distribution, or the expansion and modernisation of industries, sir. So clearly, sir, through the amendments to this plan, we're obviously making provision for employment uses. Obviously, we went through in quite some detail around what is needed in this plan, and the council obviously allocating sites to meet those needs. So that obviously been set out by yourselves with following your post-hearings letter. Obviously, comments have been made around the table around the size and scale of such sites. Obviously, modern uses, modern premises obviously are of a greater size. Again, they need to be accessible to the strategic road network. Again, they need to be large and flat, and therefore that obviously dictates where such sites can be identified. One of the issues that was picked up previously is obviously around what existing facilities and sites are available within Sheffield, within its current environment, and that is again one of the reasons why this plan needs to identify appropriately located sites accessible to the strategic road network that are large and flat, that can accommodate those needs. Thank you. And obviously geography is dictated, and obviously the location of those motorway junctions obviously dictates those needs. I'm sure we'll probably come back to this point, sir, at future sessions. Thank you.
Mr. Unstall, is it, or Mr. Ash, this side? You've got your...
Thank you. Obviously, just reiterating what the previous gentleman has just said, is championing larger sites and easy to build on, which is not the way forward. Obviously, just because there's a site next to M1 does not necessarily mean that it's the best site to build. We've already admitted that logistics are on the downfall and is heading towards automation. So we're not providing employment for people. We're just building structures on green spaces, which in theory shouldn't happen. Obviously, from your own representations and what you've written in your comments, you've asked for smaller sites, which again, the council admitted earlier, may be beneficial instead of larger sites. It's more of a general employment land that may be a shortage instead of larger sites. So I'd like to just obviously question whether that's the case. Obviously, we'd like to point out that especially S35 is poorly supplied by public transport. We've already admitted that especially at least 3 of the sites are away from the station, so people won't walk to it. There's no public parking at the local train station, so there's no way for people to commute to it and then obviously go wherever, and they will not walk to these sites. So obviously that's another issue, and we've also admitted that the bus services are poorly represent the area, especially to the industrial sites, which could lead to obviously more car journeys and obviously trying to bus people in that a site not half a mile away is actually having to do in Barnsley. They're actually having to service people into the actual site to get employment there, which is obviously totally against MPPF. And again, just to reiterate, in the logistics document, north to south is not marketable area. The route, the corridor is mainly east to west, which has identified the Doncaster areas and the M18 corridors, which is potentially better for the markets, obviously because it's connecting to the ports. And obviously, looking at the logistics report, the railway is not electrified, obviously trying to pick up Felixstowe and various other ports, so the actual areas are remote. So the only way to actually access these would be by truck road, which is obviously putting more pressure on the infrastructure, which we've already admitted in the area, especially S35, is very, very overstressed at the moment, which I'm sure we'll come on to tomorrow. And also the market, obviously cross-border policy against with Barnsley. There's been no allocation. I mean, I think there's over 10 million square metres of industrial space available in Barnsley at the moment, and they're building more. So the markets do not need additional employment land in Sheffield. Thank you.
Ms. Instal, you've got your yeah, I'm going to go by. Yes, thank you.
Okay, just to pick up on what Ash was saying about the availability of land we've got. So within Chapeltown alone, there are numerous industrial units with for sale and to let signs. There's hundreds of thousands of square metres available for that, for general employment, and has been for decades. Some of these units have been empty for over a decade. We've already said that Barnsley are very close. They're building massively by way of industry right across from us. It's literally a 3-minute drive from where one of the units is planned in Sheffield to the units that they're building in Barnsley on the Dearne Valley Parkway. So from a junctions perspective, you're looking at massive congestion by way of HGV traffic across junction 35, 35A and 36 of the M1. Which are already significantly congested units. And then just the other bit that I wanted to pick up on, which goes back to what the gentleman said over there about needing large and flat sites. I have to say, it did make me smirk considering where we live, surrounded by hills, and the units that are actually planned are on top of hills. So I think they are large, but they're not flat. Thank you.
Ms. Davison.
Yeah, my points have actually just been made perfectly well by my colleagues here. So I just want to reiterate that in the parish we've been given 70% of the proposed land that has been removed over 3 very large sites. It doesn't represent sustainability, has been demonstrated by the facts previously. It's not just motorway traffic, it will impact the whole community. They're not just going to stay on the motorway. The people are going to be coming via the people employed there will becoming via the other areas of the parish, and the same strategy seems to have been applied to the housing. It's just there's been no robust justification for this plan, and it doesn't demonstrate sustainability.
Levy, please.
Thank you, sir. There is an imbalance in terms of sites. Clearly there's 54 hectares in the Chapeltown Ecclesfield area and 120 hectares in the south east. I'd also like to pick up the fact that you did request in your letter under paragraph 53 to look at the scope for intensification and reuse of existing employment sites, as this source isn't including the current supply workings, plus revisiting the council's urban capacity work. Now, that has been done by the council, and they've identified 11 hectares of additional sites and 35 hectares of densification. If you add it all up, you've got 120 hectares of employment land against which you're looking for 52.8, and surely we should be looking at where the existing employment sites are first as a basis, and then return into the green belt after. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, do you want to respond on this in terms of just this particular item about distribution of employment? Have you got any comments to make about, obviously, the comments being made about an even distribution, availability of sites in those areas, etc., please? Thank you.
Yes, as Councillor Lavery points out there, the Council has undertaken further work to look at intensification and reuse of sites within the urban areas, as well as looking at options for land release within the Greenbelt. That work concludes, firstly, that there are significant opportunities for intensification and reuse of employment sites within the urban areas to come forward over the lifetime of the plan, which the proposed policy framework can facilitate effectively. But also, secondly, that some Greenbelt release is required to meet the identified shortfall of general employment land, and that the release of the 4 Greenbelt sites, one for mixed use at Handsworth, will, alongside the urban allocations and windfalls, provide a supply of around 264 hectares of employment land. I think importantly, this approach means the portfolio of employment land supply helps meet a range of market demands. It provides more flexibility, choice and competition, and as has been noted, including additional sites close to the motorway, perhaps a type of site that the council hasn't previously had in the sites that were originally proposed in the draft plan. We consider that the overall distribution of employment land remains consistent with the spatial strategy as set out in policy SP2, which states that the majority of future growth will be previously developed sites within the urban areas. We think the addition of 67.35 hectares of additional employment land on 4 strategic sites is a modification, but only represents just over a quarter of the total employment land supply set out in the Sheffield Plan. So it's about 26.7% is the precise percentage on Greenbelt. We don't consider that the addition of the 4 sites represents a divergence from the spatial strategy. It is still an urban focus strategy where the most significant concentrations of employment land remain within the established employment areas. So in East Sheffield, there would be 108 hectares. North East Sheffield, 29.72 hectares. South East Sheffield, 20.62. And North West Sheffield, 17.44. So we think that's a balanced distribution around the city.
Councillor Levy, you've still got your name tagged. Do you want to make any further comments at this stage? No, that's okay. Okay, if there's no other comments on item 8, we'll just briefly, Mr. Ash. Obviously, just time. If you, unless you're just any additional points.
Yes, excuse me. Figures then you've just quoted 29.72 hectares in North East.
Yeah, that's based on including the additional allocations within the draft plan.
Of the Greenbelt as well?
That's not Greenbelt.
So you've got the Greenbelt on top of that?
Yeah.
That's the case, we'll move on to item 9. Thank you.
Okay, so before we resume then with item 9, can I just check with the council what time do we have the room until?
Until 6 p.m.
Right, hopefully we'll be finished by then. Okay. Right, so item 9 was just really a question for the council. So this is if the inspectors determine that the higher growth figures and the spatial strategy and the sites are appropriate, what changes would be needed to policies SP1, SP2? But obviously there's the change in the figures, the housing figures and the employment land figures within policy SP1. That would have to take place, and I note there's some supporting text. Consequential changes as well. The only other thing I was going to say about SP1 was about the employment figure, because at the moment you've got an annual rate within SP1. Actually, it could be useful to reference the total as well. So 237 hectares. At the moment, that's not there. So that's if we agree with that. And then linked to that, within our post-hearings letter, we actually broke it down in terms of general industrial and logistics figures. So I'd say that probably, if we consider that's correct, then probably need to look at it in that format. Then there were also changes, I'm not going to go through these, but I think there would be changes to the sub-area policies as well. So you've got all of the maps within which show the sites, and then you've got the sub-area policies criterias A and B, I think, for every single one, which lists the capacity figures and the site allocation references. So that would all have to change. And then in terms of obviously the housing land supply table 1 and table 2 distribution of housing supply. There may be others, but you know, noted any of them, please shout.
I think that's picked up most of them. There's small things like SP1 Part C, which notes the number of site allocations. There's also SP1H, which talks about the mixture of strategic and smaller, which would need to reference the number of smaller and strategic greenbelt sites.
Yes, 8H.
Yeah, sorry. And also H1, I know you noted the table that goes with H1, but I think H1 itself would need some changes, as well as those sub-area policies that acknowledge the change to the spatial strategy, but also just numbering of the site allocations where it references strategic sites in the sub-area policies. So we are working on a note that would incorporate what those changes would need to be, but we haven't put that forward because obviously we're awaiting your reflections on the site allocations, and it would be premature to have completed that work without obviously the list of final allocations. Noting also that there'll be other changes necessary to reflect sites that have subsequently completed, which is included in the note we provided with the trajectory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, let's move on to education needs. So we have the Council's education shortfall note, exam 111, and the Council has updated its infrastructure delivery plan addendum 2025, which identifies education infrastructure needs over the plan period. So my series of questions under items 10 to 12, mainly for the Council, and then there'll be an opportunity at the end for others around the table to come in if you wish to comment. I think particularly you're going to probably have comments on the specific sites themselves. So I'll start off with some sort of technical questions for the Council. I see there's been a change of personnel. Do you want to just introduce yourselves before I ask the questions?
Yeah, certainly. I'm Ellie Roden, Principal Planning Officer for Sheffield Council.
Okay, thank you. So my first question for the Council is just about the extent of the need. I just want to check with you how many additional forms of secondary school entry are required over the plan period. So looking at, in the IDP table 3, and then looking at the number of surplus and deficit, the deficit I can see in 2035 is about 7 forms of entry, is that correct? And does that supersede the figure of 15 forms of entry, which is in exam 111?
Could you confirm exam 111?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just find the document. I've got a print off somewhere. So exam 111 is page 68 of my printout. So there's no table number. Oh, sorry, there's table 1, and that has 15 forms of entry shortfall. So that's the education shortfall note from 2024. And then in your IDP 2025, I don't know if you've got table 3 in front of you. Yeah. So that has, well, it doesn't have the same year, it has a year later, but it's got a different set of figures down the end of the column.
Yes, it might be helpful to explain how we got to table 3. Yep, okay.
Just to confirm then, table 3 is your updated, it's replaced that entirely.
That's correct,
okay.
yeah, it has, yep. So yeah, I'll just take you back to how we got to table 3 in the updated exam 128, which is the infrastructure delivery plan addendum. So I suppose just to confirm that the need figures have changed, is the headline. So secondary provision is already constrained within Sheffield. So the initial publication of the plan and the IDP from 2023 already identified the potential need for a new secondary school, which would be likely, and that's to meet the demand arising from sites that are already included in the 2023 submission version. And this has now been identified within the IDP schedule at the back. So the updated figures are based on the September 2024 meeting of the Education, Children and Families Policy Committee, which received a report providing an update on primary, secondary, post-16 mainstream and SEND sufficiency. And that's from the period 2025 to 2030. So this particular report headlines that a number of planning areas are now forecast to see a sustained shortfall and deficit of secondary places from 2025. So the reason for the change reflects changes for inward migration to Sheffield, as well as a small increase in birth rates in the early 2020s. So this scale of forecast demand means that secondary school capacity will continue to be constrained, and this is without the demand from the additional sites factored in. So in general, the picture without the additional sites is that there will be an increase in deficit at a citywide scale. So just turning to table 3, which was page 16 of exam 128, this sets out the surplus and deficit. However, it does it broken down into the planning areas. So I do acknowledge your point, it doesn't actually have the citywide deficit. And that is something we would just have to confirm if that's okay. So the approach that was taken was to look at each of the planning areas and then look at the deficit or surplus with the additional sites. So that's obviously set out in table 3. So it's got the columns, so the peak and surplus deficit, which is the 4th column along. So this is showing the most capacity constrained in that year. It has the year in brackets, and that's for that particular planning area. And then about sort of 5 years later, it will say the surplus or deficit at the end of that forecasting period, which is to 2036. So I suppose, although I haven't got to hand, but we will get it for you, the actual overall deficit in forms of entry for the citywide figure. It's essentially showing for all planning areas the capacity position does get significantly better by the end of the forecast period to 2036. I'll just draw your attention to 2 points, especially in relation to area 6 of table 3. So that's showing in the peak period of 2029-30, there is a 0.4 form of entry deficit. And then obviously that changes to a surplus of 4.7. So whilst there is a surplus at the end of the forecast period, it's not a particularly big one. So the Council's Local Educational Authority wanted to have some contingency in place in how to deal with that surplus. Also, in addition, in Area 6, it's the school planning area with the most growth in terms of additional sites. So when we were considering the needs on a citywide basis, it's this area which makes the most sense to look at how best to deliver new provision, alongside Area 3, where the capacity is already at a deficit.
Thank you. So, in terms of my next question then, so I can see in the IDP it talks about your preferred option is, you think at this stage, is for school expansion. So that's, you know, set out clearly in your document. So have you started looking at those options? You've obviously identified sites for 2 potential new schools, while saying at the same time, actually, we just want to expand the schools, really, that would be our preferred route. So, yes, if you can tell me about your preferred route and what you've done to date.
Yeah, certainly. So you are right, the IDP addendum does set out the LEA has a range of options open to them. So the first one is looking at the likelihood of a city centre school, which is still progressing, to meet the identified needs of the sites already put forward in the 2023 submission in the central area. Secondary school expansion is ongoing, so looking at permanent or temporary solutions. This is specifically focused for the very high forecast period in around 2029. So that is the LEA's preferred option in the short term. However, an option to develop new secondary schools is to meet both the medium and longer term forecast in demand. So the proposal for the LEA was they would like to have see a range of options on how to deal with the forecasted deficit with the introduction of the additional sites.
Sorry, just looking at my questions. So just to clarify then, did I got this correct? I just want to make sure my understanding is right. So there's still the definite need for a city centre, a secondary school, or somewhere in that vicinity. You've identified 2 additional sites on the new additional sites for secondary schools. You may not need them, but basically the work's still to be done. Is that the case? So the city centre school is definitely needed.
That is the case. So LEA officers are pursuing that option in the first instance. And I suppose it's just, yeah, the option of allocating the land on NES 37 and SES 30 was an approach to plan proactively for the medium to longer term.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any information on timescales for making those decisions?
I don't to hand, but we could follow up with that as an action. I suppose all I could say is that it's not imminent. So that I know that school expansion work is at the early stages.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then just to a couple of questions about the special needs education strategy. Can you just confirm the overall needs for me? I think I've just got a bit confused because in the IDP 2024, there's reference to need for 2 special needs schools. And then obviously the IDP 2025 refers to an additional one, I think, relating to the additional site. So are you now looking for 3 new schools?
I can confirm that, no, it's 2 additional SEND schools. So one option at the moment is being explored directly with the DFE. So currently exploring options in the urban area at the moment. So this would be an additional second SEND site on NES 37.
Are you still planning one jointly with Barnsley? Because that was in your previous IDP, I think.
As far as we're aware, the later position is no. Discussions have moved on since with the DFE.
And just double checking then, I'm assuming that there's no scope to expand the existing special needs schools because they've been expanded so much in recent years, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and can you just confirm when these 2 new schools are needed?
Is it the SEND schools? Yeah. It's now. So I think one thing we can say with certainty is that there is a high demand and need for both these schools.
Okay, so you're saying that perhaps the decision on that is more imminent then, in terms of where the locations of those 2 schools will be. Do you have a date for the decision on that?
Yeah, so the DFE do have timescales for funding for the first school, which is being explored in the urban area at the moment. However, that is their funding programme and timescales, which I don't have to hand, but it is imminent, but we could confirm those timescales.
Yes, it would be useful to have that information if you could prepare that in a note or something and put it in the library. That takes us on then to item 12, so identification of sites NES 37 and SES 30 for the provision of new schools. So just firstly asking the council, what is the likelihood that either or both of those schools will be needed for schools provision, for secondary schools provision?
So we can't say for certain at this stage that the land set aside for the 2 secondary schools at NES 37 and SES 30 will be needed for that purpose, but the Education Service have identified a potential deficit across the city, as we've already described. So therefore we consider that a responsible approach in a plan-led system is to ensure that land is available for school provision in the event that it's required. I think also just to make the point that school catchments ultimately are individual pupils' choice, so pupils' journeys to school straddle planning areas, and the approach to meeting the demand of these needs must be considered at a city-wide basis. So it may therefore be the case that pupil demand arising from sites in school planning areas with a capacity surplus still result in the need for additional infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. So the next bullet point just raises the issue about, if there ends up not being a need for the schools effectively. So looking at SES 30 first, are there other reasons to justify releasing 5 hectares from the Greenbelt for this purpose? Now, obviously looking at the plan of the site and where it sort of sits, I'm assuming that, if there's an argument potentially here about consequential deletions, because if that site were to come forward for housing and be released, even if you weren't to have the educational land there, I'm assuming that would end up being a consequential deletion because it would be an isolated pocket of, is it 4 or 5 hectares? 5 hectares on SES 30. Is that the case? Is my understanding correct?
Yes, that's right. I think this would probably cover the next question in relation to NES 37 as well to an extent, although that's a slightly different situation. But yes, clearly, given the shape and nature of that piece of land, irrespective of the location within that site of a future school or whether that takes place, the whole area of land would need to be taken out of the Greenbelt in order to ensure robust boundaries, because you would otherwise potentially be left with areas that didn't make sense from a robust Greenbelt boundary point of view. Do you want me to pick up the NES 37 position at the same time as I've got my microphone on? So I think NES 37 is a little different. It's a larger area of land that also has a consequential deletion that's unrelated to potential education use within the allocation site. It results in the consequential release of land around Ewlands Academy and St Thomas More Primary School, and that's set out in exam document 136. And that's partly because of where the boundaries would need to be taken to ensure that site had robust and defensible greenbelt boundaries, or rather the remainder of the greenbelt did. The release of any additional land within that site for education needs wouldn't form part of a consequential deletion. That's part of the allocation change, as it were. But the consequential deletions are necessary to create a logical boundary.
Okay, thank you very much. And then just moving on to bullet 4 then, so what will happen if secondary school land isn't needed on these sites for educational purposes, and does this need to be dealt with in the site policy? So have the council considered what would happen if either or both of these sites weren't needed for those purposes?
Yes, we consider that this would best be taken as a matter for any future review of the Sheffield Plan. Clearly we're planning for a long time frame here, and we've already discussed some of the issues arising from the nature of planning for education uses long term. The need for a school can be reassessed at that time alongside other development requirements, and the important point is that the Education Service have indicated that based on their current projections there could be a shortfall in secondary provision. If we don't reserve the land now, then obviously it could be much harder to identify land to meet those needs if they arise. So I think what we'd suggest, and you might want to take this away, or we might need to take this away to formulate it a little further, but is a criteria-based policy that could be added for dealing with any planning applications if the need subsequently doesn't materialise for that educational use. We have had a little think about what that might look like, but clearly that's something that we can consider. So that could be something along the lines of safeguarding the hectareage of land within the allocation for mainstream secondary and special educational needs and disability school, and that any proposals for alternative uses would be considered as part of the first review of a plan, and that future applications mustn't prejudice the delivery of that aspect of the allocation, because what that would do would be to ensure that potential use wasn't compromised by other things which might come forwards. We could also add supporting text to highlight this is a longer term need, so that the land needs to be safeguarded for that. So sort of put that out there as an option for dealing with what you've raised there about if the need for the secondary education doesn't materialise.
So effectively you'd have, so if the secondary school didn't come forward and that site was allocated, you'd then have effectively some land sitting there then for a while. So you're saying that you'd wait for a local plan review to determine what that should be used for. But what about the other option? Have you, I'm not saying do this, but have you looked at the other option, which would be to say that if it doesn't come forward for educational purposes, it could be for additional housing to provide you with the extra flexibility above your minimum figure, or even, I don't know if you need more land for burial space, I don't know.
I think the initial logic behind considering a criteria-based policy that looks at safeguarding that land is partially because a plan review point would be the right point to consider what the alternative use of that space could be. At this point, it would potentially be quite a big change to specify that it could come forward for new homes or should come forward for additional use. And that would look quite different to the document that we consulted on. Whereas a plan review point would be the point at which the entirety of plan would be considering what land uses should change going forwards. It also gives a period of time for obviously master planning work, other evidence work around the delivery of that school to come forward and crystallise the likelihood of that use being needed. So it seemed like that was an appropriate juncture for the first consideration of it. But certainly that's something we can take away and have some further thought about if you think that would be helpful.
No, I was just basically looking for the council's steer really in terms of what it felt was the most appropriate route and what you'd considered, what options you'd looked at. So I was just probing there. Okay, so does anyone else around the table wish to now comment on education infrastructure? Okay, so I'll take it in this order. I didn't see, sorry. I'll tell you what, I'll start from the other end to be fair, yes. Okay, Mr. Levery, then you're first.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a few comments to make on this and observations. First one, which is the most interesting comment, is that the proposal for the development of a special school with Barnsley has been dropped. That will have a significant impact on this sort of decision, and the reason why is that that site has got an existing building which was a former secondary school called High Green Secondary. It closed when Ecclesfield School was extended, and one of the challenges we have is that the volume of children that have to have public transport or by car to Ecclesfield School could be solved by, first of all, reallocating this site for an educational purpose as a secondary school, and also would, with the development on Chapeltown Hill being directly opposite Ecclesfield School, it would free up places in Ecclesfield School for that new development to take on board. Second point I want to make is that this site is opposite Ewland School, which is already an existing 900 pupil secondary school. Chaucer School is half a mile away. That's another 900 pupil secondary school. And provision of a secondary school on this site means that we will be busing children in from all over the north of the city to get into this particular area. Chaucer School is not fully occupied, so its numbers are lower than its target numbers. So my view is on the secondary provision is this needs a whole dose of looking at again. And in terms of special needs now, that's changed again. We don't know what the government approach will be to special needs schools. That's still not been determined. And I expect that will be determined probably in this year's budget, because that's when it's targeted to come through about what will happen with special needs. But certainly the volume of capital projects that are coming through this council for integrated resource at existing secondary schools says that that is the likely area where this is probably going to progress. Now, in terms of the site NES 37, in 2019 that was put up all for housing. And because of these additions, that's led to the additional site being put in over the road on Middleton Lane of 148 properties. Now, my judgment is that if none of this provision is needed, the site can meet the full provision for the number of houses without the use of Middleton Lane. That's all I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Towton.
I feel we were saying later on number 14, I don't think the exceptional circumstance has been demonstrated to take the land out of the Greenbelt. And this sort of bizarre, be careful to say, and I'll just echoes in your thoughts really, effectively it's going to be some sort of safeguarded land, and I don't think there's any certainty about that. If the argument about it creates more logical boundaries by removing it, so I don't think there has been any justification, particularly to meet the exceptional case to remove the 7 hectares out of the green belt. Once it's out the green belt, yes, I will accept potentially, but the experience other areas is once land's out the green belt, it doesn't go back in.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ash?
Yeah, just to reiterate really, I mean, I'm quite astounded that obviously we're taking green belt and then allocating it and we don't really know what we're going to do with it, whether it's needed or not. And just going back to the schools, as you've just admitted, they're needed now for secondary. So if we take the glut now of the pupils that actually need it, put in the time frame of actually building a school, they've already left the school. So it seems really backward thinking. So, yeah, and just obviously just to point out that the land that we're talking about is farmers are losing their livelihood. for these pieces of land. So now we've just justified that we don't really need it. So obviously the consequences of what we're doing now is really, really important. So again, I just think the plan is proving to be unsound on day one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point. Mr. Hobson.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm glad the council brought up specifically Area 6, which is where obviously SS19 is situated. I think, again, I would like to see further sort of analysis on this specific education plan, because SS19 has been lumped in with SES30 in Area 6 and all the data associated with that, but also obviously the school that is planned to be there. I don't see how that school benefits that area of S12. It's not geographically local. It's then therefore creating a barrier to, you know, as I've discussed before, you know, lower income families that are in that area. You know, there's a cost implication to travel into that school, which is a concern. I appreciate that the figures that are taken into consideration are based on, you know, future need. But again, locally within our area, there's oversubscription, and we have this within our statement, of both, well, nursery, primary and secondary, with a high level well, higher than national average of special needs requirements. So I don't necessarily feel, obviously we'll dig into this more on the 15th when it's SS19, but, you know, just to make the point clear, I feel that when we're talking about things like education, we need to be more specific, rather than generalising the whole of the southeast. So I'd like to sort of understand if the council has any more specificness around S12 specifically. I think that's most of what I had to say related to that. I will just add, though, as well, just final point very quickly. I know the council's mentioned that post-16 is not being considered here, but again, just to reiterate, South East has, you know, a higher number than average of people not going to post-16 or higher education, which, you know, that is important. And as well, again, the context matters of neighbouring councils. Again, I'm going to use North East Derbyshire as the example because it's important. You know, there are other sites that are being considered within that area that would be directly impacting the primary and secondary schools. Again, context matters, and, you know, what if all of those sites go ahead? You know, that's going to make the numbers that are presented today invalid, essentially. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I don't think the council have any further information to give, so that probably answers your question for now. Mr. Levery.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The point I missed is about primary as well. Primary education in the north of the city is at capacity, but according to the IAA, 1,000 houses generates a new primary school. So we can't work out quite how you don't have a new primary school, but you need a secondary school. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Oates.
Yeah, I've got just a few things to clarify. Something that was mentioned earlier was the school on SES30 was more about citywide need rather than just S13. I was just wanting to get a bit of clarity around that before any further questions I've got.
Okay, does the council want to just clarify?
Yeah, certainly. So SES30, when I reference citywide need, I suppose just to confirm, going back to, although we're not certain at this point if the school will be required, what is certain is that we want flexibility. So that's the approach we've taken. Although the solution at this moment in time is not clear, we've decided to take a precautionary approach to allow for flexibility. And the surplus and deficit figures are taken and looked at a citywide need. So obviously when you choose your school catchment areas, it's often down to pupil choice as well as which catchment you're in. So it's allowing for that flexibility.
Thank you. Sorry, can you just clarify then? You're saying that SES 30, you're not sure if it'd be needed for that area, or it might be a wider area, which I think is the point that Mrs. Oakes was trying to make, that you're not sure on the catchment yet.
So the school catchment would remain as it is, so we're not proposing to change school catchments. So what is certain is the need for flexibility. But just to be clear, at this point in time, the actual solution is not clear, which is why in the IDP it sets out 3 proposed solutions. So the first one is city centre school, the second is about school extensions, and then the third one is planning proactively for any future changes. And I think maybe just to take a step back in terms of the bigger picture, back to table 3 of the IDP. So you can see the numbers do improve citywide, and that's because the bulge in births is moving through the population. Which is why we've put forward the solution of flexibility with ongoing monitoring with the LEA officers. So just to reiterate, 2 years ago, we thought the position was that there was a citywide surplus, but monitoring over the last 2 years has shown that due to high inward migration, there will now be a citywide deficit. So this approach allows for that flexibility in forecasting.
Thank you. Mrs. Charlton?
Yeah, sorry, it was just one of the questions I'd got that I just wanted a bit of clarity on. Yeah, I've got a few queries. In terms of the looking at the infrastructure for the secondary schools and the monitoring period, it just seems very unclear how long the monitoring is going to go on for before a decision is made. And I'm just wondering as well, like, is there any idea of that? Because I appreciate numbers can be difficult to predict at the moment. And is that monitoring period going to include neighbouring areas and local authorities such as Rotherham and like S12 have got North East Derbyshire, because both of those areas are impacting on the infrastructure already?
Thank you. I was just getting the question because I couldn't quite catch it all. In terms of how long does monitoring, I think that really would be a question for the local education authority. So it's their monitoring time frame, so I'd have to go back and check on that, along with the question of cross-boundary.
Okay, we'll leave that for now then. Obviously there's other information I've asked for as well about the number of forms of entry, so no doubt the council will roll it up together in a note that will be put on the examination library website. Mrs. Charlton?
Hi, just a quick one. I just wanted to agree with the council actually about the very dire need of Sheffield needing SEN schools, because literally that is my line of job, so I'm not against arguing that. What I'm confused about is the council's plan on expansion of current schools and what this looks like. Does this mean enforced numbers of children within classrooms? Because that in itself will lead to more EHCs and more children needing special schools. So when we go to schools and ask them to expand, do we mean we're physically expanding buildings, or do we mean we're putting more numbers, pressure on the school to expand the number of children in the class? Just to clarify, really, thanks.
It's the physical expansion of the building. So yeah, when we're talking about expanding schools, it's the physical building.
Final comment, then we're moving on.
Have you got any clarity then just on which schools in the Area 6 that can expand?
I think I might have asked this.
Oh, okay, there's no answer. Okay.
No, it's an ongoing project with the local education authority.
Okay, right. I think that probably concludes then on education. So let's take a comfort break. Sorry, just find the time. Okay, if we take a 20-minute comfort break and we'll come back at 55. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. Let's resume then. So we've reached burial ground needs, item 13. And firstly, under this item, I just got a few questions for the council on the identified needs. So obviously there's the infrastructure delivery plan document that was produced, but also I think last week the council published on the examination website the citywide cemetery plan report for committee, which is dated September 2025. Can I just check that everyone around the table who wants to see that document has been able to? Yeah, okay, thank you. So then we'll obviously under item 14 just talk about the two specific sites where burial ground provision is proposed by the council. So I've got some questions again for the council to start with, and then I'll invite comments from around the table after that. So I can see we've got a new face around the table. Would you like to just briefly introduce yourself? Thank you.
Yes. Hello, I'm Ellie Fraser. I'm Head of Bereavement and Coroner Service at the Council.
Okay, thank you very much. So can I just start item 13? I've just got a question for the council. If you can just clarify the extent of needs for burial provision over the plan period for me. I can see in the citywide cemetery provision report, it refers to a need for 12 to 24 hectares over the next 52 to 104 years, which is obviously a pretty long time, but I appreciate that you need to plan far in advance. And delivery mainly on 4 to 6 sites. So obviously within this plan, we're talking about the year 2039. So if you could just clarify for me the extent of the need that you see up to over this particular plan period up to 2039, and whether the two sites that you've identified actually would meet that need in its entirety. Thank you.
So we are planning on a different timescale to the local plan. In Sheffield City Council, for those who don't know, is a burial and cremation authority. We currently run 16 cemeteries and 2 crematoria across the city. But we have done some analysis of the space that we've got left versus the demand for burials across the city. And in the city as an entirety, we've got between 5 years and 7.5 years worth of burial space remaining. And that's only up to 3 years for people of Islamic faith. So we are looking to put some long-term plans into how we meet the burial provision needs for the city into the future. Noting that cremation has become increasingly popular over the last 100 years, but that has grown to a point where we've reached a plateau, so we can quite accurately see that there is an ongoing demand for burial services, be that full body interments or interment of cremated remains. And the reason that burial is still required, it's largely cultural or individual choice, but there is obviously a faith dynamic to that as well, with certain faiths requiring burial and not agreeing with cremation. So we have looked at the analysis of how many graves you get per acre or per hectare, and scaled that up to meet demand across the city. We've also carried out consultation in terms of our service planning that determines that location and accessibility is very important in terms of people choosing cemetery sites. We have looked at the 16 sites that we've got and which of those have still got capacity and when we forecast them to close over the next few years. And in doing so, as I say, we're planning for 50 to 100 years, but we've identified that we need 12 to 24 hectares of land, and that's burial land, plus additional land for any associated infrastructure. And we'd like to provide that over 4 to 6 new cemetery sites that could be quite evenly distributed across the city, with the primary or the most urgent need being in the south-east of the city, the north of the city, and to serve the Muslim population, which will be more geographically spread, but obviously we want to put a good proportion of that land in the higher Muslim populated areas of the city, so the sort of west-northwest areas. So for 8 hectares of land would physically be enough to meet the burial capacity in terms of space for the city for a 15-year period. But what it wouldn't do is give people the flexibility and choice as to where within the city that they would choose to be buried. So the 2 sites within the local plan are and I'm sorry, I can't remember the official names, but the Beaver Hill site and the Wheel site, which are in the southeast and the north. We are looking at alternative sites as well, in addition to that, in other parts of the city, but that won't form part of the local plan.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Okay, moving on then to the next item 14. So this is obviously sites NES 37 and SE 30. So just starting off, can I just check with the council, please? Under bullet 1, I've raised the question here about the need for bereavement facilities and buildings on the site, just because there's reference in the infrastructure delivery plan to 2024, which refers to additional mortuary and coroner capacity. Is that something that's needed on this site, or is it elsewhere?
So the mortuary and coroner is separate to these, and that's not included within the local plan. I know there's mention of it in the infrastructure plan, but it's not. It wouldn't be on these sites, no.
Okay, thank you. And moving on to the second bullet point and the third bullet point actually as well, because they're related. And we discussed this earlier with regards to education. I think the answer could be the same, is just really whether the justification for removing the land from the green belt. Now, obviously, we have the concept of green cemetery use and new buildings in connection with that, the cemetery provision is not inappropriate in the green belt. But obviously, if you're removing much of those sites potentially for housing, then they become divorced from the remaining green belt. And then the issue of consequential deletions, I'm assuming, is probably the council's answer. If you could just confirm, please.
Thank you. Yes, I will confirm that just in a moment. Just in relation to the previous point, as a note of clarification, my colleague mentioned obviously that it's separate from the need for mortuary use. But as a minimum, there would likely be facilities needed around the internal infrastructure of any cemetery use or road access and any service buildings, and whether that would be subject to demand and site capacity, whether there's need for any multi-faith service space in built form. So just to clarify that in relation to cemetery uses. In relation to the question that you've just asked, yes, it's very similar to what we've discussed previously in relation to education sites. And the location of burial sites within site allocation areas would necessitate their removal from the greenbelt, even though burial grounds are not an inappropriate use in the greenbelt, as a specific location is not yet known until master planning is carried out. And dependent on the exact location, it would likely result in an isolated area of greenbelt where the boundary would no longer make sense. So, as previously discussed, yes.
Thank you very much. And then I just had a few questions about the technical information or evidence that you've gathered so far. So the committee report indicates that Tier 1 groundwater risk assessments were carried out in the summer. Does that show positively in terms of these two sites?
Yep, so we have started some feasibility studies for the land, starting with the Tier 1 groundwater studies. At the moment, that was for the whole site, because we were trying to identify within the site where may or may not be appropriate for burial provision. And as you can imagine, there are fluctuations with that in terms of recommendations about where within the site the burial ground may be most appropriately located. Both sites came back as low risk at the Tier 1 level, but they would certainly need a next level of groundwater survey before we could say that they were suitable for burial provision.
Yes, I can see there's reference to Tier 2 groundwater assessments. So that's for both sites, is it? And what would that work involve and when?
So a Tier 2 groundwater assessment will look in more detail at the sites and ensure that the site can meet the Environment Agency's guidelines for protecting groundwater from human burials. Generally, this Tier 1 is very much a paper-based with a site walkover. Tier 2 is more on the ground. It does involve some drilling of boreholes because it's about identifying groundwater depth, bedrock, sort of water movement within the site. So it's a bit more invasive, and it's usually carried out over a much longer period so that you can track groundwater variation through different seasons. In terms of timescales, we are keen to progress those as quickly as possible because of the need for burial space, but obviously we are working closely with local plan colleagues to ensure that that's appropriate.
Thank you. And you referred to sort of, other technical work. Could you just outline for me what other technical work has been done, just in looking at in terms of suitability for burial provision?
Yes, at the moment, the only other surveys that have been completed are the ecological surveys, and then we're looking at the tenancy arrangements with our legal services department with regards to those sites.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll come on to that when we get to the site-specific sessions. Okay, I don't have any further questions under bullet points 2 and 3. So if I could just bring in anyone else around the table, if you wish to comment now on the proposed provision on NES 37 or SES 30. Okay, Mr. Ash first, please. Is it Mr. Hunstall? Mrs. Hunstall? I can't tell which of you got your nameplate up. It's in the middle.
It's me. Did you say in relation to SES 30 or because
any
I'm
comments
NES
you've got,
yes,
on
it's
either
NES.
of the sites or on any other aspect of burial provision?
Yeah, so I would primarily be covering NES 37, sorry. So from a burial site demand perspective, completely take on board what you were saying with regards to, the needs and obviously the Islamic faith running out of burial space quicker. From a location point of view, what we believe is that the location is incorrect at NES 37, and the primary reason behind that is 95% of the population within that area are Christian or non-faith, and less than 2% of the population have the Islamic faith. So there's also already a cemetery and a crematorium within 1 mile of NES 37. There is capacity at one of the burial site within Ecclesfield for 5 years. So what we're saying here is that, from a locality, you should be putting the provision where the need is and where the Islamic faith populations are, not in an area that, doesn't have that, because ultimately from a sustainability point of view, you're going to be trekking people across town at a time when they've obviously got, having a distressing event happening in their life. They obviously have to bury their relatives and their friends and family within 24 hours. So not only are you having to trek them across town from the high population areas of Islamic faith around Burngreave and Darnall, you've then got the ongoing sustainability of them having to travel to visit the graves, which I know from a faith point of view they do. So from a fairness to the Islamic, to the Muslim population, it's unfair to them because the location, you're doing it well away from their communities, but it's also sort of like faith insensitive as well to the residents within the area that you're planning to do it, who are, like I say, are primarily Christian faith or no faith. So I think from a local resident's point of view, we don't require and would receive no benefit to offset the impact of what we would be losing. And obviously the additional noise, traffic and visual amenity of that is inappropriate for the local residents. So I think what we're saying is the citywide burial strategy needs to be rooted in fairness, not only to the existing communities, but to the communities you are trying to serve. There has to be that faith sensitivity, and there has to be the sustainability aspect as well that's taken into account by way of, travel to and from these funerals and also the ongoing grave visits. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mrs. Fraser said that you were looking at other sites across the city. Is that right? Would you just like to perhaps briefly touch on those?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are, as I say, trying to deliver 4 to 6 cemeteries, depending on where we can identify land and deliver new cemeteries will dictate how we proportion the land within those cemeteries for different purposes. So approximately 1/3 of our full burials in the city at the moment are for people of Muslim faith, so 2/3 are still for people of other faiths. Our cemeteries near this area, so Burncross and Ecclesfield cemeteries are nearing capacity, and what we also see is as other cemeteries become full, we get a knock-on effect as people start to obviously move to the other nearest cemeteries. So our citywide vision does look at what we need to provide for the whole city for all faiths, but depending on where we're able to ascertain land will depend on how that breaks down. So the vision also talks about natural burials, burials for people of different faiths. You're right, it would be probably inappropriate to put a large proportion of that. We've said we need 4.5 to 9 hectares of land specifically for Muslim burials. I would not expect to see a large proportion of that within this site. Does that help? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Towton.
Comments very echo what we said previously. I don't think the exceptional circumstances test have been met to take the site out of the green belt. There is, if we visit the housing site, the technical work has been done. There's references to we're looking at alternative sites, so there's no certainty of delivery. Also, this is not an inappropriate use in the green belt. It could still be used as a cemetery site in the green belt. I know you've talked about maybe having site policies. I don't think that would give the certainty. My concern is we'll end up with this land being taken out of the green belt, and there effectively be some safeguarded land. I generally think the land still meets the greenbelt purpose, and it should just stay in the greenbelt, and they should work around what they can do. If they need it at a cemetery site in the greenbelt, the policies still allow that. Yes.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Allison.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on the T2 survey. So has that been commissioned as yet? No. And how? So if it hasn't been commissioned, how long does it take to do the survey and get the results back?
I think you mentioned a number of seasons, didn't you? If you want to just expand.
So it will depend on the outcomes, but we can expect it to take up to 12 months. It hasn't been commissioned yet, no.
Okay. Could I just ask the inspector, how does that affect any decision making? Because if it comes back and it's not suitable, then obviously you won't be able to use it for that purpose.
I think at the moment Mrs. Fraser had said that there was no indication that the whole site was unsuitable. Is that correct?
So the Tier 1 surveys do indicate that it is low risk, although there are areas within that site that would be more appropriate than others. But we would need the outcome of the Tier 2 survey. It is likely that it would be suitable, but I'm trying to get the details of the Tier 2 surveys, but even if you can't meet all the low risk criteria, there is then a permitting scheme to have cemeteries, so it's highly unlikely that we would identify that it's not suitable, but if depending on the level of risk, you might need to go on to apply for a permit.
Okay, thank you for your question. Do you have any others? No. Okay. Okay, then just moving on to the final bullet point. So I've put here, what if the land is not needed for burial space? But I'm assuming from what you just said that you've got quite an urgent need, and this is one of your key sites that you're looking at. Is that the case? Okay, I've got no more questions then on burial space provision. Is there anything finally you wanted to say, Mrs. Fraser, before we disappear? Mr. Stevens.
Sorry, can I just add one point? It doesn't necessarily need Mrs. Fraser, but as per the discussion we had earlier about the need for land on these two sites for educational purposes, notwithstanding the fact that this is a very, very pressing need, and also land can be utilised from the greenbelt for burial needs, we did wonder whether it would be worth suggesting to you around the option of adding in a criteria similarly to the education use, that if that 4 hectares of the land should be safeguarded for a burial site, and any proposals for alternative uses would need to be considered as part of a review of the plan, i.e. that land would be protected for those needs until such a point at which whole-scale planning was being reconsidered to make sure that our land is suitably safeguarded. Obviously, it's not quite the same as the education need, but we thought that might be helpful.
Okay, thank you. I've noted that point. Okay, thank you very much. I've got no more further questions. Okay, moving on to viability. I'll just pause for a minute because you'll have to shuffle seats. Okay, so moving on to viability. So the council has updated its viability work in the whole plan viability assessment further note, document exam 131. So there's various reasons, I guess, for the update. There's quite a lot of events, I think, that have overtaken us, so to speak. We have obviously the MPPF 2025 that no longer requires 10% of homes as affordable home ownership or 25% of affordable housing as first homes. There's also the issue of the golden rules in the MPPF 2025, which requires a higher percentage of affordable housing on greenbelt release sites, and that's those in the plan, so that applies immediately. The council has obviously as well updated its housing market assessment, which identifies a particularly high need for social rented housing and less need for first homes. So effectively, we have the viability further note in front of us, which tests those higher affordable housing rates and also uses a range of different tenure mixes as well. So effectively today, what I'd like to understand under these items on the agenda is the council's view and intentions regarding this. So obviously 10-year mix, what's your position now? And then in terms of the affordable housing policy NC3, what is your view in that and the way forward? So under item 15, I've firstly tried to tackle tenure mix. So obviously under NC3 at the moment, you have a tenure mix of 25% first homes, 25% social rented, 50% affordable rent or housing for intermediate. And then under the new further update note, you've tested 4 different options with different permutations. So yes, if you could just outline for me your latest position then on tenure and where you see yourself going.
Yes, certainly. So just to confirm, yes, we do intend to propose a modification to the affordable housing tenure mix in NC3. And this is based on the findings and conclusions in exam 131, the whole plan viability assessment update. We are proposing to seek an affordable housing tenure mix of 75% social rent and 25% affordable home ownership for any site in the Greenbelt. The affordable housing mix within the urban area, we'd just like to clarify that rather than limiting that to affordable home ownership just to first homes, we are seeking modifications to expand that definition to affordable home ownership, which would include first homes as well as shared ownership. Just to make 3 sort of further specific points just on tenure mix. Obviously, you've alluded to in our local housing needs assessment update, exam 66, there is an overriding need for social rent, and the current mix in NC3 is a compromise which is drawn up before the updated MPPF and obviously includes first homes. So we felt that this was an appropriate opportunity to update the tenure mix in line with the LHN update. Just a second point to make, that in the existing tenure mix that's in the plan, 12.5% of all homes on a site would be social rent. if there was a 50% requirement on greenbelt sites. And then my final point, just following on from that, is if you go to a higher requirement of 30% on a greenbelt site, 75% of 30% is about 22.5% as social rent. So that almost doubles the social rent. So again, just makes the further point about why we've chosen the higher social rent figure in line with the local housing needs assessment update. And that point might make some further sense as we move into the percentage requirement for the next question.
Yes, I'm not sure I totally followed it, but if I could just confirm what your position is. So you've said 75% social rent and 25% affordable home ownership, which includes first homes and shared ownership. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And second question related to that, are you proposing to apply that to any additional sites? Or are you proposing, because you've obviously done your testing on the additional sites, are you proposing to apply that to the other allocations in the submitted plan as well, which you haven't done testing on?
No, so the sites that we've already discussed in stage 2, they would remain as per the requirement in NC3 as it currently stands, but with the one point of clarity that instead of stating first homes as 25%, it would state affordable home ownership.
Sorry, I was just writing down that you are keeping the mix in NC3 or proposing to for the others, and then sorry, your second point?
So the second point was that the mix remains as per NC3 for existing sites that were discussed at stage 2, but it was just clarifying that instead of being 25% first homes, it would read 25% affordable home ownership, which would include first homes but wouldn't be limited. It would also cover shared ownership.
Okay, so can I just ask you about that change then? So the 50% affordable rent or housing for intermediate or equivalent affordable tenures, would that normally have included shared ownership? But you're changing that part as well?
It could have included affordable home ownership. I'm sorry, it could have included shared ownership.
So if the 25% first homes is now changing to include shared ownership, just trying to work out, is the third category of 50% just going to be affordable rent now?
When we did the viability testing, it was on the basis that 25% of all the affordable housing had to be first homes. And so they were included within the appraisals as first homes. And then we had the 25% social rent. And because viability is quite tight in parts of the city, the idea was to have some flexibility between shared ownership and affordable rent, both of which are good products, but they don't meet the needs of, most of the need is for social rent. If there could have been more social rent before, there would have been more social rent before.
So, yes, can you clarify for me then, so the 50% affordable rent or housing for intermediate or equivalent affordable tenures, that category now doesn't include shared ownership, or does it? So,
could do, yes.
So in terms of those changes then to the NC3 mix that you're proposing, would that have any viability implications? Obviously I can see in your original whole plan viability testing VI01, you've tested a range of different tenure mixes. Does it fall within one of those 10 different types that you've tested?
Yes, it does, and that's part of the reason for not excluding first homes within that 25%. Because we've, when we were doing the viability study, we had reference to the council's transfer prices, and shared ownership have a transfer price that is a little less than first homes. So actually, first homes can be a good product in the right market. And so the idea was to keep it open as to whether or not the developer provided first homes, or could, normally shared ownership comes forward with a housing partner, an RSL, or they could go down that route to keep it flexible.
So looking then at table 10.7 in your first viability work, where you've got your different tenure mixes, you've got your least viable to your most viable. So the proposed mix you're now talking about in NC3, which is just a slight change, isn't it? First homes to like a bit of flexibility. Can you just sort of like give me some clarity in terms of which of those you think it would still apply to? Which is the closest one? Or is it still the same one?
It's still the same one. So all that has happened is that first homes group has been opened out to include first homes or affordable. First homes are a type of affordable home ownership. So it's been extended to include other types of affordable home ownership as well as first homes.
And can you just clarify for me in the table, is it number 5 that is
so which table are you actually?
Sorry, your original viability testing work, which is table 10.7, page 166, where you've tested the different tenure mixes.
Five.
Okay, thank you for clarifying all of that with me. Does anyone around the table have any comments on what they've just heard? The council's proposing to change the tenure mix for the proposed additional sites, and then also a slight tweak to the tenure mix for other submitted sites in the plan. It's all quite technical. Okay. Yes, Mr. Ash, would you like to come in?
Yeah, sorry. Obviously, it was quite difficult to follow you then with what was said.
I apologise, it is a technical subject.
Obviously, the viability, have you done some figures to see whether development-wise, whether these homes are viable to actually build in the S35 area?
So effectively, we have the further note in front of us, which it's tested all of the additional proposed sites using different tenure mixes, which shows viability for them in the council's note. Yeah, it's document exam 131. Mr. Hobson.
But am I correct in stating that those calculations are using generic Sheffield-wide infrastructure and not site-specific? I know it's not, you're not, you don't have to do that, but I just want to be clear, it's all generic information, right?
So the note that we've just done is an annex to the whole plan viability assessment, which was carried out in 2022, which is it's a great read. I can recommend it. It is quite long, it's very technical, and that is a generic document that is based on averages. It follows the planning practice guidance and the MPPF, and you're absolutely right, it is based on testing typologies. In the note, we have looked at the specific sites and modelled based on the areas and the expected site capacities. So there has been some regard to the specifics of the site, but it is still high-level plan-wide testing, as would be appropriate at this stage of the plan-making process.
Okay, understand that. I don't want to be jumping ahead, but the clear point I wanted to sort of make around this viability document is more around the golden rules. Am I jumping too far ahead with that?
Possibly, yes. Can I ask you to perhaps just park the questions? There'll be another opportunity to come.
Yeah.
Perhaps if I ask the council the questions I've got on the golden rules and then bring everyone in, and then we can talk generally, I think, about viability. That might actually work better, I think, because people might have comments on both tenure mix and affordable housing percentage. So my questions then, turning to then item 16, so looking at the affordable housing requirement. And so this is a new change that's come in the National Planning Policy Framework 2025, which effectively applies straight away for major development on sites being released from the Greenbelt in local plans. And basically it says that such sites have to make significant affordable housing provision by either having plan policies which seek at least 50% affordable housing unless shown to be not viable, or in the interim, before such policies are in place, seeking 15% affordable housing higher, so 15% higher affordable housing rates than the plan policies. So I just wanted to understand the council's intention on this, because obviously the examination is still open. There is an opportunity, if you were sitting here wanting to put forward modifications to policy NC3. So I just want to get your position, please. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. So I'll talk you through our position and then briefly go through our approach of how we got there. So yes, we do intend a modification to NC3 that will specify a percentage requirement which would apply to the 11 proposed additional sites. So for site allocation SWS 18 and 19, this would be a 40% requirement. And for the remaining 9 sites, which I'll not list, these would state a 30% requirement. We also propose a further modification to NC3 on how to deal with sites in the Greenbelt that would be subject to a planning application that are not allocated. We could send this, the exact form of wording through, but it'd be something along the lines of all land not allocated in the local plan within the Greenbelt would be subject to the golden rules, to that effect. So just to summarise, the 11 additional sites would have a specific affordable housing requirement percentage, and then any other site in the Greenbelt subject to a planning application would be subject to the golden rules and the default position in paragraph 157. So just to briefly take you through our process. So our starting point was to consider what the 11 additional sites could viably deliver. And the main reason for this was the characteristics of these sites were very different to those in the urban area. So these Greenbelt sites are different in character, so it was right to set a percentage requirement based on the assessment of viability specific to that typology. This is an approach that's in line with paragraph 67 of the updated framework. For each of the sites, the percentage is set at a higher level than would otherwise apply to those sites in the urban area. And this is justified in regard to the site-specific evidence work in exam 131. Again, this is an approach that's in line with paragraph 68 of the updated NPPF, which says that affordable housing must be set at a single or different rate that's higher. And 67, thank you. A. We haven't set the requirement at 50%, and we might go into this further on the next question, as we've got specific evidence regarding what could be viably delivered on each of these 11 sites, especially given the priority to delivering social rent at 75% on these sites. And again, just to reiterate, this approach is in line with paragraph 67 and 68 of the updated framework.
Thank you. Sorry, just check my question. No, see if I've asked all my questions. So just in terms of what you said then, so looking at the default position, so for the other sites, so effectively what would that mean? So that means that you'd have some areas that would provide 25%, is that correct? And then others that would be 45%. So in terms of your viability testing, obviously you've done it on your specific 11 sites, I appreciate that. But in terms of your viability testing, you're looking at that in a positive way, then does that show that a lot of your other sites using the default position would still be able to come forward?
We were looking at the potential allocations. There would be a natural sort of read across that the further greenbelt releases that aren't allocated. I'm thinking on my feet here. I'm slightly uncomfortable doing this. But
I am as well, don't worry.
that there is a read across from the work that we've done that the any unallocated sites that come forward in the greenbelt would be subject to at least 30% affordable housing, because all of them were, the sites we tested were subject to at least 30% affordable housing, and some of them in the lower value areas could possibly come forward at a lower level. No, I hadn't spotted that.
And in the higher value area, where at the moment you're seeking 30% and then the default position would be 45%, obviously that's higher, 45% is higher, isn't it, than the recommended level for the higher allocation sites, additional allocation sites, you're looking at 40%. But I think you tested 50 and it was showing viability in some areas, potentially, wasn't it?
Yeah, and yeah, the work does recognise that, but I think as a council we wanted to ensure optimal public benefit as set out in the viability PPG, and to deliver affordable housing that's needed. So based on exam 66, the housing needs assessment, that meant we prioritised the delivery of social rent on those sites. So therefore the overall requirement was lower. She's asking a different question. Yeah, she's asking it. All right.
I don't have any further questions. Is there anything else you want to say?
So as I said, there is a read across that all of the greenfield sites, or none of the greenfield sites that we tested, could bear less than 30%. If a site came forward under the golden rules, as per the MPPF, there could be some sites that one asked for less than, that would be asked for 25%, the 10% plus 15%. So there could be some thought about making that adjustment. On the 40%, the same would apply, but I'd be a bit I think I'd be more nervous about that, because those two sites that have 40% have come forward at a higher density. The site specifics on the basis that they were tested are quite particular. But to come forward under the golden rules, where it's never less than 30%, not that I've taken any instructions from my client at all, might be a sensible way forward.
Yes, and I'm assuming that if you did have a site that came forward in one of those higher value areas where you're seeking 45% and it might be an issue, then there's flexibility with the tenure mix anyway, and in other ways, I'm assuming. So I've got no more questions. So if we go around the table and, I'm keen to hear from others now and your views on anything that the council's just said in terms of what they're proposing to do with the percentage mix, the affordable housing percentage mix. And we also heard about changes to the tenure mix as well that council's talking about. So if I start with Mr. Hobson on my left and I'll move around the table. Mr. Hobson, you're first.
Thank you. So I think the unfortunate nature of the golden rule being 50% default, I mean, it's moving already, right? It's gone from 50% default down to 30, 40 in some areas. That's sort of setting the precedent for, I'm not going to say moving the goalposts as such, but it's, that was a big drive, certainly from a councillor level, that we were told, like, the strict things that must be, when actually it doesn't seem as fixed as what necessarily we were told initially, which I think is more of a national thing. I understand, and please correct me if this is wrong, but this is going to be set now so that developers then can't say during their proposal, okay, well actually we've done X, Y, Z, and we find that it's 20%. So am I right in saying that the developers now have to be held to that 30%? Is that correct?
That's the figure that then the council are proposing to put in the policy if we accept it.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
And my point there is then, well, we end up in a situation where, and I know that certainly with sites in the southeast, there are things there that will be uncovered during the more detailed hearings that I would foresee would completely blow the sort of the point where it becomes non-viable out the water. So do we end up then with sites that nothing happens to them because a developer doesn't want to touch it? So that's sort of a fear that I have with that.
Thank you. No doubt if you've got some specifics about, particular requirements for sites, we'll come to that at the site sessions. Thank you. Mr. Allison.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of just ask a few more questions in relation to sort of the viability and the viability assessment. I just want everyone to bear in mind my comments earlier on about affordable housing and that there is an existing oversupply in the northeast of Sheffield. So I just want us all to bear that in mind. So obviously we refer to the MPPF, which is the golden rule at 50% affordable housing, which has now been established that is going to be reduced down to 30%. Now, the Sheffield Local Plan viability assessment completed in 2022 was a 300-page evidence-based document. Quite clearly states that the northeast, including Grenoside and Ecclesfield, are not viable to deliver any affordable housing. However, the plan has been based on sites that cannot deliver this, and this document appears to have been ignored. And this has been replaced now with a 17-page updated paper that suggests that miraculously the northeast sites can deliver 35 or 30% affordable housing requirement. However, I've been through this document and I can't see any evidence that supports these figures. So I'd say that some of these assumptions are very unrealistic and give a misleading position. So I would ask the council, where is this evidence base that you were provided in 2022 that justified zero affordable in the northeast, but now it can deliver 30% affordable in only 3 years? So that's sort of my first part of the question. And I'd just also add that why did you choose the northeast when I've just said that the viability assessment proves that it wasn't viable, when the 2022 document shows that the sites in the south and southwest clearly support 30% affordable. So why was it that those sites were not chosen and the northeast was? So that's my first question.
If I could ask the council to respond on that first issue, particularly, I think I'm interested in terms of, I'm assuming it's perhaps because you were testing some greenbelt sites. I don't know whether the work before was looking at a different category of sites, but if you could just explain the change which went from showing those sites as not being viable to potentially supporting 30%.
Yeah, certainly. I think maybe just a point of clarification. So Mr. Allison's reference to the northeast, there's the northeast sub-area, which is wider, but in terms of the previous SHMA 2019 and the whole plan viability assessment, the sites in Chapeltown are not in the northeast housing market area. So I think it's just a distinction that the housing market areas, there's the northeast and then there's the Chapeltown Ecclesfield. So that's where NES 37, 38, etc., they're in the Chapeltown Ecclesfield housing market area. They're not in the northeast housing market area.
Could I just come back to that? Sorry. I'm a bit confused with that because we've already established that the NES 37 is directly adjacent to S5, which is northeast. So by allocating these sites, you're merging the areas. So you would create one site.
Can I just confirm? So, but they're both within 10%, the 10% areas. I mean, so that's what the critical issue is. I think here probably is that how can it be that some 10% areas are now showing positive? That was your main question, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't go into Chapeltown, but yeah, it does say 10%, but it's not 30%, is it?
The boundary things we don't need to worry about so much. It's just the fundamental issue. Correct. Is the change.
Can I also answer a question that I'm not absolutely convinced I was asked, but I think it would be helpful. We started off doing this viability testing, looking at different tenure mixes, and in the appendices we've tested the different tenure mixes up to 50% affordable housing. These greenbelt releases could bear 50% affordable housing at the tenure mix that doesn't include very much social rent. By moving to the preferred, by having 30% affordable housing, one can have 22.5% of all the housing on the site as social rent. If one sticks with the original affordable housing mix, one only has 12.5% social rented housing on a site. It's slightly at 50% affordable housing. So, but by going to 30%, it's not a matter of letting anyone, a developer, off financially. The cost of providing it is similar. So what has changed between now and then? Well, what's changed is the sites have changed. When we did the original viability testing, there were no significant greenfield sites within the, or very few significant greenfield sites. And the greenfield sites that there were small infills, were likely to be small infills and sports grounds and what have you. And within our assessment of the housing market, from a development point of view, we took the view that the value of units on a site was very much associated with the neighbours and the outlook from the site. So the very local characteristics. If you overlooked greenfields and had a lovely view and perhaps perhaps a canal or a deck. Oh, back on. I'm sitting very still. Shall I try that one? So we felt that the value of a site is driven by the local characteristics, who its neighbours were, and if it had a good view and all that type of thing. So a site overlooking open fields and in a really attractive place, which I think you can put all these potential sites into that category, would have a much better value than a site that is sandwiched between a petrol station and a panel beater's yard or something, thinking of something that is less attractive. And for that reason, we have kept everything else equal within the assessments we've done, other than looked at the values of nice greenfield sites which are the most attractive from a developer's point of view. And as we heard in the first, or in the part 2 hearings, the greenfield sites are going to command higher values and what have you, and that has a direct knock on into viability. We haven't changed anything other than the typologies that we've modelled, or the types of site, and that one adjustment to the values in the north, in the lower value areas.
So, sorry, just can I clarify this? So you've changed the values, I can see that. What about, so you haven't changed anything else? So you haven't changed build costs, for example? And I'm assuming those have probably risen, haven't they, by a certain percentage?
Yes, quite a lot has changed. But if we changed build costs, then we're into producing a whole new plan-wide viability study. So the note that you have is based on the same assumptions as within the 2023 whole plan viability study. So everything is taken to that date. We could have done a whole update, but I'm not sure it, actually I'm sure it wouldn't have told you any more than doing this limited extra modelling has done.
Okay, but presumably though, if build costs have changed a bit, then there might be some less viability. I mean, obviously there are lots of other permutations and factors at play in viability, but it is one of the main inputs.
Absolutely. But values have also changed. So this is done at the 2023 values.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allison, would you like to come back?
Yes. Could I ask where, now I've explained I'm a chartered surveyor, so I don't work on assumptions and ideas, I work on evidence. So that 300-page document was evidenced with land sales, evidence to show what build costs were. It was a comprehensive document. Where's the evidence to show that the green belt land is higher value than the greenfield land? And especially when we're only talking, how many sites? 12, is it? 13 allocated sites? Sorry, 11, sorry. 11, it's not a huge amount of work to do that. And secondly, you could run updated appraisals fairly easily to take into account increases in build costs and any other policy changes that have happened in the last 3 years. So why hasn't that been done?
I don't know whether it's perhaps because obviously you're directed to do the work, but perhaps the council could just respond in terms of why they chose not to seek that work.
Can I answer for the council? If we, as you know, these documents, they're quite complex documents and they're prepared in line with the guidance. And my view is that it's quite, one either needs to update it or not update it. Here we had a very particular situation where the council were releasing a completely different type of site to what we had assessed originally. And the only gap in the evidence, in the viability evidence, was whether or not these sites were going to be deliverable. And so my suggestion was that we tested those sites as per the evidence that has been submitted. If we had prepared a new viability assessment, that would have taken us back to really the beginning of the hearings and could have opened up other aspects of the plan making process. And clearly you haven't written your report yet, but we've talked about the viability evidence previously, and there haven't been a lot of technical challenges to whether or not it is a decent piece of work that the council can rely on. We haven't got pages of technical challenges on values and costs and what have you. So it did seem appropriate to fill the gap. Because we were doing that, the council asked us about the tenure mix, and the SHMA was updated at the same time.
No, I think I understand your position. So effectively you're saying that it's a completely different type of site. Therefore you just inserted that particular brand new land value into your work, effectively, using the typology, using the same other assumptions. Okay. Right, Mr. Allison, was there anything final you wanted to say, and then I'll move around the table?
I just feel that this is a very, very important point, and if you're allocating sites that are in the green belt, then you need to provide the correct amount of evidence and justification to do it, or it's very misleading to yourself and the rest of the public.
Thank you. I've noted your points. Mr. Hobson, I think we covered you already, did we? Or yeah. If it's quite quick, because we're very short of time.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just want to pick up on what was mentioned. Can you be clear again from the council? So you're saying that the new viability study was done with the old data and assumptions of infrastructure needs of the old, the old plan, let's say. So there's been there's not necessarily been consideration for the differences in infrastructure and build out that may be needed for Greenbelt. Is that correct? That's not being considered. So you've essentially taken what may be an infrastructure consideration for a brown belt site and tried to apply that to a green belt site. Is that correct?
We have not applied site-specific Section 106 type requirements. So within the costs for strategic infrastructure, we've got community infrastructure levy and an additional allowance for that. We have not applied a detailed strategic infrastructure and mitigation cost.
I wasn't necessarily alluding to site specific. I was talking more, like you've said, it's a new type of, a green belt is not a brown belt. In more generic terms, have you incorporated a generic green belt model for infrastructure into that data analysis?
I think I was answering a slightly different question then, actually. So within the urban area where we model high density flats, when you build a block of flats, there is relatively little site costs because the flats tend to fill up a large part of the site. When you build on a greenfield site, you have higher site costs because you've got to lay out your state roads and gardens and all the other stuff. Yes, we have made a different allowance, a higher allowance on the greenfield sites.
Sorry, can I just clarify? I wasn't sure I followed your last point. You've made a higher allowance on greenfield sites. A higher allowance for what? Was that infrastructure?
For site infrastructure. Yeah.
Sorry, can you just clarify what you mean by that?
So for that, I mean everything that is not the building itself. So the building itself is covered in the BCIS costs, pounds per metre squared. And beyond that, we need to make an allowance for everything outside the building. And we use a higher allowance, so 15% on the for greenfield sites. And I think it was 5% on the highest density urban sites, but the smaller urban sites would have been 10%.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move around the table then. Mr. Ash, you're next.
Thank you. Just to get a couple of points. Obviously, on one hand, you're saying building on green belt demands more prices, so the costs of the house are higher. How have you come to the fact that obviously affordable housing can be built on these green belt lands then? Because obviously, again, it comes down to viability. And again, going back, if you're basing them on 2023, I'm suggesting that the cost of the housing's gone up between 20 and 30%, which I'm guessing hasn't been factored in to the costs in your viability reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Move around the table. Sorry. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Our point really is a matter of principle. In our view, the default position should apply on these sites. As we understand it, the plan is a transitional one in accordance with paragraph 234 of the latest MPPF. The policy should be drafted, therefore, on the basis and examined against the MPPF 2023. As we read it, if Sheffield provide a specific percentage in response to Golden Rule's requirements, they will have effectively drafted policy in accordance with paragraph 67 of the latest MPPF. We think paragraph 157 of the MPPF 2024 exists to appropriately capture due affordable housing uplift on greenbelt sites at planning application stage, insofar as Golden Rules are concerned, including those to be included in the Sheffield Plan. And it may actually be a way to resolve some of these questions around the application of various affordable housing uplifts and how it's been calculated. Keen to explore that to some extent.
So just to confirm then, you think that the default position has to apply?
As it's a transitional plan, we don't think that paragraph 67 and 68 apply.
So paragraph 156, that does apply. Obviously you agree with that.
And 157 in particular, at the stage of planning application, would capture a 15% uplift on top of NC3, is the way that we would look at it. So for instance, we're one of those sites that would achieve 25% on that basis, which would be 10% plus 15% requirement of 157. So,
sorry, I just want to take you to paragraph 156. So in part A, it says affordable housing which reflects either development plan policies produced in accordance with paragraph 67 to 68 of the framework, or until such policies are in place, the policies set out in paragraph 157 below. So the first part of that, the little one, this is a live examination, I think would probably be my perspective. So it hasn't closed, we haven't got an adopted plan
okay,
yet.
so yeah, that's what we're seeking clarity on, I suppose, is the approach to be taken on that, because the way we read it is that those policies at 67 and 68 are in the new plan, and we are examining this plan against the MPPF 2023. 157 would apply anyway at the point of a planning application, and therefore we think that exists in part to capture that uplift that we would expect.
I mean, it's a new world for all of us, is all I would say.
I think that's absolutely what I would sort of precursor this with, is that I'm looking to explore that point and get clarity from the council on precisely their position on that.
Okay, if I could bring the council in then, please. Mrs. Reed.
Sorry, I think the point is, in 156A, it says affordable housing which reflects either, one, development plan policies produced in accordance with paragraphs 67 and 68 of the framework. So if you were looking at an application, you'd be asking whether the relevant policies that were adopted at that point in time, which we're here examining now, are in accordance with paragraph 67 to 68 of the framework. Paragraph 67 and 68 talk about policies in line with the requirements of those policies. So it's not a question that is brought in or ruled out depending upon whether a plan is adopted at a certain point. And indeed, let me just find the right, sorry, I'll just finish this point first. It's a question that's asked having regard to the consistency effectively of the policies that are adopted with those requirements of the framework. And therefore, if the examination is considering whether the policies that are being put forward are consistent with those policies in the framework, those policies would then subsequently bite effectively. And if, just bear with me a moment, let me just find the relevant, sorry, I've not got the PDF.
I think, sorry.
Sorry, could I just finish? Let me just find a relevant point, which I've not got the PDF up, just scrolling through. Yes, so it's paragraph 231, which the policies in the framework and material considerations which should be taken into account in dealing with applications from the day of its publication. And para 232, existing policies should not be considered out of date simply because they were adopted or made prior to the publication of the framework. Due weight should be given according to degree of consistency. It's a similar point, essentially. You'd be looking at the consistency of the policies with the framework. And those paragraphs in the framework, I think, allow for the situation that we're in here, which is effectively to ask whether or not proposed policies would be in accordance with or in line with the new provisions of the framework. We are being examined under a previous iteration, but that's not to say that the policies in the current iteration can't be material considerations, and that's made clear by the terms of the framework.
And absolutely, I agree on the point of 157 in particular. That would be a material consideration at a planning application stage. We 100% agree with that. I think 67 is part of the new framework, though, and specifically what that's asking is effectively to draft policies which have an uplift and a specific uplift set out for affordable housing, and we think that that is beyond the scope of a transitional plan.
Okay, thank you. I've noted your points. Moving around the table then, sorry, Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I think it's a similar question that I was going to ask as Mr. Johnson, so I won't go into it in too much detail, but I do follow the logic that the council are putting forward in the fact that paragraph 156A, part 1, as long as the policy, or as long as the plan is in line with paragraph 67 in the framework, then that can be applied at the point at which a planning application comes forward. I do follow that logic. I suppose the key question, which is I think been asked already, is the whole plan viability assessment further note in line with what is required of the framework and paragraph 67? Because it may be at this point in time, it may not be at this point in time, but at the point of a planning application coming forward, could it be argued by an applicant that actually that whole plan viability assessment further note was not in line with paragraph 67? And an applicant could make that argument because yourself as inspectors have not made a judgment as to whether it's in line with the 67 because you're assessing it against NPPF 2023. So we get into a bit of a circular argument, but you see the point I'm making. And I think I agree with Mr. Johnson's point that it would seem more sensible or logical to follow paragraph 157 in the NPPF rather than get ourselves caught into and mired into difficulties further down the line. Thank you.
So is your point more about the quality of the viability work then? You think it doesn't meet the terms of paragraph 67?
Well, I think that could be argued at a later stage. I mean, we are waiting for further guidance from the government on viability, I understand, from Minister Pennycook, and that's been promised earlier this year. So maybe that will shed some light on how this is approached in the future. But if you follow the logic of council to the council here, then it would appear that you could apply you could argue against the paragraph 156A, part 1, and that it's not in line with paragraphs 67 and 68 of the framework, and therefore a new viability assessment, site-specific assessment, is required at the planning application stage. I mean, it might be a slight leap to get that far, but you can see that there is a difficulty there with trying to, apply this transition position. To answer your question on whether we think the whole plan viability assessment further note is robust, I'm not a quantity surveyor, I'm not a building surveyor, so I'm not going to pass judgment on it. But if it's based on 2023 data, then, well, it could be challenged at a future date, is what I'm saying, if we follow the logic that I've outlined. Thank you.
Yes, because obviously if you turn to paragraph 67, it just basically says require at least 50% of the housing to be affordable unless this will make the development of these sites unviable when tested in accordance with national planning practice guidance on viability. So that's what you're saying you think doesn't apply in this case, or the council hasn't met that test, and therefore paragraph 67 isn't met. Is that your point?
That could be the point that an applicant can make at a future date, future stage, at the application stage, potentially.
Because otherwise my reading of paragraph 156A, little I, is that actually development plan policies produced in accordance with paragraphs 67 to 68. So that's the percentage that can apply now.
So just to clarify, my point was that we don't think that the development plan policy should be developed in accordance with 67 and 68 because it's a transitional plan. So we're being assessed against a previous NPPF where those paragraphs didn't even exist. So that's 157 will appropriately capture uplift on greenbelt sites within existing affordability housing areas and will apply the appropriate plus 15%. And that would be, in our view, the cleanest and simplest way to deal with this. That takes account of the additional and different greenbelt typology, which is what a lot of people have been talking about. Is that being taken into account appropriately? That's the point of 157, regardless of plan status. Anything that has been released from the greenbelt through this plan will be subject to 157.
Thank you. I can't see any reference to transitional within there. I mean, this applies straight away. So I think I've given my view. I'm not sure there's much more we can really debate on this. Mrs. Reid, would you like to come in?
I mean, just looking at paragraph 67 and 68, there's no reason that the plan can't be produced in line with those requirements now. They're quite straightforward. The first requirement is that the requirement is set at a higher level than that which would otherwise apply. It is. And the second is require at least 50% of the housing to be affordable unless this would make the development of these sites unviable when tested in accordance with the PPG on viability. So actually the starting point is require at least 50% unless. The council has viability evidence and has produced a figure that was lower, but if that wasn't accepted, the default position would then be 50%.
Final point, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a separate point. It's sort of relating to that. If we go down the route of 67B did apply. If we look at the actual guidance that's available currently on viability, it then states site-specific viability assessment should not be undertaken or taken into account for the purposes of reducing developer contributions, including affordable housing. That's currently the guidance that's available because they haven't updated the viability guidance online. I'm just intrigued by how we're sort of absorbing that, which is currently presented online under the viability guidance for golden rules. So it seems like it's leading us down a route to then 50%, like 67B. If you follow it to the guidance online at the moment under viability, it then says that basically until we have the national guidance, you can't apply viability appraisal and reduce that amount from 50%. That's effectively our reading of it. So I'm intrigued by that position as well.
Okay. Do you have a paragraph number reference for me then where it says that in the viability guidance?
Do you want me to come back on to right now, or shall I quickly try and load it up?
I think
Sorry, the council's indicating they've got it.
Yeah, just to confirm the line about, in addition, site-specific viability assessment should not be undertaken. Confirm it's that one. Yes.
029?
Yeah,
that's
it.
The one,
yeah.
Thank you.
Of the viability PPG. And it's the first paragraph up here.
The second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
The second paragraph has to be read with it.
Yeah, the second paragraph has to be read with it.
That's for reducing.
We'd just like to make the point that that's in relation to planning application stage, not in relation to plan making, would be our reading of it.
Mr. Johnson, do you agree with that point?
Can I just review the paragraph again? I'm trying to load it up myself. Thank you.
Sorry, I can't find it.
Sorry, Mum. It's the last paragraph in the viability chapter of the PPG. So it's if you get into the PPG on viability, scroll right to the end, and it's thank you. It's under the section Golden Rules for Greenbelt Development, and so where development takes place on land situated in or released from the greenbelt are subject to the golden rules in the NPPF. Site-specific viability assessment should not be undertaken or taken into account for the purpose of reducing developer contributions. So it's these reducing developer contributions, which is clearly a reference to reducing contributions from those contributions that are set out in adopted policies. And that's also consistent with the terms of the framework, where it talks about effectively site-specific viability assessments can only be used in accordance with the PPG, etc. It's talking about that in the context of applications. That doesn't affect the application of paragraph 67 and 68, which are dealing with development plan policy making, essentially.
Thank you for guiding me there. Right, I think we might have covered everything. So Johnson, did you want to make one very final point and then we'll move on to Mrs Ward?
Yeah, just a couple of specific points very quickly on the viability appraisal itself. We think that the value area assumption for the area in which our site sits, SS19, is overestimated at £4,000 per square metre. I think it's a little crude, but also overestimated. Also, the appraisal currently assumes for our site a coverage of 3,918 metres squared per hectare. This is the highest level of coverage expected of any of the Greenbelt sites, and to achieve this would likely require large proportion 2.5-storey dwellings or apartment buildings, and this would drop the site significantly then below the assumed 4K, £4,000 per square metre value. So there's sort of a bit of a juxtaposition there that we noted.
All right, thank you for that. Mrs Ward.
Thank you. I think our points relate primarily to when it's sort of non-standard forms of housing that are being developed on sites, and we feel that it's essential that the viability of any revised affordable housing requirements that have been put forward under policy NC3 have been fully tested in the context of delivering those non-standard forms of accommodation, including, for example, integrated retirement communities and extra care housing, in order to ensure that any proposed contributions are fully justified and don't undermine the deliverability of sites. We know that housing for older people is identified in paragraph 007 of the PPG on viability as a type of development that does significantly vary from standard models of development for sale, and for which a different type of viability assessment may be needed. But we also note in paragraph 029 of the updated PPG on viability that as has been discussed, the government's intending to review that guidance and will be considering whether there are circumstances in which site-specific viability assessment on land that is subject to the golden rules may be taken into account, and that's something that our client Inspired Villages have requested as part of the government's consultation. But we also feel that in the context of this local plan, that those site-specific sort of requirements are fully taken into account and have been fully assessed through the whole plan viability assessment. We know that the viability of extra care housing schemes was taken into account as part of the original whole plan viability assessment, but this didn't fully assess different scheme sizes or the different viability challenges that are faced by different forms of older persons housing. We also note that the viability of specialist housing such as extra care schemes doesn't appear to have been taken account as part of the update when looking at the impact that the golden rules might have and the revised tenure mix might have on other forms of accommodation that come forward. So we consider that if the policy wording of NC3 is amended to reference the golden rules, it should also ideally specify circumstances in which site-specific viability assessments are considered appropriate, including, for example, extra care housing provision.
We did cover this issue in full, actually, at the stage 2 sessions, and I appreciate that perhaps you weren't involved because you weren't representing your client's emission site at that stage, but we have had quite a lot of debate. I think there might have been a main modification put forward to have some wording, but I can't remember, to be quite honest. But we have discussed the issue, and obviously you appreciate that you're talking about an emission site here. So, but perhaps the council could just quickly outline why they didn't look at updating that form of type of housing, that typology, in this further work.
I think maybe I'll just start. I think purely because it's not part of the allocation, so we've put forward for housing. So probably the simple answer.
The PPG recognises special circumstances around non-standard types. We talked about this briefly. The reference is paragraph 10007 of the PPG, site-specific viability testing for specialist older people's housing.
I think Mr. Bolton, on behalf of the same client, made some quite extensive representations at the previous set of hearings. That's my recollection also.
Yes, I'm afraid I haven't got the outcome of that discussion before me, but I think there was some perhaps tiny wording to be added in the policy, not to change the policy, but there might have been reference to doing a site-specific appraisal at the time.
I don't think we had a conclusion on the matter. Yeah, but perhaps we could go away and just double check the actions. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've noted your points, so thank you for those.
Thank you.
Right, I think that concludes the item on viability. I think what we should do is, because we've got the room till 6 o'clock, but I think we're going to need just a quick comfort break before we move on to air quality. So if we can come back, if you say just before 22, 25 to, and we'll resume with air quality. If anyone else wishes to leave though, you're very welcome to. Thank you for your contributions. We'll resume with air quality after the break. Sorry, Mr. Catt.
Thank you, Mum. Just to make it just to make it clear that Mr. Drummond-Hayes can be released on that basis. There won't be any further questions, so he doesn't need to stay around for air quality, unless he'd really like to, of course. Thank you.
And you had a question as well, practical question. Right, in that case, we'll have to keep Mr. Drummond-Hay, and if you'd like to make your question very short, because we are running out of time. Sorry. Now, so he can then leave, obviously.
Of course, yes. We're also concerned about the failure to update the viability information in respect of the new proposed sites. S13 Group don't consider the answer that further work wasn't done because it would be onerous to be a convincing response. We are, with respect, not in a position in which the viability information is close to being robust. And I just wanted to pick up a point which I think was alluded to by Mr. Hodgson, or Mr. Hobson, forgive me if I've said that incorrectly, which is that the absence of site-specific analysis is very troubling. And in particular, we're concerned with obvious viability issues relating to site SES 30. Appreciate it's not time to go through those issues in detail, but we're going to come on to them in the relevant sessions. I just want to foreshadow a couple of issues that we want to highlight. It's a site that's been historically used as a drift mine, and there's significant and substantial flooding issues there, neither of which are factors which are taken into account in the present viability analysis. So that's all we wanted to flag, and thank you for the opportunity to say that.
Okay, no doubt we'll come back to this at the site session. Thank you. Right, what's the time? If we can meet back at 22, and then we'll only have 20 minutes to talk about air quality. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's make a start since we've only got a very short time to get through this. So thank you everyone for bearing with us because it has been a very, very long day. Yes, and thank you for staying. So in terms of air quality then, the new sites have obviously generated, I think, quite a few concerns about this issue. In terms of the potential for the further development to increase air pollutions in certain locations in Sheffield. So therefore I've put some questions on the agenda for the council about the impact of additional growth on air quality and how the council would seek to manage and mitigate any adverse impacts. So before I ask some questions, I can see we've got obviously new people around the table again. So if you could just introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Chris Hanson, I'm a Principal Planning Officer at Sheffield City Council.
Okay, so I've just got some questions for the council before I bring others around the table. So if I could just check the exceedances with you, because I think I've got myself a little bit confused, to be quite frank. So just taking you to the Sheffield Air Quality Annual Status Report 2024, which is in the examination library. That's the latest version I've seen. It obviously says no exceedances for particulate matter in 2023. But nitrogen dioxide, I can see that there are some exceedances. Looking at page 5 of the report, it refers to 2 locations with annual mean nitrogen dioxide exceedances, and then 2 locations with hourly exceedances. But then when I look at the tables of the monitoring results, so A.1 and B.1, I can see more than 2 or 3 locations exceeding the 40 level. I can see sort of 20 or so. If you can just explain the reason for that. Are there more than 2, or is it simply that these are the raw results in the tables that are then changed?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I believe that's the case. So there's a section in the report about applying bias to the results. I think that's based on sort of the distance of the diffusion tubes and the monitoring stations from the roadside and things like that. So my understanding is that once that's applied, that bias, then that shows the 2 locations at annual nitrogen dioxide and the 2 locations at hourly nitrogen dioxide as being in continued exceedance.
Are you able to take me to that paragraph number? Because looking at I think one of the tables, it might be the B1, it does have, I can see it's got the distance adjustment in there for some of the sites. So the distance from the roadside. Just looking at table B1, B.1, I don't know if you've got that in Appendix B in front of you. So I just want to make sure that I've understood it. So you've got if you look across the top of the rows, it says annual mean raw data, and then annual mean distance corrected to nearest exposure, which is for some of the sites, but it doesn't. I'm not sure it picks up all of those exceedances. So is there another adjustment happening?
I don't have an answer to that. I think we'll have to go back to speak to our air quality management team who produced that report to get that information. It's obviously quite technical. I would not be able to answer that at this stage. It's probably like a logical answer, but it's just, sure it's not clear how you've gone from all of those exceedances to 2 locations. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. If you could clarify that as soon as possible, that would be very useful. Okay.
So in terms of the additional growth then that would come from these potential new allocation sites, how will the council ensure that the current nitrogen dioxide exceedances are tackled and that no new exceedances occur?
Thank you, Ma'am. So we don't believe there to be any exceedance issues within proximity of these sites based on that air quality annual report. Also, as development would come forward, policy ES5 in the plan would apply to all of these sites. That would require that an air quality impact assessment would be submitted at the planning application stage, and that should demonstrate that any resulting reduction in air quality, including the cumulative impacts of development taking account of nearby sites, would be appropriately mitigated and where possible improved.
Okay, so that would be the main way the council would tackle it. Is there other ways as well?
Yeah, I mean, the spatial strategy of the plan as a whole would have a positive impact on air quality. The particular focus in growth in the central area and other areas where there's more opportunity for sustainable mode of travel would have a positive impact, as I say, when taking the plan as a whole. There have also been various other projects and things the council have been involved in, such as delivery of the clean air zone within the centre of the city. So that targeted older, dirtier goods vehicles, HGVs, taxis, and was introduced in 2022. 2023, that produced a significant 21% reduction in annual NO2 across the Sheffield Local Authority area. While there was continued reduction in 2024, that was less pronounced because of the switch to greener vehicles through 2023. So although the clean air zone is focused on the city centre, it doesn't benefit just the city centre. Obviously, those vehicles are travelling all around Sheffield and beyond, so it encourages a general shift towards greener vehicles.
Thank you. And in terms of the mitigation measures that you might look for through the planning application process, can you just highlight for me the key ones the council would seek?
Yeah, so just bear with me. So you said policy ES5 would apply, so that would need to look at the impact on the areas near the sites and understand what impact, if any, there were from that additional housing, and how that will be mitigated, and if there was any improvements through the development that could be delivered, then they will be delivered. As part of question 19, which I'm not sure quite yet, there's also a separate section that looks at the actual, if there's any specific impacts on the new development. So if there's any existing pockets of air quality that need to be dealt with, where the new housing, say, would go, then there's also...
It's a specific question on what would the mitigation measures be that you'd actually impose or require? Just a summary of your key ones that you normally see.
Yeah, what you would normally see, and again, it depends on location and type of impact, but what you normally see is encouragement to join things like car club schemes, for example, or you might look at sort of planting of trees, additional planting over and above what you would normally expect. So it is dependent on the nature of the impacts, but certainly they're the types of things that you'd expect to see. Perhaps further investment in active travel. So they're the type. Obviously, everything's very site and application specific, but they're the general types of things that you would tend to see in circumstances where it was required.
Thank you for that. Right, I'd like to just bring in other people around the table now. So basically, if you've got any comments on item 18 or 19, so anything to do with air quality effectively, so not just with the additional sites, if you've got other general comments on air quality as well. Okay, starting at that end for a change, Mr. Levery. Oh, I do apologise, sorry, Mrs. Davison.
Hi, yeah, looking at taking what you've just said into account, we're not really clear what evidence that you've got to say that the clean air zone in the city centre has had a positive impact on the Ecclesfield parish. being so far away. How is that? What's the evidence for what you've just said about it benefits everywhere in the city?
Do you want to just briefly respond?
It's the concept that the cars that would be entering the clean air zone will also be travelling around the city. Sheffield doesn't have an outer ring road around it, so most of the traffic that needs to travel from one side of the city to the other will come through the centre of Sheffield around the inner relief road. So by introducing a clean air zone there, what that has is an impact on cars that will travel through there to other areas of Sheffield.
So it's an assumption then?
No, I mean, it's not an assumption. That was part of the plan behind producing the clean air zone, is that it has an effect across the city, and that's shown by the air quality annual report.
Okay, and then you've mentioned that it will be mitigated in the areas where there's a heavy concentration of development, particularly the 3 large employment zones that is being put in the Ecclesfield parish area. What exactly is the encouragement that will reduce, that will mitigate for the extra HGVs and all the traffic that's going to be coming to that employment zone? That you're going to encourage active travel? Is that a bike?
It depends on the types of impacts we're talking about. If we're talking about additional vehicles on the road, part of the transport assessment and study is to actually see whether that does create congestion in areas, and therefore whether that congestion can be mitigated through infrastructure. So there are different types of impact that actually require different types of responses. My colleagues already touched on sort of cleaner fleets and how that type of technology will be brought in as well to improve air quality. And where you may have seen impacts in the past, actually, as fleets are delivered in a cleaner way, electric vehicles, etc., then those impacts are reduced. And we have seen that through annual reporting through the Clean Air Zone, from a citywide perspective.
Okay, in that case then, can I ask, at what point are you expecting the transition to clean air for the HGVs that will be, what year are we looking, how far ahead are you anticipating the clean air, the fleets to be not affecting pollution in our employment zones? What year would that be?
We can't give you an answer to that. I mean, as we see it, the transition is happening. The transition is happening in terms of vehicles and fleets at this point in time, and the consequences of that and additional things such as clean air zones are having quite significant improvements. But it's not appropriate for us to sit here and tell you what year we think all fleets will be clean from an emissions perspective.
If I can just clarify, you did say it would have a positive impact. Plan would have a positive impact on air quality.
Plan and the broader strategy for the city, it's not looking at the plan in isolation. The plan promotes things like...
The comment was the plan would have a positive impact
sorry,
on... Yeah,
sorry. If you ask a question, I'll give you an answer. So the plan does things such as promote our transport strategy, transport vision, which you'll probably hear more about tomorrow, does things such as promote the clean air zone. So it's not the plan seen in isolation. What the plan does is it helps deliver a sustainable pattern of growth and an appropriate strategy to do that. But it's one of a broader set of tools that the city is using and other places are using as well to try to tackle and deal with clean congestion, consequential impacts in terms of air pollution, in an environment where we need to find appropriate ways to also deliver and support growth.
Thank you. We'll move on to Mrs. Hunstall. We've got 5 minutes.
Okay. So you mentioned there about this will be addressed at planning stage with regards to looking at air quality impacts. Obviously, that's way too late, and it doesn't take into account the cumulative site by site, because the planning applications will be coming in at various points. They're not all going to come in together. From an S35 perspective, we've obviously got 9 of the 14 greenbelt sites, 3 of which are the employment sites. So from a generation of additional vehicles on the road, you're looking at cars, but as Sue's also mentioned, the HGVs. So we want to be assured that, you know, all this additional traffic on the road is actually going to be modelled, and, you know, we're not going to be suffering from a, you know, COPD, childhood asthma, which is associated with air quality impacts. We've also got the additional of the, you know, the proximity to the M1. So our community lives along the, you know, the ribbon of the M1. The green buffers that are there at the moment between us and the M1 are the sites that you're proposing for employment. So not only are you going to be putting more traffic on the road, including HGVs, you are actually going to be taking those buffers away that protect us from the, you know, the poisons that are already on the M1 at the moment. From a monitoring point of view, we as a community are monitoring air quality ourselves using the Plume app. There is an air quality monitor at Warren Lane that is sporadic whether it works or not, so we can't use that, so we've got our own. Regularly, that's showing air qualities between 90 and 120. 100 is detrimental to health, so that's on one site before any of this is built. So taking into what you were saying there about mitigations, you were talking about planting trees. Well, actually, you're ripping them up to plant them again. That makes no sense. You were also then talking about measures about electric vehicles and public transport. Those are not mandatory. People have a choice whether they use public transport and whether or not they buy electric vehicles. So that gives us no assurance that you've actually got true mitigation measures in place that would, you know, compensate for the, you know, the problems that you are about to cause with our air quality.
Thank you. Mr. Hobson.
Try and be quick. Yeah, so just to not to repeat, I was going to mention about the provision for things like electric vehicles and things like that. Again, it's all, like a lot of things in this plan that's been put forward, it's all assumption based. And I don't think there's no hard evidence to say that people are going to want to, you know, take the tram in from SS19. Yes, it's geographically close, but, you know, I can speak from experience, it's a pain to get on the tram with a pram and a 6-year-old. You know, it's not always as easy as it seems. But what I want to draw more attention to is the fact that this comes back to a lot of the socioeconomic things raised earlier on. There's a correlation between rates of pollution and COPD and asthma in the southeast compared to, say, Sheffield Hallam. There's data in our representation to back that up. That needs to be considered. And adding more vehicles, more construction vehicles, is only going to have a negative effect. I don't want to get too much into site specifics. We'll cover that on the 15th, but there's an argument for building works and increased traffic in very, very close isolation to a school, which is what our site is, both from a pollution perspective, but also a noise perspective, going above World Health Organization guidelines. So that, again, we come back to the point that there is still a lot of site specifics that should be considered, and I don't feel that they are.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mrs. Hunstall, you still got your, do you have anything? Oh, I'm glad you don't have anything else to say, sorry, but we've only got 2 minutes. Right, okay, can I just say to the council, I've just got I haven't got any further questions under 18, 19, I've just got a couple of questions under 20. Do we have 5 minutes or not? It's a bit of leeway, okay, right. So going on then to item 20, so this is just looking at the wording of the condition that's been put forward for sites CH05, NES 38, SES 29. Is the wording justified? So if I could just ask the council a few questions just to check what the meaning of the condition is, because you've referred in the condition to air quality exceedance areas. What did you mean by that?
That was just based on one of the points I was trying to make earlier, that there may be smaller pockets within a site that would need to be assessed, and if any exceedance areas were identified on a site, then that condition would apply. The other point would make, there was a specific question about overriding regeneration benefits as part of the wording within that condition, ma'am, because that was effectively consistent with the previous sites, which were within the urban area. So what we would potentially suggest is a modification to instead phrase it as overriding sustainability benefits in that case, rather than regeneration benefits.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying. I thought you were referring to the nitrogen dioxide exceedance locations that you monitored. Okay, so you're talking about if you are looking at a specific site and if there are any particular pockets in that locality, then this would kick in.
Yeah, it's a precautionary measure, effectively.
I'll just check, sorry, because I had a series of questions on that. I'll just double check that I've asked all my questions. Okay. And I had another question about, you say that this is the wording of the condition, development can only occur if there are overriding regeneration benefits. I just wondered why you've got that aspect within the condition.
I think that was the point I was just trying to make, that condition had been also used for the urban sites. So we'd probably suggest a potentially modification to change that to overriding sustainability benefits. And again, that would safeguard if development were needed if those pockets did exist and vulnerable, for the better word, development was needed in those pockets and it could not be designed around, then that part of the condition would apply.
Yes, because that's my reading, is that actually really, isn't it the case that development should only occur if there's sufficient mitigation measures rather than anything else added in the mix? Yes,
I think that's probably potentially a good...
My reading of it would just be like taking out that overriding, well, whether it's regeneration benefits or sustainability requirements, because effectively in planning application terms, I'm guessing that's what you must do in practice. You must just look, are there suitable mitigation measures, yes or no?
Yes, I was just about to say that.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I suppose I'm looking at Mr. Johnson
the wording
here.
of it, yeah.
So if these sites were to be in the plan, then would you be in agreement to change that condition? Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Does anyone else wish to comment on this issue of the policy wording? Sorry, are you I'm really sorry, but do you link to any of these groups? Can they ask the question for you?
The question is, why has CH03 not been mentioned in question 20? Warren Lane site.
Sorry, perhaps it's not, hasn't got that condition. Sorry, I'll just double check, but yes, the council, so I didn't include it in my agenda because the council hasn't got a condition on air quality. Can the council just confirm why they haven't?
Yes, that's correct, ma'am. So that condition's about protecting the new uses on the site. So it wouldn't apply because it's an employment site. That condition would only apply to housing uses.
Sorry, I'll have to stop you speaking from the audience. In terms of, so the council has said that it just applies to housing, but there is also a generic policy on air quality that applies to everything across Sheffield in a different part of the plan. So does the council want to add anything?
No, nothing to add, thank you.
And Mr. Ash.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to reiterate that. Obviously, it's not just for people who are living in the houses, it's for everybody in Sheffield. So obviously, as you know, there are people who live adjacent to the industrial sites and employment land that you're proposing. So obviously, the mitigation and obviously would need to be in the areas of the employment land as well. So I just wanted to point that, and obviously, are there any particular issues for the site allocations? Yes, there are. All of the site allocations are in constrained traffic areas, which exceed the air quality zones as it already stands. So people are already suffering in Chapeltown. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any final comments on air quality? Mr. Clapp, you'd like to go last.
We've got an AOB matter, but it's not on air quality.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
We have an AOB matter, but it's not to do with air quality.
So sorry, I can't understand what you said. You've got a.
We've got another matter. We've got a housekeeping matter that I want to address you on, but it's not to do with air quality. So.
Sorry, you've got an other matters issue, have you?
Yes, it's just
right.
it's a
it's
generic.
not to do with air quality.
It's a housekeeping matter. But I didn't want you to close the session without me having the opportunity to address you.
Please proceed.
May I come in on an air quality point, ma'am?
Yes, certainly. Sorry, if you can just hold fire for a second. Okay, Mr.
Sorry, yeah.
Mr. Gregg.
I just want to say that I agree with your conclusion earlier about removing the overriding regeneration benefits wording. It seems that the condition is in line with ES5 and paragraph 186 of the NPPF. So those overriding regeneration or sustainability benefits would be part of the planning balance. So yeah, no more comment. Thank you.
Sorry if I didn't see your nameplate up. I completely missed it. I think I'm just too keen to finish. So, sorry. Mr. Clapp.
Yes, thank you. It's a short point. You mentioned today that the housing land supply discussion will take place on the 21st of November. I referred earlier to the updated housing land supply note, which came in on Thursday last week. We're down to attend the session on the 21st. We wonder whether we could have permission from you to put in a short note in respect of our views on the note that came in last Thursday.
No, at this stage we're not asking for anything in writing, but there'll be plenty of opportunity to make your views known and make your case in verbally at that session.
The only reason I put it like that is that in our view it will help you conduct the session more efficiently if you have our views in writing. I mean, we don't have to explain them quite so fully verbally at the hearing.
We're quite content to deal with everything verbally, but thank you for the offer. Okay, does the council have any housekeeping matters it wishes to raise? No? Okay, so thank you everyone for bearing with us, and thank you very, very much for your contributions. It's always really good to see local residents involved in the local plan. So thank you. The hearing session is now closed.